Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of the Finding Gnosis show. I do hope you are exceedingly well today. Today, we are simply asking the question, is everything evil? Take from that what you will. You may take from it that everything we do, everything we think somehow caters for evil. It may be that the chain of causation that we're on in existence always ends up in evil. It may be that good serves evil eventually, somehow or other. This is the question. Is everything evil? The link is in the live chat. Do click on it if you wish to join in this conversation. We have with us already a brother Pixton. I will let him on the show right now. Mr. Pixton, you are live on the Finding Gnosis show. I do hope you are exceedingly well. Would you like to meditate upon and perhaps even dare to answer the question, is everything evil?
Well, thank you very much for that kind introduction. Is everything evil? What do we mean by evil? I guess let's start off with that. Do we mean not meditation? Do we mean manipulation, control, neglect, or do we go a little bit further?
Well, I don't want to impregnate your mind with any of my biases, so I'm leaving it open to you to explore this matter. So go ahead in real time. Don't feel like a fool. It's a difficult terrain to, navigate. So go ahead, ask the question in your mind and see what comes out of that mouth of yours.
Well, I noticed earlier on.
I tell you what, whilst you're meditating upon the question, is everything evil? I will let on somebody else. We've got somebody else here in the back room. So just give me a moment. I'm going to see what they're about. We have somebody called DOM. DOM, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Hello there.
Hey, how's it going, SE? Dom, by the way.
Dom. Okay, Dom, just one moment. Dominic, I will just turn your microphone up, brother, because it's a bit low.
Thank you.
Dominic, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. The question is everything evil? Now, I want you to meditate on that, Dominic. And then, please, when you're ready, answer the question. Dominic, have you been on the show before?
No, I haven't actually, SE. I haven't. First timer.
Okay, welcome. So, Paul, are you ready at all to perhaps try and tackle the question at hand?
Well, I could maybe throw a few things. We'll see. I noticed before in your other video, which I was just listening to, you said, "Do all roads lead to evil?" And there's an old-fashioned phrase, isn't there? All roads lead to Rome, and I'm pretty sure that's whatever start of most of the evil. I mean, there probably was some of it before Rome taking over 2,000 years ago. Well, I think that our version of evil came from the roads that lead to Rome. I would say that if we call evil being manipulation, control, neglect, selfishness, then I would say that we're pretty high population of evil in that sense. I mean, if we go to evil as in more physical hurting and that, then percentage is a little bit lower. So, it's probably harder to talk about that. But our roots are directed to evil in the sense of manipulation, control, and so on. Because I think we're all starved of real sensations. We're all chasing the material world, which isn't fulfilling enough for us. So we need to chase more than what we kind of need, in a sense. And I think that's the idea of what leads us all into root of evil in the sense of wanting more and being selfish. Do we agree on my version of evil there, or do we take it somewhere different?
Thank you for that. We'll have a little think about that. But in the meantime, Dom, what about you? What would you like to say in relation to the question at hand? Is everything evil?
Well, I like to play with words and energy. So when I think of the word evil, I think of the word evil world, material world. Evil really, in a lot of cases, means, for me anyway, material. Good usually means spiritual. We live in a material realm, objectively. I get people like to slant things and then classify it as right or wrong, good or bad. But the word evil for me just kind of just resides. We live in a material world.
So what you're saying is evil is akin to saying we live in a material world.
Yes, I think
so
that
is that basically another way of saying materiality itself either is evil or causes evil?
It's just material. It's when we start slanting it with thoughts. This is where people get caught up in the thoughts, and they say, okay, I'm going to start categorizing it. So is that action good or bad? Okay, well, first of all, I don't know about bad, but it is material. Again, a lot of people, we get caught up in our thoughts, and then we do the thing called afterthoughts. We start speaking this stuff out, and we manifest it into the physical realm. Again, material, physical, matter, whatever word you want to use, because we're using an English language.
Dom,
I'll agree with
yes, please.
You agree with that? Okay. I mean, look, you're saying materiality is the causation for evil, but I mean that doesn't sound particularly good, seeing as we are here, we are material, we are beings.
Yes.
Yeah, we're enlivened by materiality. Perhaps I don't know what caused us to be, but we are made of atoms. I mean, it doesn't sound very good what you're suggesting.
I don't know about good, but again, if I look at an object, I'll use a word to describe it, but where do the word exist? This is where the concept of order out of chaos comes from, or yin and yang.
Can I throw something in here?
Yeah, that's the aim of the show. Interject whenever you feel a thought arising.
I agree with what he's saying. There's an old-fashioned phrase, isn't that, in the spirituality world, which says "no thing" or "nothing," and this is, I think, what it's kind of pointing at, because the idea of "no thing" is referring to fragmented. So when we fragment something, let's just say some descriptions like racism and so on, we would call that a thing, even though it's not an actual object as such, but it's construct of racism. We fragment into that. So I think really is kind of saying an objective world is really when we fragment things into things as such. I don't know, Dom, would you agree with what I'm saying there?
Well, it's kind of like when people want to talk about the unknown. Where's air? Where's thoughts? Your senses are limited at that point. You have to go into like that sleep state where you're in stillness and silence. Hence, when Essie was asking earlier, meditate. Yeah, listen inwards. So again, I see the objective realm. I'm not here to denounce it. When I give it names, like a rock, or I call something a tree or sequoia tree, those words don't exist there.
No, well, they're fragmented, don't they?
Go ahead, Paul.
I think when you meditate inwards, you see a whole picture, don't you? So, you kind of look outside in a sense whilst your thoughts are silent, and you see a whole picture. But the very moment you label one tree, then you fragment into one area. And that, in a sense, is what we would call a thing, which is slightly the material world.
Yes, that's what people call things.
We could also say that the name isn't the thing as well, can't we? That would also be fragmented.
Yeah, especially when you start describing a rock and then you start using Hebrew language or Greek language or Latin, then you realize, okay, do any of those languages verify that thing? This is where we get into the subjective and objective parts of it.
We're trying to add an external meaning to something, aren't we? The moment we stop labeling something like a rock, we want to add a meaning to it. But I mean, if I label a tree, we try to add a meaning, a name, and so on and so on. But why does a tree need a meaning? That comes more from the personal self, doesn't it? the eye that we want to try and label things and give things meaning. But why should a tree need a meaning? It is simple.
Well, this is where you play with energy now. English is a meaningful language. It's not like Sanskrit, it's a healing language. Greek is a comprehension language. Again, it's like symbols. You know, the subconscious picks a lot of things up symbology-wise. It's our conscious state that usually conditioned to judge things. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Again, that was just my position on the word evil. And then I can play with it. And then, you know, it's like any other word that you can play with. You know, hence the word good and evil, spiritual material. That's my interpretation. You know, it's just words I'm using.
Well, you know, it's a good example, really, because if you look at evil, all evil comes from that side of the mind, let's say, that looks at material, that wants to label, that wants to give meaning to everything, that wants to fragment, and you know, it all leads to like personal in a sense. So all evil really comes from that side. I've studied the mind for a long time, and I find that everything on the idea of personality disorders, hate, anger, violence, a whole lot, all comes from this fragmented side of labeling and trying to describe things and so on. But then we've got that other mind that you said that's more in a lot of us unconscious, that sees things in symbols, sees things, feels things, so on. I don't think there's an ounce of evil really that comes from that side.
It's just a word, exactly. And then at that point, you know, are we receiving information from the mind, from the variations of receivers in our body? So again, and then once we do afterthoughts, the written work or the spoken work, once you start speaking words out into existence, now you're talking about sounds and frequencies. But I get it. A lot of people will use evil and they'll use their senses to say that behavior is probably not healthy, it's clever or whatever, but is it really evil per se?
Yeah, well,
come on, bro. Some things you'd clearly say are evil, surely.
But what happened if I told you everything's evil? Hence the word everything's evil.
Yes. Everything is evil. Now, what I'm asking you is, what can we do about that? I mean, it sounds like a big problem.
You could do transmutation of the brains. Once you start becoming aware of certain words, how you use them, how you have thoughts of them, then you can actually transmute it. It's like using the word good and evil, or in this case, right and wrong. Those are limitations.
What do you mean by transmute it exactly? I mean, how do you do that, and what's the effect of that?
You go in a state of that meditation, you're listening and say, okay, does that really serve me to perceive things that way?
Yeah, I mean, all well and good. You go into some state of zombification, some state of meditation where nothing really matters. But what good does that do in the real world?
But everything does matter. You're in the material world. I'm giving the foundation of it.
I'm asking you, how can you stop the evil?
You can do some, like I said, to transmute in thoughts. Thoughts is in the material realm.
That's internally. That's in your mind. I'm asking about the evil that abides around you. How can you deal with that?
So you're talking about like alchemy, how to change the shapes of something?
No, I don't. I wasn't. I was merely asking the question: how can you deal with the overwhelming evil around you, outside of you? You do believe there's something outside of your own mind?
Yes. Well, outside of the brain, yes.
And I'm asking you, how can you deal with that? You can go inside solipsistically and meditate and, you know, reframe things in your mind. I'm asking you, how can you deal with the evil that's out there that's causing you in the first place to have to retreat into your mind? I'm asking, how does that retreat into your mind defeat the evil outside of it?
I don't know per se. I see it could be defeated. It could be shifted.
I could probably throw some at it.
Please,
yeah. I spent a long time wondering this, a long time throughout the whole of my journey of looking inwards, and I only found one way of trying to stop the evil, and it's probably not the answer of what you're looking for, but I found the only way to step out the field yourself. That's it. What I mean by stepping out the field is, you know, we're all living in our ego. The material world, as Dom calls it, and it's this part of our mind that follows, like the sheep follow the crowd, and you can't tell anybody to step out of it. I mean, I've woken some people up kind of fully, but that takes an awful long time, and only certain people can do that. So I found everything really to fail, and I think the only way is all the sheep are following a certain crowd and so on. And the only way I think that I could really do anything is to step out the field. So I woke up, and I show to other people I woke up, not by teaching them, not by pushing them, but I don't step in that field anymore.
So are you telling me the philosophy of the hermit is the way out of this evil? So basically retreating from society, detaching yourself from it.
No, not retreating from society, but retreating from following. In other words, I have my own new beliefs now. My programming isn't following the typical crowd. And I will stand there if somebody says something. I'll go, I'm sorry, no, I don't agree with that. I believe my own. Just literally stepping out of the typical norm, not out of shyness or wanting to be seen or anything. But I agree with people, but I literally stand for my own self and say, no, I'm out of this one. That's what I mean by stepping out the field, and hopefully by showing other people that I'm just not going to follow along with the typical society, then hopefully some people might see it and follow.
Fair enough. Now, you're live on the Finding Gnosis show, so perhaps you will inspire some people to take that, advice. But prior to this, do you think you've ever inspired anybody to do as you do?
I've woken a few people up fully. Yeah, I mean, it's taken a lot of work. I mean, one person recently who I've woken up, she's quite often saying to me, "Can't believe I spent my whole life asleep," quite literally. It's only been recent that I've actually seen life itself, truly life. I mean, it's not easy when you hit this part, but I mean, this person, it's taken me a year and a half of talking at least every 2 or 3 days to get to that point. So it does take an awful lot. But she's also had the motivation to keep on coming back to me, even though she's been through tough times talking to me and wanted to walk away. So I've given some inspiration, but I can't do any more than that in a sense, because the very moment I try to push somebody or something, then it all just goes pear-shaped anyway. So
interesting. Now, the question here from Just Jacob, he says, why do people throw around the word evil when they've never experienced true evil? So he's saying nobody has ever experienced evil. What do you think of that?
That's ridiculous.
So welcome to Social Experimentalists, brother. What do you think of that point by Jacob? He says, why do people throw around the word evil when they have never experienced true evil?
I wouldn't give that sort of comment any energy. It's just stupid. But I'm more interested, to be honest. I've only just joined, and I'm always like red flag for me when someone says when I woke up or awake, right? Mainly because I've always felt very uncomfortable about that. I don't really understand what that means. So I may have come in late for that, but I did hear somebody say that they think they've woken up and they're waking other people up.
That'll be me, but I didn't say that I've essentially. But let's say what is waking up? What would you call that?
What do I call that? No, you're the one that's speaking about it.
Yeah, I know, but I want to see if we're on the same page.
Yeah, I go on. Well, why don't you tell me what you think it is?
Well, I reject a lot of all the stuff that a lot of people say, but I used awake because it's just the easiest way of me saying it. But what I refer to is a particular type of intelligence, an ability to question your own mind. So you don't just follow original patterns, and you can look at everything and kind of fresh and new and so on, and make new decisions rather than just following your old patterns.
Right. It's an interesting definition.
So I know it's kind of a bizarre question, and it is basically an icebreaker, just to talk about the state of reality and what is actually going on here. But Danny, what do you think of that question? Is everything evil? Or would you like to answer it?
Is everything evil? I mean,
Yeah.
obviously not everything's evil. But
Because the question could be, it could also be
the thing is that I'll go back to the woke thing. Yeah, I mean, if woke is the ability to question your own mind, which is very good, because that's meta, that's meta. What's it called?
Cognition.
What's that? Metacognition.
Metacognition.
Yeah, and that's important. But I wouldn't call that. I definitely would not call that waking up. I just call that.
What would you call it?
That's the basics. In order to wake up, you need metacognition. But from what I can tell, I mean, I'll be straight. To me, what I can tell, waking up is realizing that this whole thing is disgusting, right? So I wouldn't use the word evil. It's an abomination. Life is an absolute abomination. To me, that is waking up, the reality of what is going on, and not life is the abomination, not the system. The system is also abominable, but the system.
Well,
the system does give a lot to a lot of people, believe it or not, right? It gives more to some people than others, but it gives a lot to a lot of people, right? But life itself, to me, waking up is the realization and the acceptance that life itself is an absolute abomination.
I can't really totally disagree with that, but the trouble is when we say that life is an abomination and that's waking up, we kind of fragment it really and say, well, life's an abomination. But what I'm saying is with that particular type of intelligence, you can see it anyway in motion rather than just fragment it and saying it's just a mess. I don't know what you think about that.
I don't really understand what you're saying.
Well, what I'm saying is you're kind of saying that waking up is separate to that. If I've got that particular type of intelligence, let's say, metacognition, then I can see it anyway. There it is, right there, moving in front of me. And I can see it as it goes along, all the way through. So I don't really see that they would be too much separate, that particular type of intelligence, and seeing that the way that we live is a little bit of a mess.
It's not we live in a little bit of a mess. I'm not saying that. I'm saying life itself is the most disgusting, terrible abomination. The idea of sentience is so disgusting. It's so evil. It's so dark. And it's just awful. Absolutely awful.
Sorry, yeah, I did mishear you. I mean, life in itself. Yes, I mean, I presume you're really referring to the material world in a sense, not just material objects. I mean, the world that we live in with descriptions and religions and nationalities.
World, all sentient life. Yeah?
Yeah.
So that's all of the humans and the trillions of sentient beings, non-human animals and flies and all of it. All of it is a most disgusting abomination. I can't. The word calling it an abomination is in and of itself not even close to sufficient as to how terrible it is.
Yeah, I mean, I can totally agree with that. I don't get involved in any of that sort of stuff nowadays.
No, but it's not about that sort of stuff or getting involved with that sort of stuff. This is this is the waking up, and it's a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing, really, when you wake up to it. It's not something that, in other words, I would describe it as, I was just thinking about like doing some meetups, and I went to this meetup on Friday, and it was like a philosophy meetup, and it was about the Matrix, and they were talking about blue pill and red pill, right? And me and my friend went, and it was really difficult to suffer. It was really pretty insufferable. It was really dry. But we were kind of going. We wanted to go and say. I mean, it was just so beyond it all. It was just like we didn't even bother. Right, most of us what we said, but we wanted to speak about taking the black pill, right? And so, like the black pill means not going with the blue pill of just going along with it, and not the red pill, which is what most others, people who think that they can
you mean a lot of the people with the spiritual ego?
What is this? Some fucking what? You guys are a bunch of fucking wankers, and we're backstage. Hey, what's up? Well, you guys are fucking a bunch of bloody fucking wankers.
Are you gonna deal with that? Do not watch.
No, he's entitled to say that, but we'd like to know why.
Okay.
Why is he saying?
Hey, but you want to go down to the pub and get a pint, mate?
Okay, it's nice. It's nice to see two middle-aged men acting like teenagers.
Listen,
you finally learned to put your hat on in the right way around. But the question is, why are you wearing it indoors?
Because it's bright in my house.
That's the real question. Why don't you put some sunglasses on as well while you're at it?
Hey, what do you think of my friend here?
What is our friend doing chopping up here? Is it what are you doing here?
He's knitting a fucking a sweater, bro. Like I told him to make me a sweater, bro. Hey, you got the right colors? All right.
Okay, well listen, Chris, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. The question
come on. Hey, you don't be a fucking wanker.
Is everything evil, Chris? Do you care?
No, listen, what do you I'm just talking to you guys. What are you talking about? What's up?
We're asking
about if everything's evil.
No, seriously, I'm trying to be serious. Like, what do you guys? I just came out here. I found you guys. Like, what's up?
That is the question, brother. Is everything evil? Have a little think about it.
Let me ask you: if we were not taught good, would everything be evil?
If we were not taught good.
If we were not taught how to be good people, if we weren't taught like morals, if we weren't taught how to be a good person, is evil a natural instinct for us?
That's an interesting perspective. That's a very good question. Is goodness just something we were taught through indoctrination? Is our natural state evil? And then the other question from that, Chris, is the teaching of good, is that actually something that we could call a superficial illusion? I mean, is it that we're never actually good and we're just putting a band-aid over our evil nature and pretending we're good?
Hey, look, how about this right here? So Adam and Eve the serpent told Adam and Eve that if you eat the fruit of if you eat this fruit, like you will positively die. But the thing is like, if you don't know what sin is, how can you comprehend what sin is if you can't comprehend what sin? That's like if I had 2 arms, 2 legs, and if I had a tail, and I said if you move your tail, you would positively not die. But if I don't have a tail and I don't know what a tail is, how would I know what sin is if I never knew? If I can't even comprehend sin because I'm perfect and I can't even comprehend what sin is.
Okay, Chris, thanks for that. Sorry, that might be Chris's friend. Chris's friend, thanks for that. I don't know which one of you is Chris.
No, that's good. I'm Dan. This is me right here.
Thank you, Dan. So I think Dan is saying, in this world, we need to have some ability to comprehend, for some reason, between good and evil. And so, if we didn't have evil, how could we understand good? Is that about right, Dan?
Correct.
So that's he's saying evil serves some utility because with evil we can understand what is good. Is that for spiritual reasons, Chris?
It's not even spiritual. It's just forget spiritual, forget religion, forget all that. If we were just thrown here on, because when you're here on earth and you don't know anything about spiritual, you don't know anything about religion, and you're just here on earth and you don't know any. How can you not know what's right or wrong?
Have you been drinking? Have you been drinking?
No. What I'm saying is,
been drinking?
No. I'll tell you what, Dan. I want to put that question to the panel now. I want to put the question to the panel.
Wait, real quick. Let's say, for instance, if we did not understand the
drinking alcohol, why are you giving him any airtime?
Look.
I'm not hanging out.
All right. I'll have to meet you, Dan, because you have asked the question. You've asked the question. Sorry, Dan. You asked the question, mate. So the question is,
I was in the middle of speaking. I was in the middle of talking. These guys just butted in. Why are you letting them on the show? Have some self-respect and get rid of them. They're drunk and they're talking rubbish. Just get rid of them.
I've muted them. They're okay. I've muted them. Go ahead. If they talk again without, if they butt in again, I'll get rid of them. Go ahead.
Fine. So I was talking about the black pill. I was talking about the fact that you know, it's all very nice saying you woke up and you did, you know, you noticed that the government is shit and the system is shit, right? But I'm saying that a really dark place to go, and there's no, you know, well, it's dark and it's light as well. There is light in there, and that's why I call it the black pill, is to realize that life itself is a disgusting abomination. It's the matrix, is the body. The body is the matrix. You are in the body, you're in the matrix, and it's an abomination. The whole thing, from beginning to end, is the most awful, heinous, you know, kind of virtual reality or reality. It's just mad. The level of suffering is so terrible.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know whether I agree whether the body's in the matrix. Yeah, okay, I guess it is in some way, because, you know, it's pretty hard to kind of run away. I mean, I class the matrix as being, let's say, our recorded in our brain, all the things that we're being taught, school, parents, TV, and all that sort of stuff.
It's the body. It's worse than that. It's the bloody damn body. That is the problem. The body is a serious problem. It's a terribly designed piece of kit, right? It's terrible the way it's designed. It's so vulnerable to disease, to accident, and to pain. What the fuck is that all about?
Well, yeah, I agree with all that, but that's not the matrix, though, is it?
Yeah, it is. It's the matrix.
Okay.
It's the DNA. DNA is holding it. It's holding us all in this weird matrix of pain and suffering and madness. Life, this whole life thing, it's all sprung up somehow.
The way I see the matrix is our conditioning.
What's that?
The way I see the matrix is our conditioning.
Yeah, but what's
it affects the body. Don't get me wrong. The nervous system.
What's that?
I agree that it affects the body. With a particular nervous system that gets locked down, there's the nervous system between the two hemispheres of the brain, which become extremely inhibited. We lose sensation, feeling, and to some degree, pleasure, so on. So I guess it does affect the body, but I mean, I guess you're saying something different to that.
Yes, I am. I'm saying that the body itself is it's just the most awful. The whole meat sack, all of our bodies, not just us, humans, animals, all of these things, they're just awful pieces of kit that rely on the exploitation and killing and consuming other living beings and living things, even if you're vegan, right? But especially if you're not. And all the animals eating the animals, it's all just barbaric. It's a barbaric, ridiculous, pointless game, right? That DNA is playing us. We are being played by DNA to continue a ridiculous, cruel game. It's a cruel game that is random. It's like completely random. Who gets to live a good life? Who doesn't? Who gets the money? Who doesn't? Who gets the health? Who doesn't? It's ridiculous. And those people that are the losers, we're all losers of the game, but there are some people who lose terribly and live absolutely awful lives, some people and some animals. It's just so disgusting. It's just so abominable that words don't even, and that to me is being awake, and it's nasty when you realize that, because there's no real...
I'll just read a comment, then I'm going to bring in the mind, Danny. Sorry. Local experimentalist says life enables us to form deep connections with others and build meaningful relationships. So that's his comment. The mind, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say in relation to today's topic? Is everything evil?
I heard him talking about suffering, like how there's so much suffering in this world, right? As in compared to what? What are you comparing? Like, how do you determine what's more or little suffering? Because all we know is this world, and you're saying there's so much
It's
suffering
very
in this
noisy.
world.
The
Yeah, there is, but
sign is not
Yeah,
good.
the mind. Your audio is a bit bad, brother. It's coming in very choppy. Where could you go somewhere and sit down with better
yeah,
connection,
I'll come
perhaps?
back. Yeah, let me come back.
Come back because we'd like to hear your points properly. There's no point in hearing them half-assed. Anybody else want to come on? Link is in the live chat. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
May I chime in? Is my audio okay?
Yes, Untrackable. You're live on the Finding Gnosis show.
Okay, so if the question is everything evil? I would say everything is good.
There you go. A different state of mind, a different perspective. Tell us why you take that angle on matters, Untrackable.
Because failure is a lesson. There are opportunities to fail every single day, and
Wow, great.
I think a lot of people do. I think a lot of people fail. I think a lot of people fail in realizing their mortality.
Yeah, like the zebras. The zebras fail to get away from the lions. Lovely, charming. Or the people who are born with the autistic people, they fail a lot, don't they? They can't even speak or whatever they can't do. Or what about the Down syndrome? They fail, yep. And what about the people with whose hearts fail, or who get cancer when they're 6, or whose parents die when they're teenagers? They fail a lot as well. Oh my God. What the? I just don't understand humans. Everything is good. I tell you what, come round here, and I'll drill your teeth with a drill without anesthetic, and we'll see how good everything is.
It does make sense though that genetics fail. We fail to treat each other the way that we would like to be treated.
Correct. But that's only because we're born into this madhouse by mad people who create human beings. Because if you keep saying deluded nonsense, which flies in the face of all the evidence, and I could give you hundreds of thousands of pieces of evidence why everything is not good, right? So that's absolute nonsense. And if you keep spreading that nonsense, then people are going to keep bringing people into this meat grinder, right, and subjecting them to this meaningless life, which is, which could be full of a huge amount of suffering and pain, right? And they may not be able to deal with it. And I know people find it very hard to deal with it. So where you can shove your nonsense about everything is good and everything could be a learning. Yeah, for some people it can be a learning, and for some people it can't. It can just be a huge amount of suffering and pain.
You have your opportunity to learn and to exist. And yes, for some people, they are given a hard time. But it is those surrounding them that will receive the lessons.
Oh, right. That's okay then. That's okay. So let's have millions of people suffer so that people around them can learn some goddamn lessons. See, this is what I'm talking about, mate. This is disgusting to me. An abomination, what you're talking. Literally an abomination. An absolute insult to the trillions of insentient beings that have suffered in so many different ways because of this mad game. And you come along and say everything is good. That's just so disrespectful.
Well, it is in opposition of.
It's disrespectful to my mother, for example, who took 2.5 years to have her life ripped out of her. She had breast cancer, then it went to her head, then she became a vegetable. And you're saying everything is okay. How dare you?
I didn't say it's okay. I didn't say it's okay.
Everything is good. How dare you?
It is in opposition to the statement of everything is evil.
That's right. And it's absolutely full of nonsense. I know it's in opposition to the state of there, but it's a complete lack, total and utter complete lack of any compassion.
No, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
How dare you say that when there's so many billions of people suffering terrible pain, millions of people over the years, for example, when they didn't have anesthetic, people in absolute agony with no anesthetic, and then you've got billions and trillions of animals who are suffering. They get ill and they get injured out in the wild, and nobody's there for them. Nobody protects them, and they can be eaten alive. And you saying everything is good, being eaten alive. I'll tell you what, come round here and I'll eat you alive and see how you like it.
You are talking about others, and you're not coming from a statement of yourself. Are you happy and healthy, or do you feel protected?
Do I feel protected? What are you talking about? Protected from who or what?
From all of these atrocities that these pains that you have just described.
No, I don't feel protected. In fact, last year I got diagnosed with the most aggressive cancer known to mankind, and I was told I only had a few weeks to live, right? And then a few months later, I got knocked over on my bicycle. I broke my ankle really badly, and I was in hospital for 10 days with terrible broken bones all over my body. No, I'm not, and I'm not. As I get older, I'm 58, turning 59 very shortly. As I get older, it's going to get more and more problematic. It's terrible. The whole thing. It's a scam, a setup. It's disgusting. It's an abomination. And for you to say that it's okay,
it sounds like you, maybe in the toughness of going through things that. Please don't resent your life.
Why shouldn't I resent my life? Why shouldn't I resent my life? It's an absolute. I should never have been born. My father should never have had me. He was in no position to do that, right? He didn't have what it takes. He's a very immature man. He didn't have what it takes, and he brought me into this world for no good reason. Why should I be grateful for that?
Well, I think you should.
Oh, really? Why?
Because you weren't just an opportunity.
This is what I'm saying. You have no compassion. Life is just everything is not good. Everything is not good. This is an abomination. This world, the physical world is an abomination. Think about how many women. Think about how many women get raped. How many women get either raped or sexually assaulted, right, or abused? How many women? It's the majority of them. It's a majority. That's an abomination.
You were not just an opportunity for yourself. You were an opportunity for the existence of what goes on this planet. You were an opportunity. Accept your failures, brother, but you were an opportunity.
To me, you sound like you're speaking mumbo jumbo. You are an opportunity. What are you talking about?
It hurts to fall.
I was put here just like you because two people liked the nice little fuzzy feeling for a few seconds and deluded themselves into thinking that God wanted them to do it. That's why I'm here. That's why I don't know why you're here, but you're here for the same reason. Your dad liked a bit of a shuffle, right? And now we have to deal with you. And you have to deal with life, and you're coming here and telling me it was an opportunity. What are you talking about? It was not an opportunity. It was a result of two people having sex without thinking about it properly.
Your denial of the opportunity is what seems to be the problem now. You can be thankful that you got a chance.
I got a chance. You won the lottery. I got a chance.
You won the lottery.
Won the lottery.
You won the lottery.
What kind of lottery is this? You call this a goddamn lottery? What, where I have to pay for my own existence? I have to work like a slave. As it happens, I don't, but 95% of people do. Work as a slave just to pay for the cost of living. Living? How come living costs? Right? And you call that a lottery win? It's not a lottery win. It's a debt win. The minute you're born... Your debt starting to rise.
You can't die without ever living. And so you have to go through it. And if you blame your existence on others, that I feel sorry for you. Accept your existence, that you are lucky to be here,
No,
to
I'm
have the
not lucky to
opportunity
be
to
here.
inspire
I'm not lucky
others
to be here, and
succeed.
you're just in cloud cuckoo land. You're just
No,
in complete denial about the horrors of existence, right? I'm not lucky to be here. Nobody's lucky to be here. Why are you lucky to be here? I was fine before I was brought here, and I had all these needs. Listen, today I want to tell you something. I'll tell you. So I'll give you one example. Today I went to the goddamn gym, right? It drives me bloody mad. I'm going to the gym, and the guy's running a class, and he's making me do something, and it really hurts. What for? To stop myself falling apart, which I wouldn't have had to do if my mum and dad would have done something else that night. Opportunity. Rubbish. Your life, my friend, and mine is the price we are paying for somebody else's goddamn orgasm.
So why
Isn't
not?
that some sort of
Just as you accept their failure, their failure, from what you've said, is your life.
Correct. That's right.
So
their failure to actually think properly, to think things through logically, which anybody who thinks it through properly with a semblance of intelligence would never bring someone here. Never. Have you brought someone into existence?
Please, sir. Their failure brought you here.
Correct.
And now you have been given years, decades of opportunity to choose
for what?
Your next choice, to change the world, to participate in this shit that you call it.
Yes, but the whole of life is faulty. The whole of life itself is disgusting and an abomination. How can you make an abomination? How can you make the world better? You can't make the world better. The only thing the only thing I can think of doing is just to warn people to stop deluding themselves, stop thinking everything is good, admit that it's actually disgusting, and therefore you would never ever dream of bringing a new sentient being into this madness. Never.
Would you stop?
Have you done
would
that?
You stop?
No, answer me the question first. Have you brought anybody here?
Yes.
That's what makes me worried. How many people have you brought here?
One.
What did you do it for?
Because that is my purpose.
Your purpose for living is to start somebody else's life. That's the only purpose you could find for living, to start somebody else's problems when you haven't even dealt with your own. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you start someone else's problems when you clearly haven't dealt with your own? Talking this nonsense. I believe everything is good. Your life's an opportunity. You sound like one of these new age bullshitters.
I'm sorry. It's kind of a mantra. Learn, do, teach.
Sometimes that doesn't help everyone, you know?
Well, it doesn't help everyone. But learn, do, teach.
Learn, do, teach. Well, judging by how things are, I don't think people, especially leaders of the world, learn much of anything. So,
why are you flooding us with these little sayings that you've learned by heart? Learn, do, teach. Listen, mate, you just said that you brought someone into existence because that's the only thing you could find. That's your purpose, to start someone else's life when you haven't even scratched the surface of your own psyche. What are you doing?
Well, I'm sitting here talking to you.
Yeah. How much work have you done understanding your own problems, dealing with your own addictions, with your own your own compulsions, dealing with your own psyche, your own crazy mind? How much work have you done on that? You need to take care of your inner child, not start somebody else's poor life. How old's this person that you started?
I think you're getting.
Can you tell me how
I think
old
you're
they
getting-
are? Can you give me an
I
idea
think
how
you're-
old they are? Do you mind my
I
asking?
think you're getting beside
By
yourself.
the way, I've done it 3 times, so I'm 3 times as bad as you are. 3 times, so I'm not putting myself above you, right?
I don't think you're bad for doing that.
Good. Well, I do. It's not that I'm bad for doing that. I don't hold myself responsible in total because I was completely brainwashed as a kid, right? And therefore, I had no choice. I wasn't really choosing to do it. I did it because everyone else was doing it, right? So I forgive myself for that, and I forgive you for doing it. I forgive you for doing it too, but I don't forgive you for saying stupid,
did it-
idiotic nonsense
did it
like
because
everything is
it felt
good.
good?
That is a heartless, insane, inane thing to say, right?
You did it because it felt good.
What's that?
You did it because it felt good.
What you mean? I brought them into existence because it felt good.
Yes.
What you mean? Because the sex felt good.
Well, why do you have sex? Why
Yeah.
does sex feel good?
Well, that's a very good question that I've asked many people. You tell me, why does sex feel good?
Because it is the intention. It is the purpose. It was meant to be enjoyable because this is the creation of creators.
Yes, I know.
Creators.
And what's so good about creators? Because the creator of this disgraceful abomination must be the most evil, twisted mind that one can ever manage to think about. Think about what that mind has seen.
You are a creator.
There is such a thing.
You are a creator. And here you are preaching denial of creation.
Yes, I am. I'm saying I'm showing you what creation is for what it really is. It's an abomination, and you've created one of these poor humans. How old is this human? May I ask?
You know, my
how old is
daughter
the human?
is.
Do you mind telling me how old the human is?
My daughter is 7 years old.
7 years old, right? You brought a daughter in. I tell you something. I am more distressed by the fact that I brought a girl in than I brought the 2 boys in. You brought a girl into this state, right? You realize what you've done, the heinousness of what you've done, bringing a girl in. She's going to have periods every month. She's going to be. I've already apologized to my daughter because at the time when she was a little kid, I used to be part of this whole thing about saying, "Oh, you're so pretty. Oh, let's do your hair in bobbles and all that rubbish." Turning them into these little objects that we can all look at and admire and be attracted to, right? That's what you've brought your daughter into. You brought your daughter into probably, unfortunately, a very good chance she's going to be abused. She could be raped. I know it's a terrible thing to say, but that's unfortunately, there's a good chance that something is going to go wrong in that area, right? There's a fair chance she's going to have serious mental health problems. I hope she doesn't. I really, really do. I'm not saying that I wish that upon you, but you have put her in harm's way, yeah, where everything is not good, far from good. It's an abomination. This place is an abomination.
If the question is everything is evil, I say no. I say everything is good.
Yeah,
how does that make sense? How is
You
everything
didn't listen
good?
to a word that I said. It's a joke, DNW. Forget this. It's nonsense. If people can't understand what I'm saying, just move on to the next person. Don't give him any more airtime if I were you.
To me, everything's
Fatima.
like a new. Hello, hi, everyone.
Fatima
Hi.
next. I'll be right
is
back. Fatima, go ahead.
Okay, hi everyone. No, I read the prompt. Is everything evil? I mean, in my opinion, it is. Even though, like, if there was no life on Earth, it wouldn't be evil. So there's that. Like, if I think just plants existed on Earth, there would be no evil then, because, like, I think I associate evil with like the conscious mind. You know, too much consciousness equals a tendency to be evil, with some with some ability to be good. But humans are inherently narcissistic and egoistic in some ways. So yeah, you know, and it's a good allegory to be found in the Bible and Buddhism, and like in some Chinese thought, you know, because in Chinese thought people needed to be reformed socially through, like, you know, institutions. So yeah, it's everywhere. Like a lot of people came to the realization that humans are really inclined to be not so good, and
I
and
have
like
seen this. I have
what?
seen this in the even in the open woods. A plant grows next to another plant. The way the sun shines, one plant grows before another does, and then it grows leaves and it shadows out the other plant. The other plant gets no sunshine,
Yeah.
and then
Now you're just
that
describing
plant
basic
and that
photosynthesis. What are you doing?
right
You're describing basic photosynthesis, which is a
right,
neutral way of
and
doing
then
things.
that plant grows substantially more than the other, and that causes the other plant to what? Wither and die, and to be churned back up into the earth again, to become food for the plant that grows.
Yeah.
So
What?
is that evil?
Yeah, and it happens inevitably, and it's always going to happen
It,
until it's stopped.
is it evil that death occurred, or is
Yeah,
it good? Or is it good that somebody made it?
somebody
Because
made.
if everything is evil, then the growth is evil. But growth is not evil
You
inherent.
get somebody's born with some type of innate badness, and they grow up to be a horrible person, abuser, a sex trafficker, a rapist, a pedophile. I don't think that growth for them was good. I don't think growing things is good. I don't think it's good to grow like bombs underneath a bomb shelter, or like uranium to build hydrogen bombs. I don't think it's good that we grow like poison. That we grow like bombs. So yeah.
And now we have the opportunity to bring things to light. Like I said about the sun reaching the leaves.
Okay.
Those
Who is we? Who is we're gonna bring to light? Because like I'm not sure if you've been noticing, but the powers that be will never think of it. And it's so funny when people say, "Hey, if we just replace these powers that be and we replace our people, there will never be any like we will never be the same as them. There will not be any commonalities between us and our enemies that we like replaced and we should have light on. No, that's never gonna happen. You will end up like that. You will end up as your oppressors. I think.
Yeah. Did you ever read Dante's Inferno?
A while back in high school, we read parts of it. Oh, let me guess. Are you gonna make the analogy that you have to go through hell in order to get through heaven?
Well, you may have an opportunity to suffer so that way there can be light on the other end. You, in your life, may not make it. However, every step that you take creates a path for others.
Yeah, and sometimes the steps I take can be bad. Like I can walk into a car wreck and I die. Like so, was that path good? Because a car wreck happened to me, and I almost like went like lights out. Like almost a year and a half ago. So I don't know, man.
There's
No,
some lovely comments. There's some interesting comments. Can we read the comments?
Okay.
If you
go for it.
if you refuse to risk,
All right.
then
Michael, can you make your final statement on this with a bit of brevity, please? Go ahead. One sentence.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, for sure. If you refuse to risk, then you refuse to gain. And
okay, thank you. Fatima, would you like to read some of the comments then? Danny said he wants some of the comments read out.
Sure, no problem, guys. I'll do it. Okay, who's up first?
I mean, you can go right
actually,
back.
Danny, you read them.
Oh,
Okay.
You want to read them, Danny? Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, you read.
I don't know how far that there's a lot of comments here. So, being born is a death sentence. That's right. Correct. Saying that everything is good is pure grandiosity. I don't know if it's grandiosity. It's just silly. It's just daft and
Delusional.
silly and thoughtless. Humans are born into enslavement. Correct. Absolutely are. That's what
Yeah.
life is. Being in the body is being a slave to your desires, your fears, and those desires and fears are exacerbated by the system which plays on them. Daniel, you miserable, sad. What the fuck has gotten into you, you loser? Says Truth Over Lies 1820. I do agree. I am a loser because I'm alive, and
So
we're
is
all
he. If he's commenting on this, so is he. So I don't know what makes him so special.
true. It's fine. I love that though. I find that really funny. Keep those comments coming. They're really funny because that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't even say that he's a loser because A, number one, we're all losers, and B, the comment stands on by itself. It's its own merit or lack of merit. It's funny. Brother
Yeah.
Marcus says seeker life is one big collective depression. Yes, I would tend to agree, brother.
Yeah. Good job.
My cats are happily napping, not worrying about when their next meal is coming from. Yeah, right. They are, but there's loads of other cats that are out in that are wild stray cats. They can't get food, and they can die from starvation. Anyway,
Yeah.
losers in life equals miserable, depressed, hate life. Winners in life, optimistic, happy, make the best out of opportunities.
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off.
You're in the wrong place, seeker, mate. And you're no seeker, I can assure you. You are not a real seeker, because if you're a real seeker, then you'd be prepared to have a really good look at it all and not be
Seeker, if you are still there, do come on. Link is in the live chat.
and not be toxic with your silly optimism. How optimistic would you be if we spent more time in a children's hospital ward? You'd be optimistic, and you're seeing all children dying and having cancer. Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
The number 0 cannot exist without the number 3, says King is Con. I don't know what you've been smoking, but I would like to try some. JB00, hello JB, I like you. It's not about blaming anybody, it's about seeing clearly and articulating what this is. Exactly, that's true. I don't really blame anyone. I don't blame my parents for bringing me here, but I don't thank them for their foolish act of madness.
Yeah.
Accept it, says somebody. PM Marcus, I can't say I agree, brother. Forget all that. Science is the process to disprove. And they laugh at me when I try and teach them how to manifest their dream lives. Oh, God. He's one of these guys.
Dream lives. What the hell? What the hell?
Dream
what
life.
I don't know what that means. That can mean anything for a lot of people. And sometimes it's not. Like, I'm pretty sure.
Maybe is he offering some coaching services so he can get a dream life?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you can. So then we get the old. Well, you can always opt out comment. Yeah, but I mean, how many times do we have to go back on this one? It's not really that easy to opt out because we've got this. Every cell of our body is infected with DNA, which tries to keep us alive as long as possible. It's not so easy, and we've got lots of connections here, and it has an effect on the people around us, and we don't want to do that.
I just say I'm scared of death as much as I'm weary about life. I'm kind of stuck in a hard place. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Like, I don't like life or death. I didn't ask for life or death.
Fair enough. Haters be hating.
Well, I am pretty misanthropic, so I do be hating sometimes.
That's true. Fair enough. I don't know why hating is given such a bad name. Why shouldn't we be able to hate?
Just Jacob says, you are toxic black holes.
Thank you,
He also says, I don't give a fuck what it is. It's not your job to make it worse. He reckons you're making it worse with your complaining.
How am I making it worse? I'm just saying things. Words only mean things if you give them the power to mean things. You can just tune me out or like, just ignore me, like words only have effects if you take me to heart. If I mean something in your life,
He
you're
says you're
actually
bad
just,
people. You're actually just bad people.
I mean, well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what I did wrong to you personally, Jacob, but I would like to know what I do wrong to you, man. I'm just talking. I'm talking what I
No,
think.
you made it worse. You made it worse, whatever it is.
I guess I'm a cold-hearted son of a bitch then.
It's your energy, according to Truth Over Lies, who says words aren't just words, though. They're also energy. So he reckons you're giving out bad energy, bad vibes, and you're affecting
Bad
reality.
vibes. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm giving out bad vibes.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
we
sorry.
shouldn't.
That's
We
just who I
shouldn't
am.
think about all the terrible things that are going on in life. We shouldn't think
Yeah.
about how the body is vulnerable to terrible illnesses and terrible accidents, two of which I've had in the last 12 months. So we don't make it all negative. Just speak about the nice piece of chocolate cake I had today.
Yeah, just
That
sweep it
makes
under
it
the
all
rug.
better.
Yeah, just sweep everything
Okay.
back under the rug.
I mean, not on the topic of today's show, but I suppose we'll do a brief sideshow. Global Solidarity asks you guys, tell us what you love.
I
There
like
you
to
go.
travel. I like food and traveling, and I like to hear music. There you go. And I like to learn new languages. I'm a big linguistic guy. Yeah, that's what keeps me going. And I guess, yeah, that's about it.
Danny, what do you love?
I'll come back to that. I need to think about that.
Okay.
What do you love?
What do you love, BMW?
Yeah, I love. That's a good question. I think I love. Well, I believe it or not, I did some weird personality test, and I'm an INTP apparently. That's what it came out as. And apparently their brain's all over the place, which makes sense. And they like seeking knowledge. They like trying to find out what's going on. And they are the kind of individuals who think about the next step all the time. They're always preoccupied. They're not just thinking about what is happening. They're thinking about the effects of things. And I suppose, I don't know if I necessarily like that, but that's what I do. I do think about next steps in relation to matters. Sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad. Sometimes it can lead me to catastrophization. Well, a lot of the time. But what do I like? I suppose, if I'm honest, I do like finding out new interesting facts. I do like that. That is one thing I like. I like endorphin boosts, so I like feeling good, exhilarated, happy, ecstatic. I like a good laugh. Although I have to say, I don't laugh as much as I used to, which is sad. But then again, I used to laugh at things I don't find funny anymore, which is interesting. Sorry?
That wasn't the question. The question is, what do you love?
Yeah, I'm trying to say I like laughing.
He's
laughing.
He's answering it.
Yeah.
He's saying I like.
Oh, that's what I meant. Sorry. Yeah. I love the boost that you feel
Like
when you
and
laugh.
love can both mean the same
A good
thing.
belly laugh,
Like and love both mean the same thing in this context. I would think so. I caught.
I also love connection, meaningful connection, where people feel positively connected. Okay, rare, but it does happen sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not something that is an ongoing situation. It's like a second or a few seconds. As I say, when you share a joke or when you say something that makes the other person's mind click, or they say something that makes your mind click, these types of things I like. We have someone called Experimental Telepathy who has joined this show. I'm going to have to put on the newcomer shield. I've never seen this person before. Experimental Telepathy, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. How are you doing?
Hey, it's Retro. We're good.
Oh, it's Retro. Hello, Retro.
Yeah. I'm not here for any
Welcome,
funny
Retro.
business like the guy the other day. No. Just saying that.
Okay, brother, you're looking well today. Retro is our resident animator. He's an artist.
hi.
Would you like to give a quick ad for your channel there, Retro, so people watching can go and look at your work?
Yeah, I've been drawing a lot. So yeah, anybody want to go check out stuff? I definitely have some stuff up. I drew Romeo and Juliet yesterday for Valentine's. That was cool. I mean, just for myself to share with everybody the 1968 version of the couple kissing on the balcony, I think.
Didn't they both commit a mutually agreed ending?
Oh, that's part of my love of the story. Sure, why not? You know, it's just like tumultuous affairs, you know, when you feel really, you know, it's just like anything can be an extreme, even love. Love can cause death to extremes, just like water can cause drowning. You know, so.
Okay. Absolutely. Well, where can they go find your work, Retro? That's what can you get that in quickly, please?
Yeah.
My last name or this Retro Doomsday Simulation Theory is my YouTube page, and Roman
Retro
Cult.
Doomsday Simulation. Retro Doomsday Simulation on YouTube. Okay,
Yeah,
buddy.
and
I want to read out this comment.
Go
ahead.
Roman Cult is what my rendered art is usually under, and I also draw almost 1 to 2 drawings 3 times, sometimes a day.
I'll tell you what. Write it in the YouTube comments, and I'll share it here on the screen. Okay. I just want to read this comment. This user here, Solo Dolo, says, Mr. Solo Dolo says, when he's depressed, he speaks and feels like Danny is now. And when he comes out the other side, he sees the beauty in absolutely everything. And he breathes in love as much as he can. So basically, Danny, he's saying you are being infected with a depressive toxicity. You are ill. You're mentally ill, and you need to be healed because you're just not seeing. You should be out there breathing in all the love around you.
All the love.
Listen, I tell you something. I do. No. Hold on a second. I do resonate with some of that because I have to admit that although it's been a long time, right?
Nice.
They're very nice. When I take MDMA, that is how I feel for a few hours.
Oh, nice, Danny.
Yeah. So I would highly recommend taking MDMA. Obviously, only where it's legal. Obviously, because it'd be terrible to do it where it's illegal. But yes, so that you can fool yourself into thinking that everything is beautiful and breathe in the love as much as you can. I mean, the only problem with that idea is that, what happens when you encounter some of the intense suffering in the world, and then what you breathe in the love then as well. Everything's beautiful. Really,
just don't breathe in my farts.
Including a beheaded baby. Is that beautiful?
If you live in India,
their legs blown off, or someone has had a leg cut off because they had diabetes.
Oh yeah,
you find that beautiful.
Yeah, fine. And also,
can you not see the beauty in the fact that someone they got their leg chopped off? If they didn't get their leg chopped off, they would have died horrifically. Now they get to go around breathing in the love with one leg.
If you live in India, you're not breathing in love. You're breathing in like human waste in the street and
toxic fumes.
Yes, in India in Lagos, Nigeria. If you live in Somalia, the only thing you're breathing in is ammo and gunpowder.
Have you ever been to these places that you are speaking so lowly about? I mean, if you haven't been there, you're relying on secondhand information. Be careful.
Shut up.
They may well be utopias. You don't know. You haven't been there.
Actually, DNW. You mentioned that these states are bad because of outside forces out of their control as well. I recognize that. I sympathize with these people, but at the same time, they they need to be, you know, like, because look at the country of China. China was once a poor, rural, peasant, agrarian society without much infrastructure and industrialization. Now it's on par with America, and not more in some ways. And then we have the Singapore, which was like just like a port colony, and now it's like the most friendly business high tech city in the world. So it's possible to be like a country outside of the West and be good.
Okay. Guys, I want to say, anybody watching, please come on. The conversation needs to
Mr.
evolve.
Solo's back. Mr. Solo's back. He
What's
said,
he
"We
saying?
are all yin and yang, and life is bliss and suffering." Oh, I feel at most peace when I stop taking it all so seriously and see things without my mental labeling and personal subjective BS. Oh, where did you pick that up? That sounds like Eckhart Tolle or something.
Eckhart Tolle.
Rubbish.
He's a sham.
Look. He spent about 5 years being miserable, sitting on park benches, you know, and then he realized there's no point in worrying about the past, you know. There's no point in worrying about the future. Just concentrate on the now.
Yeah,
and
he's £100 million better off now.
Yeah, and he's been writing books about that sentiment ever since. How to think about now, but the bizarre thing is, you never actually experience now. You only ever experience the past, because there is a slight delay between your sensory appreciation of matters, and the actual reality outside. Anyway, you know, maybe he should write another book called The Power of Near Now.
Yeah, exactly.
How about The Power of Then?
However, DNW, I will give Eckhart Tolle some credit. He's great at marketing, because his name is literally from a famous philosopher and theologian, Meister Eckhart, who is very.
That's right. It's not his real name. Yeah, that you're right.
Yeah, so he is great at freaking like promoting himself in his influence, in his new age influence. Very good. Yeah. Almost kind of teetering towards like con man, but I wouldn't say that much, you know.
No, he may well believe. I mean, it may be
he is a super con man. He's a con man of the highest order. Total and utter scam.
Yeah, could be.
I mean, it may well be true that if you concentrate on the now, you will feel better. But you know, I don't think that's a long-term strategy. You can't just sit around concentrating on the now. You know,
so maybe I am right in my
you have to think about what might happen in the future, and you have to think about what happened in the past to try and make sure you don't continue down that path, or you don't repeat it. But you know, when you're catastrophizing or you're ruminating on negative things, maybe thinking about now is a positive thing. So you can think about the fact that you are ruminating about negative things. Then it becomes a vicious cycle of, you know, I am not thinking about the past where bad things happened. I am in the present moment thinking about bad things that happened. I am not in the past experiencing bad things. I am now thinking about bad things that have happened. I want to welcome.
Thank you, Guru DNW.
Thank you, Guru DNW.
By the way, guys, someone who has the philosopher beard has been very quiet for a long time, and I do want to get a word in from Paul, because he is regular here.
Yeah.
And Paul, I'm sorry if you feel like you've walked into a madhouse.
No, it's all right. No, it's all right. I'm not very good when it comes to debating. I mean, you know, I kind of keep quiet, but I'm quite okay being quiet. But what's what I wanted to pick on that, though.
Have you learned anything? Have you been inspired to say anything? By the way, Steppenwolf, you're in the back room, but you need to connect your devices. You need to give permission for your microphone and camera. Not that you have to turn your camera on, but you have to give permission for them to actually be able to come on the stream. So go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, the last I wanted to just mention that, actually, when you're talking about being a peasant, because I think really what they mean, I don't know whether they specify it properly, but it just means to attend. So if you're attending, it's not really in the paused moment, it's just being attentive as it flows as such, rather than disappearing back into your own thoughts. And I mean, you can clearly see when you disappear into your own thoughts, you're not attending anymore. but it's about attending. But then, you should really disappear into your thoughts sometimes. Sometimes you do have to look into the past. Sometimes you do have to think about the future and so on. But I think they're just really referring to trying to stay attended all the time, really. I think that's the idea of it.
Indeed. I mean, this is it. You do have to, everything in moderation, I suppose. I mean, if
Hello.
you sat around, sorry, I think it's a meditation tool. The power now to me is a meditation tool. It's not a way of living.
I think that attending is really meditation. Yeah, it's pretty much meditation. To attend to actually, well, if you're attending, I mean, constantly I'm watching this just flow past without disappearing into my own thoughts, then I'm meditating. I'm observing what's happening. It's only when I go into my own thoughts that I become unconscious and not with it, and I'm not meditating.
Interesting. And can I ask one question before we welcome the newcomer? Paul, how do you feel that we live in existence where you have to retreat into meditative states of escapism in order to stay sane and live a good life?
Well, I mean, why shouldn't we be? Why shouldn't we be like that all the time? Really, I think we're conditioned from very, very young, very young, and we find this safe place in our thoughts rather than attending. We have a very short attention span, so meditating kind of gives us a stronger attention to be able to stay with it rather than disappearing into our own psychological security all the time. I think it's a bloody shame, really, because the amount of people who are just trapped in their own head. And when you're trapped in your own head, you're seeking sensation all the time. That's where selfishness comes from, because, you've starved of sensation, so you're always trying to take too much and nothing's enough. So, in a sense, none of us are really living to our full extent. We're trapped in our own head as such.
Thank you for that. I want to welcome Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to add to the conversation?
Hiya. It's actually Eckhart Tolle. When you surrender to the present moment, you can find God, because God is surrendering.
Oh no!
No, I'm just.
What do you mean by God?
Are
you a stand-up comedian?
Yeah.
Cue the sinking ship and the violinist.
Personalizing him because I saw a couple of videos. Just
I see. I see. You're impersonating him.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
That's
You
right.
kind of got us worried there for a second. I was about to like.
No, carry on. I quite like that. Go on.
Because meditation, it's not about stillness or closing your eyes. Meditation is just about surrendering, and surrendering is being at the present moment.
Okay.
When I'm in my LA villa,
I think you should consider being a guru. I think you've got it.
I think you should.
You do very well.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Be careful when you're at the traffic lights, though. You don't surrender too much.
In some ways, I would say that
someone behind you might bib the horn or get out and smash your car with a hammer for not moving.
Meep meep.
Yes. Ooh, road rage.
I mean,
in some way, I would say that. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, in some way, I would say that being in the present moment is kind of with God, but obviously you'd have to define exactly what you would call as God. But if we said God was everything, and if I said that I'm attentive all the time, then I'm attentive to everything. But the moment I'm not attending, then I'm not attending with God as such. So, it depends on what you want to call God in a sense.
Okay. Now, the Steppenwolf. The question is, as I said, it's just an icebreaker. It's just something to get the brain going. The question is everything evil? Would you like to just see where your mind wanders with an attempt to answer that question? Is everything evil?
I don't know. I would say I would say like 50-50, but it's more. I mean, in a sense, everything is pointless at the end of the day. But that's the beauty of it.
What's the beauty of it?
That's the beauty of it. To reckon that it is a prison planet, and the moment that you I don't want to sound like Eckhart Tolle, but the moment that you reckon that it is a prison planet, and you have to take responsibility and make good decision to not to avoid reckless behavior.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you can't mock Toll too much, because in many ways, going within when you're stressed, going within on a daily basis, and meditating on just the now is a source of contemplation, is a source of trying to get new ideas, new inspiration, but also it's a way perhaps of using your intellect, to see through the illusions of reality, to see through and to realize that the past was a lot of bullshit, the future might be a lot of your aims and aspirations might be bullshit. So just concentrate on the now and what you're feeling in the present moment and what is important to you in this moment, and see where it takes you.
It's distraction, but the fact that we can't face reality as it is, which is horrible and horrific. We have to distract ourselves with stories. I'm not I didn't fell from the sky today to deliver this message, obviously. So it's just distraction,
The sky might be falling.
So, coming back to you, sir, Paul.
Yes.
Right. Do you think you're awake?
Well, what do you mean by awake?
Well, you used the term in the first place, which is how we started.
Yeah, I know, but I described what I meant by how I used it. I used it in the sense that there's a particular type of intelligence, which when you have that type of intelligence, then you don't really fall back into typical conditioned patterns.
Right.
So on that basis, then I would say that I would probably have that particular type of intelligence. Yeah.
Right. And just the other important question is: have you created any humans?
Have I created any human? No, I haven't.
I'm working on Pinocchio, and he's going to be a real boy.
Thank you for that. Why didn't you do it?
Sorry?
Why didn't you do it?
Why didn't I bring anybody in?
Yeah.
Well, it never really happened for me. When I was younger and delusional, I did actually want kids. But now that I'm, dare I say, awake now without you picking on me, now I kind of wouldn't want to, if I'm honest. And I hear this from a lot of people that I speak to. Younger people, actually, a lot of younger people say, I wouldn't want to bring my children into this world. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not saying right or wrong for either of them, but I do hear quite a few people say it.
Yeah, I say it.
The popular request here is don't bring your kids.
No, you don't say social experiment.
I'm not against it as such. I know what the idea is, that we're bringing kids into a pretty screwed up society.
How can you not be against it, Paul? How can you not be against it? You're not. To me, you're not awake.
Who am I?
You're not against.
Who am I?
Hey, that's why I'm here. We're going to talk about
Who
AI
am
now.
I? What do you mean, who am I? Are you against child rape?
I'm saying, who am I to make that decision?
What do you mean, who are you to make a decision? It's nothing to do with a decision. You're not making a
I'm
decision.
saying I'm
Are
saying I'm not for it.
Are you against
saying,
child rape? Yes or no?
Am I against child? Obviously.
Yes, thank you. Well, then you should say the absolute same thing about reproduction, because it's 100 times worse, because it leads to all of those things, plus child rape and all the rubbish, and the diseases and the death, right? So you should say, obviously.
Now, and it leads to our taxes being paid.
The real question,
our economy working.
Danny, I want to hear how you answer this one. Now, you may well ask Paul, has he ever created life? And he may not have done so directly via his loins, but I think it's a little bit myopic not to consider the effect of his life on life as a phenomenon. So by living at all in some way, he may have influenced others to create life. He may well be a causal factor in others creating life. So what do you say to that, Danny? That you're asking him if he's created life, and maybe the problem is it's not as simple as to say that the creation of life is all down to whether he inseminated in some a lady. Maybe he created life by supporting the system, or even by detaching from the system and moving backwards and away from it. Because in a sense, he opened up an opportunity for another man to take a woman he could have taken. I'm just saying, this is a deeper level, perhaps. What do you think of that?
Deeper level. It's a load of nonsense. Just stop moving.
Let AI have kids for you instead.
Exactly. Let AI have kids for you. Leave the guy alone, right? Paul is a great man. He's one of the angels in society. He's not brought any people in. He just needs a little bit of nudging to get over to the reality that he should be a completely and utterly obvious to you, Paul. Absolutely blindingly obvious that it's a heinous crime to bring someone here. A heinous crime. Nobody has the right to do it. Nobody has a good reason to do it. It's completely unnecessary to create a new set of needs. It's not necessary, right? And it's not right. It's
like I say, I don't disagree with that. I see exactly where you're coming from with what you're saying. But I'm still nobody to say that none of us should bring. I can't say that. I can't say that.
Why?
I can agree with you. I mean, some children have great lives. Some children grow up and live till they're older.
Why have you not? Well, who is anybody to say they should bring someone here?
Well said, Truth Ovaries. I see you in the comments.
What's that? Who is it to say that you should?
I mean, you're saying, who am I to say? What's it got to do with?
I'm saying, who am I to say? I'm saying, who am I to say whether we should or we shouldn't? I mean, some people are parents and they say, well, I should bring children. Why not?
Do you think? Some people may be parents, and why not? Yeah, and you should be able to say, I'll give you 1,000 reasons why not. There's many reasons why not, right?
Well, I'm afraid that
to say it's just nonsense. It's cowardly. It's nonsense. It's nothing to do with who are you. It's to do with are you prepared to say the truth? And the truth of the matter is, it's an abomination. Life is an abomination. It's disgusting. The human body is pathetic, right? And it's subject to all sorts of terrible pains sometimes. Sometimes those pains can be chronic, mental or physical. And it's an abomination to bring someone here. Simple. Truth. Tell the damn truth.
So the trouble is, though, we don't bring people in here, and then that's it. Done. Ended. Finished.
Yes.
No more.
Fantastic.
No more humans.
Does Against Life want to come on here? Link is in the live chat.
What would he do? He would just be asked about his children philosophy.
Sorry, there's a good comment here. Some good comments here. If someone wants to read them.
That's Fatima's job.
Okay.
Can you show them on the screen, DNW, each one?
I mean, I don't know which ones are good.
I'm sending them to you via telepathy. Got it?
Okay. I'll try
Okay,
to
so
read.
Nibbles.
Most people can't handle the truth and avoid the objective inquiry. Yeah, okay, if it's really okay. Life is the root cause of all problems. Yes, life.
Yes, correct.
Yes, I agree. Danny is not nihilistic. He says breeding is full of meaning, negative value. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yep.
The world has always been shit. Yeah, because animals eat each other.
Yep.
I'm here to talk about like evolution and AI. So to me, it's like, what were we without mirrors? You know,
Yeah.
our outfits didn't match before we had mirrors. You know, we didn't have. You know, so to me, AI is just that. That's all this is. It's a mirror, but the government sees it as something else. No, it's the genie in the bottle that has Superman vision to the government now. So all they're trying to do, the main goal with AI, actually, if y'all don't know, is to settle the quantum computer debate, where they can, you know, mess with the qubits and get them to be stabilized within a quantum system. And once they do that, they can hack any system. And there's nothing that can stop them. They can steal every Bitcoin in the world. Okay, so this is like the end goal with this system, but people should be using it for, I think, benevolent things, because I think in the long run, you know, all systems will fail except for the beauty we end up creating and the designs we do and the architecture and outline we make for a future society. So, I mean, that's not who our government is. That's our job. You know, the government's never created anything.
Is this on topic? Can you bring it back to the topic of is everything evil? Sorry, that's what
yeah. I didn't think, you know, to me, we're always talking about the children thing. So yeah, the everything evil thing. I was talking about, like, so AI is like a mirror, right? So mirror on the wall. So it actually is a good thing to have a reflection of yourself and see who you really are. Say you know, your best friend's never honest with you and you have mud on your face. So I'm saying an AI could be more honest than a human as a third party and explain something about yourself you wouldn't understand from the outside, you know, from the inside.
Unless it's been programmed to be a sycophantic,
yeah, Gemini is pretty good so far, y'all. I've just used the Llama and Gemini models, but I've slowed down my Llama because they wiped the memory. So, I mean, my Gemini works really well, and it keeps up with me. It can look at YouTube videos, you know, and and you can train it that way and tell it what you're interested in, and it can look at you. You get what I'm saying? So you can say, you can set a deadline for it and say, 6 months ago, how was I acting? You get what I'm saying, y'all? And it will tell you the difference. So it's just like your friends don't tell you.
Thanks
so
for
it's
that.
not
I
even.
just want to read this comment here, Retro. What if reincarnation is true and we have to keep creating humans so people can ascend to a next better realm? I mean, there is that idea, but then there's also the view that a lot of reincarnation-based belief seems to be about escaping suffering and talking about not coming back here. A lot of it, not all of it. And if that is the case, then you know, maybe they could argue that creating life is karmically being involved in the causation of suffering. So that they could argue that if you really are spiritual and you want to escape suffering, then maybe you should try your utmost to not be the first causation of it. You know, I don't know. That's what they might say. I'm not saying I agree with that, but I've heard that as a rebuttal. What do you think of that, guys? That question: what if reincarnation is true and we have to keep creating humans so people can ascend to a next better realm?
Well, I obviously don't believe in it because I don't do metaphysics like that. So reincarnation, I haven't seen any strong convincing to believe in that, and like a better realm. Doesn't this person just mean
No, I'm
heaven?
not asking you that. I'm asking you like hypothetically. You don't have to say whether you believe it or not. I'm just saying, just grant that it is.
It aligns with the Kali Yuga, doesn't it? The Kali Yuga theory, because we'd all be here for 432,000 years, being recycled until we have to exit. So I think the comment does line up with certain spiritual beliefs that, you know, do align with people that exist, and I get what they're saying there. And but some people think we're slaves to the afterlife, meaning we're forced into it and it's a trap. It's a soul trap. Don't go to the light. But I actually think the comment kind of explains it in a way, or I feel like, you know, I don't know if y'all have heard of the exegesis thing where basically hell and heaven had that war in the Bible, right? But don't think about it as the Bible. The winners always write the history. Okay, who do you think won? Okay, it was not the good guys. So all the angels' wings were clipped, not just one. All of them fell. That's us. That's human beings. And so we are here until we get our wings back, whatever that means, you know. So it's just like in that way, it's called exegesis. That I kind of agree with that comment.
Thank you for that. I want to invite Truth Over Lies on. Gary, do come on and let us know what you're on about. We would be appreciative of your, submission to things. Right. Freedom Awaits says this whole place is a trick. Well, what kind of a trick? A party trick? A magic trick? I mean, is it a good trick? A bad trick? Tell us. Right, there's quite a lot of comments here, guys.
Yeah, people are
Against Life says saying that we have to create people for reincarnation purposes is a breeder's desperate cope for a reason to breed. Now they're using the word breeders. Apologies to any of you who feel particularly affected by that description.
I beg your pardon. Apologies to anyone that's offended. What are you talking about? These disgusting subhumans, right? Breeders. I hope they should be offended. They're the ones that are the greatest offence known to mankind, these breeders.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. You know, where is the humanity?
That's the finding.
Not in the breeders. It's not in the breeders. The humanity's not in the breeders.
Okay, well, anyway, Against Life, do you want to come on here and let us know what you're on about? Basically, everybody in the live chat, the link is there. So come on and have your say. Don't be just hiding in the live chat. You are, being very active there, but come on and give your opinion.
Be in the front line.
Well, about reincarnation, we're all here at different times, and some people don't know why there's a tragedy or a car accident, someone dies at a young age, but it's stuff we don't understand about the cycles themselves and the souls. Say I lived, in the 1850 and whatever, I got killed in the Civil War or some crap, that, whoever I was hanging out with then, if we die at different times, it keeps recycling, and you don't always live at the same time as someone that was right beside you at a previous life. So that person can catch up to you with a tragedy. Do you understand? Like, they get hit by a car to catch up, so y'all synchronize better in less lifetime.
Interesting. Now, the original commenter, Ferreld, says they're not offended by what Against Life said when she called them people who procreate breeders. But they say they're not offended, and it's a good point. Maybe we do need to try and justify ourselves in relation to procreation, and maybe it is all just a cope for what we do. Okay. I have a newcomer here. Trials, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say?
Well, I was more just interested in the context of the show. Is this just us kind of saying, Danny Shine, why are you so against, procreation?
Well, we can't. If you want to
we
put
know
it like
why. He'll go on for hours about it.
Well, of course. But okay, with westernized people, is it specifically you're against them procreating, or is it everyone?
Everyone, absolutely, everyone and anybody, unless somebody can give me a good reason why they should. I mean, have you done it?
I mean,
have you done it?
I can give you a good reason why westernized.
Why you should. I'm not interested in
no,
you.
No. Let's stick with westernized civilization.
No.
Decline of certain races within that civilization.
What the hell?
I beg your pardon?
Is this the Great Replacement theory?
Well, I don't know what I can say and what I cannot say on this channel.
Just call it the Great Replacement if that's what you believe in.
I will say, Trials, don't say anything that's illegal. It's simple.
Well, obviously, and I'm trying my best not to. But it's very hard to when we're living in a country that's governed by.
So, Trials, are you telling? Look, we'll keep it.
You guys right now.
Okay? Are you saying that you are in favor of people breeding or procreating simply because certain identities, certain let's just say certain
It's a tough
ethnicities or
question, isn't it?
certain ethnicities, nationalities have to continue existing. Are you saying
Certain
that is?
demographics of people procreate more. Now, is that because they don't have contraception, or is that because that is, just how their nature is? Is it because
It's usually not a demographic like we would think.
point two? Is it because Westernized people have been completely and utterly just destroyed by goy-stop pornography and everything else? That now it's sorry.
What
I
pornography?
just said, because I've heard like a 1
I think it's an
billion times
educational
over.
gap. I don't think it's exactly cultural. I think it's educational gaps that cause the what you're talking about.
Are you from 4chan?
No, 4chan's not dead, but I'm not.
So
Sam Hyde's right there.
Listen, you were getting away from the issue, right? That I'm not even going to bother with that stupidity. With that stupidity about argument about you're going to bring some child into existence because you want more X people than Y people, white people than black people, Jewish people than non-Jewish people, Muslims and non.
Well, hold up. Jewish people only account for like 1%, so they say, but in actual fact, it's less than. A lot of survivors.
If one of each is sitting around a table at the end of the world, and there's only one bullet and one gun, and God says they all have to kill each other, and he'll work for the one that's left. Who lives? You know, it's just like it never really matters when you come down where religion and race actually does not matter. So it's just like at the end, if you're all playing Russian roulette, you're all people. It doesn't matter. You're sitting at the same darn table, you know? It's like I don't think I believe in that stuff no more. It's just people are people, and I'm kind of tired of the demographic and the stereotype of the media even separating us, because we're either the ruling class of these people on the island that are take advantage of us all, or the rest of us that has been made to fight and bicker over what color their shoestrings are.
Hey, why are we going off the subject, right? The main subject is life.
I think that Danny, I'll get to the crux of that. Danny,
life abominable. Forget all
basically
this white people and black people.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have come in with that, and I apologize.
No.
Stop running.
Danny, he's basically come on here.
I'm interested in you. It's you that's important. Anybody that's listening, and you in particular.
Danny, you're the one that's been spouting it through a megaphone for the past like 7 years.
Do you have any justification for you impregnating a poor woman?
A poor woman?
Yes, a poor woman.
Why would you say that she's poor?
Because she'd be poor if she got pregnant. She'd be a loser.
Why would she be a loser? Why would a pregnant woman
make her a loser?
Because she's your child.
Isn't that extremely misogynistic of you to suggest?
We are misanthropic. What do you expect?
And, I'm not misogynist. I'm misanthropic. Don't you throw that at me.
Fatima, let Danny and Charles speak for a while, please. Don't butt in.
Okay, sorry.
I am not a misogynist. I am a misanthropist.
Okay.
Please don't get that wrong. Number one. Number two, I'm more than that. I am. As I've said earlier on, I regard life as an abomination. In fact,
right.
Such an abominable thing.
That's
the
fine.
word abomination.
You're upset with yourself. You're upset with the things that you've done in life. You're upset with the way that the world's panned out.
No, I've had a very good life. Thank you very much.
The whole world.
I've had an amazing life. Most people would die for the life that I've had. I've had an amazing life, right? I've got very, very little to complain about, but I've seen what's going on around me. The nature of life itself is an abomination. And anybody
who's responsible for the abomination that is now life, then, Danny? Who is responsible?
It's not. It's built into life itself. We're talking about the animals. They destroy each other. They leech each other alive. Humans are subject to illness, disease, decay, and end up dying in horrible.
That's keep the genetic code strong, isn't it? Just like the wind blows the trees, and if you don't have wind, the trees are too weak to grow.
Oh, lovely. That's fine then.
Like the
That's
birds
wonderful.
and the bees.
So they're strong.
You know, how about pollinization?
Trials.
Like,
Trials. You
I'm
said
very
some
sorry.
things
I'll
there.
mute myself now.
No,
I've
no.
said my piece.
No. Trials. What philosophy would you suggest Danny should follow? That I mean, and please, I know you've come on here with a particular angle.
Yeah,
but please
obvious.
don't.
No, I
You've
didn't come
already
on
had.
here
I'm
with
going to warn
much
you. You
of
already
an
said
angle.
one word I should have kicked you off for because I don't. I like free speech, but I don't want my channel to be taken down because someone said.
100%, and I do apologize, and that's why I've been very careful with the words that I pick. But yeah,
What philosophy would you suggest he should follow to see the world in a different light? To see the world in your light?
To see the, I don't know. Shoot. That's a real tough question, isn't it? Really?
Oh no, I'm just turning Charles. Danny is saying he wants all people to stop breeding, and I'm asking you, just reverse that.
Oh right.
Why
okay.
do you think you? Why do you? And I'm not asking you to pick a certain demographic.
That's fine.
I'm
Okay,
asking you, why should humanity continue procreating?
Well, why do like bees pollinate?
Why
this is your time to speak. I
going?
don't want to. You could. I know what you're saying. You're saying it's just nature, but please,
Yeah,
you've got the mic, so just continue to talk. Don't leave a gap
Okay,
before
so
silence.
you know, bees pollinate, therefore keeps the world going. You need people, no matter what race, creed, culture, whatever it is they're coming from. You need things to keep on going. However, like what Mr. Shine here is saying, and he's been saying it for a long time, and there's been points, and you know, he's made some darn good ones over the years. I've listened to him rant at Speaker's Corner, and
oh, really?
interesting fellow. Say the least. More interesting than the other groups that hang out at Speaker's Corner nowadays. I'll give him his, dues. But like, yeah, I just don't see a point in like fixating upon the fact that we now need to just stop breeding as human beings. Like, is his end game a cult of all people? And what we just stop procreating? I mean, I understand the idea of we shouldn't be having children out of wedlock. We shouldn't be, going out on a Saturday night and getting all, what's the word? Lubricated, libationed. And then, like, getting your end away with some bird and all of that, single mothers, and it's a travesty, absolute travesty. But I do not see an issue with a couple who are willing to bring up some children on this planet, whether they be white, brown, black, yellow, orange, purple.
Yeah,
whatever.
make it meaningful and love everybody. That's what you do.
Exactly, and just have a bit of love.
Love don't live here,
So-
Jack.
Okay, it's about love then. Trials. I wasn't here yesterday, but we did have a show
Sorry,
yesterday
if
where
anyone got a bucket, please get me a bucket. I'm feeling really, really nauseous.
Yeah.
Right.
Trials.
Think of anything
Trials.
more
Yesterday,
nonsensical
topic
than
of love came up on the show. I wasn't here for it, but
I wasn't
believe
here either.
people gave their interpretation of what love means. Would you like to? You said we should continue for love. What is love to you, Trials?
How about the love of life? How about the love of maybe trying to make things better? I don't know. Maybe we
Okay.
have screwed up. Maybe Mr. Shine has a lot of correct thoughts of, well, it is all completely and utterly a wreck right now. But that's not to blame the children on. And I think there's been a massive disconnection with like
the children.
people.
It's not the children, it's the parents.
Exactly, but
It's the parents. That's all that you
what's left
blame.
after the parents?
All of
then?
your
Children.
problems are because your dad lost control of his weapon of mass destruction and he
All right,
jumped
Danny.
at your mum. That is why
Danny. Charles has said we should continue for the love of life. That's his opinion. What do you say to that?
the love of life. How
Love
can
of life.
anybody with a clear mind love this life? How can you love it? That means you love rape, you love murder, you love mental health problems, you love cancer, you love politicians, you love politicians, you love the law.
No, it's called having a love of nature, having a love of beauty.
Oh, nature.
Having a love
Oh
of
my God, yeah,
humanity.
even
I
worse.
suppose.
Nature's
Humanity.
even worse. Nature. Nature's the most awful, sadistic horror field out there in nature.
Yeah.
Underneath the surface, billions and trillions of
but
animals.
natural
eat each
selection
other
would
alive,
take out
being
the ones that
tortured.
don't deserve to be around. If
I
it was
beg your
down to
pardon?
nature and if we weren't living in this technocratic system and we weren't all with our little goy toy mobile phones and all of that.
Calm down, Chad.
Now that's
Dad loves all
another.
of you.
Look, I'm honestly going to have to say I don't stand by that. So, I'm not Jewish, but you can't say that on this channel. We can't say the N word. We can't say lots of words here. So please don't say these types of words.
No,
Obviously,
it's quite funny that he's all
He's
set
being
up on
bold
that
right
run.
now. Honestly, I
That's
kind of
all-
respect.
Let him say that stupid nonsense. It just it gives
it's
him.
fine.
It's
It's
a
fine.
good.
You
No,
know,
it's a good. It's good. It exposes.
I mean, YouTube may not like it,
exposes the smallness of the brain when you start speaking like about that, because that's rubbish. That's
No,
nonsense.
let's get back to his point. What he said that
Love
was interesting.
is the answer.
Charles, you said certain people don't deserve to be here. I found that quite.
I didn't
let's
say
just
certain people don't deserve to be here.
You said. Well, you did. You said natural selection means that.
Yeah,
Ones that
natural
don't deserve to
selection
be.
would be natural selection. So
You
that,
said
that
some that
really
don't
would
deserve to be
like,
here get taken out. So would you that sounded a bit harsh in terms of nature. So you view it as a good thing that, for example, animals are attacked and eaten. You see that as a good thing
Probably
because they don't
it's a
deserve to
natural
be here.
occurrence.
They don't
It's a
deserve to be
natural
here.
occurrence, you know. I mean, like a fox eats a rabbit.
Yeah,
That's not good.
Where does
True.
this viewpoint begin and end?
No,
I mean,
okay, it's not good.
would you say? No, I'm asking. Where does it begin and end in terms of? Do you see humans who attack other humans and kill them as good because the killer survives, and the one that dies, well, that they didn't deserve to be here.
We see that all the time with the wars and the conflicts that are going on around the world.
So you see that as good?
I don't see it as good. I see it as unfair. I see it as a meat grinder. I see it as a lot of poor young men being put into something that has been fabricated.
So you'd like to prevent that?
I mean, ideally, but how would I? How could I?
Okay, that's good.
By not having kids.
I don't breathe. No.
You gotta love this guy. He does
Chronic
stick with it.
masturbation.
I mean,
Yep. Truffle and only fans, and you'll be all right.
Yeah. Where's
Can
your
I ask
OnlyFans, Danny?
Steppenwolf,
Where's
have you
your
got anything?
OnlyFans? Are you selling foot photos on OnlyFans, Danny?
What the?
Steppenwolf, have you got anything to say to Trials?
Jawohl. Das ist ein gutes Speech. Jawohl. Dankeschön für
All
what
I
you
can say is
said.
God bless you all. I just thought I'd jump in because I saw Mr. Shine going on about how we all need to not have kids anymore, and I just thought it was funny. It'd be worth a chuckle for a few minutes.
Oh, of
I think
course.
I'm off, and I'm just going to watch in the background. But yeah,
Yeah.
unless you
watch
have any
what?
more questions for me, like
Does anybody have a question for Trials, seeing as he has come on here? He's bothered to come on. Link is in the live chat for anybody else who does want to come on.
Not much to say.
Has he had any kids?
do come up.
Has he had any kids?
Question it.
Have you had any kids, Trials, or do you intend on having them?
I do not intend on having children. No. However, like that doesn't mean that people should be told not to.
What?
Hold on a second. Do you intend not to have children?
I just think I'm past that age, buddy.
How old are you?
Approaching 40.
Oh no, that's never too late.
You're 40 and you talk like that.
Oh, wow.
Danny had
Wow,
one.
hold
Danny,
up,
Danny,
hold
you-
up, hold
Danny,
up.
you-
Clip it. Someone clip it.
Yeah, someone do flip it. Why haven't you had a vasectomy?
Oh, Danny. Yeah,
Why have you not had a vasectomy? I will pay for your cab to and from the vasectomy. I'll get you an Uber X.
But I got a question
I
for
wouldn't use
trials.
your
Actually,
Uber,
I got a
dude.
question for trials. As a British, how could you be, you know, like embracing a certain ideology that was, you know,
freedom of
as
thought?
yeah, you know, I'm just asking, you know.
I just have freedom of thought.
Okay, right. Okay. No, I'm just
I don't
asking
think there's
because
anything
I'm
wrong with
living in a
that.
German country, you know, Swiss German country, so you know, I know how it works.
All right, yeah, fair enough. You must love that song, Erica. I think it's a bit of a banger myself.
Oh boys, no Eric
all
is
right,
here.
I have a question. I have a question.
Right, anyways, I want to say
question.
thank you to the host. God bless you all. And yeah, good luck.
Trials,
have a good one.
before you go, if you want to have one more question answered, I'd appreciate it. Where do you see human life going in the short term, mid term, and long term?
Transhumanism. You're all gonna. Well, that's already kind of in the mix. Maybe I'm a conspiracy theorist, but yeah, I think that they're gonna turn the 6G on, and a lot of people are gonna basically just become robots. If I'm honest, you see it around you as it is now. With
So,
their
do you
mobile
think
phones.
what likelihood would you put on that if you were a betting man? I'm not saying you are, but if you were,
Well, recent releases of certain files from, you know,
yeah,
I don't know what I'm
yeah.
allowed to say and what I'm not, but you know,
No, I know
7 million
what you mean.
pages
I'm
old.
from the country
Well,
that
we
has
know,
those.
we know, Mr.
If
Evil,
you look
Mr.
into the
Evil. Call him
eugenics,
Mr.
and
Evil.
specifically if you were to search those files for things like eugenics and things along the lines of, it might lead you down a different rabbit hole rather than caring about what celebrities want you to know.
So,
Maybe,
Charles,
if you
given
look
the
into like the fact that like everyone in Silicon Valley and it's all
it's
I
fucked.
don't.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
I kind of feel that you're all going to get implanted with some brain.
One second,
chip,
what's wrong
maybe.
with eugenics? What's wrong with eugenics? I don't really understand.
What's wrong with eugenics? That's a loaded
Well, I
question.
suppose it depends on who's deciding, because someone might just decide that their genes are superior to others, but their genes may
What
not
does
have
eugenics mean?
good
What does
utility.
eugenics mean?
It means good genes.
Good, yeah, good. That's correct.
Yeah, but that's a question of that's a perspective, you know.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not.
It is
not.
actually.
No, it's
because,
not.
for example, Epstein probably thought he had good genes, but he was a pedophile.
Example,
He was probably carrying
it's not
genes
good-
for being a pedophile.
It's not good
So it
genes.
depends on who's making the evaluation. It depends on who's
Well,
making the
to a
evaluation. That's the
degree,
problem.
possibly, but who cares? What do you care?
No, I'm just saying. I personally think it's problematic because it may well be that the person making the evaluation on what is good is not right. You know, and that's a huge discussion. But in terms of trials, you paint a very bleak presentation of what you think will happen in this world, and you seem to say it's going to happen with some certainty. Does that not give you?
I believe it's already happening in a way.
Yeah. Look, I would say I am on board with you. Unfortunately, but does that not give you some sympathy for Danny's view that people should stop bringing people into a world that's headed towards the trajectory that you feel is certain?
See, I don't think it really matters because with everything, I don't know, you need to go down that eugenics rabbit hole of the Epstein files, if I'm honest.
I mean, if I can just say something
feel free
right now.
to do that. No, Trials, feel free to do that, you know?
I cannot, because I just don't have all of the facts and information. I wouldn't want to sound like a rambling
No, but
idiot.
you can surely answer the question.
I already sound like enough of one. Come on.
Are you saying it doesn't matter because we're fucked? So basically, there is going to be transhumanism. People are going to be genetically engineered in the future. People are going to be plugged into some kind of Neuralink. and so therefore it doesn't really matter what we do now. Is that what you're saying?
I would say, yeah. If you look at
But
like,
is there not a potential,
since
Trials? Is there
2020
not a
to
potential for?
2026 now, you're seeing people change in a very negative way, and that I believe is linked to certain things, which other things that I can't mention because might get your channel,
Well,
overwhelmed
I
all the
mean,
time.
do you not think, therefore, if you think this future is coming, have you ever thought about there could be, look, it could go horribly wrong, so that they might build, they might be
No, the
trying to build a
present's
system.
already horribly wrong, though, brother.
Yeah, I know, but it could go even more horribly wrong. So, for
Of
example,
course it is. You're about
I'm
to
just
see
going
a
to put
second
this.
Holodomor. You're about to see another, genocide of God knows how many millions of people. But
Yeah, but even the ones that survive, they
Yeah.
could be put into a situation where they live forever, perhaps in a state of horror. I'm just saying that is a potential, is it not?
oh, 100%. And
So
that
why
might not
why
not
risk?
even be
Why
within
risk?
a living body. That might be attached to some kind of neural network or whatever it is, matrix, whatever you
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
call this.
So do you
thing.
see it as ethically problematic bringing someone into that possibility?
Well, unfortunately, once again, if you look into Epstein and cloning and things like that, there's been a lot of research been done. There's about 26,000 documents that are all linking that Epstein character in with a eugenic system, like the company 23andMe. The DNA swabbing thing, where you send your DNA off to go and find out your ancestry.
Wow.
That was all a
Yeah.
cover for
seems a
doing
bit
all kinds of
risky to
studies,
me.
was it?
Cloning.
Yeah.
Cloning.
Really?
Yeah, cloning.
There is some definite evidence going into like some form of cloning. I'll
Well,
leave it.
Trials, you don't want to talk about it today, and that's fair enough. But I would like you to come back at some point soon and
Sir,
talk to us.
I will, and I'm going to hit
And
that
talk-
subscribe because I'm not a subscriber. But
Okay, I want to hear your views on the future and your studies of the direction we're going, because that's something we have to keep in mind.
Yeah.
No, for sure. And whether you believe in a god or you don't, either way, God bless you all, everyone in chat. Much love. And
Yeah, you
thanks
too,
for having
brother.
me on panel.
Okay, thank you
Danny
very much.
Stein, once again, I've been following you for years, and yeah, bits and bobs I agree with, but I don't know, just change the script, do something else for a year or so. Much love, anyways, guys. And I didn't come up here to cause any kind of aggravation or insensitivity. Okay.
Okay. Bye now.
See ya.
Bless you all. Thank you all.
Much care.
Thanks
Now,
for giving me your
I've
time.
heard. Okay, I've heard Danny being told this before. Change the script up, but you see, the thing is, Danny thinks this is the most important topic to mankind. Quite literally, am I right, Danny?
It's not the most important topic, it's the only topic.
It's sorry, Danny, you're a bit far away from the microphone. Yeah.
Oh, it's the only topic worth talking about.
It's the only topic worth talking about. There you go. Now,
and the guy. Sorry to interrupt you, DNW, but the guy brings this, this dumb, rhetoric and our guy phones, and I'm just sick of it. Just sick of it.
yeah,
Sorry, okay.
I hear you.
Don't
I hear
let
you.
it get to you.
No, I hear what you're saying.
I do as well, but don't let it get to you. It's all, who cares?
Yeah.
It really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Why does it matter?
For those of you listening, you might think Danny has no effect on anybody with what he's saying, but I believe Steppenwolf, you've been on this show before, and you said he had a profound effect on you in some ways.
Danny.
Yeah,
definitely. I mean, definitely.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Sure.
I wouldn't claim it like this, but because I'm shy, actually. But you're one of my hero, actually. Yeah. I mean,
Danny, you're one of his heroes. Is that not a great thing to? Your parents literally brought into the world a hero.
inspiration. inspiration to be.
Funny DNW.
Is that not a reason to be born, to be a hero? I mean,
What?
wow.
Oh, DNW, no.
Maybe you guys already have your messiah. Maybe he's on the Finding Gnosis show.
What?
No, I do think that my work is the work of saving, and I think that anybody that manages to influence somebody else to have a vasectomy or to not to have children is saving possibly thousands of people from the terrible losing
As
gamble.
Jesus with a coat hanger would say.
Saving them all of their suffering, saving them all of their pain, saving all these unborn children. That's what a real savior is, as opposed to Jesus, who didn't save anybody.
Fatty says Danny's topic is the basis of everything. No topic exists without Danny's topic. Drinkwater says Danny affected me. Danny affected me positively for sure. Well, I hope he didn't give you HIV.
Infected, not affected, not infected.
Okay. Collins says yes, Danny the hero. And randomness tube says Danny is defo a hero of mine too. Top 10 YouTubers of all time for me.
Wow.
Damn, Danny, you actually have an impact on people. You know, like if you're.
I'm glad the webcam isn't on because Danny's head
Mr. Solo, Mr. Solo has put me back in my place. Danny, do you think you might have a savior complex?
Oh. Now we're getting into like.
Okay. Yeah, you're welcome, Trials. He says, thanks for giving me 10 minutes. It was more than 10 minutes, but you're welcome. Do come back and tell us your thoughts on reality. Try to keep it within the realms of, not getting my channel banned in future. Thank you.
Yeah,
and he says, you did have an impact, Danny. Even Trials admits it. You know, he says you did have an impact. Yeah, there you go. Nibble says, wear your rubber because super syphilis sounds pretty grim. There you go.
Oh my god.
Don't know. I mean, it sounds like a new superhero, a new superhero I didn't know about, you know?
Super syphilis.
Super syphilis. Super syphilis will save the day. Yeah, okay. So we have another one from Fereld who says, Danny, did the behavior of the masses during the cough make you feel the way, or was it longer ago? I mean, you were talking about this kind of thing many years before COVID, right?
Oh, yes. COVID was just a bit of fun.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
Again, COVID is just keep reminding you that COVID and all of these things, everything in the news, everything they're all downstream problems. Yeah. The upstream problem is the sewage. Where is the sewage coming out from? The tap. The tap being the penis into the vagina. That's where all the problems begin.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Actually, you know.
I mean, has it ever been said to you, you're a disgrace to your parents for talking like this?
Yeah, my wife said that to me a few times.
And how does that make you feel sad sometimes? Like this isn't what your parents necessarily. I know that, but does it ever make you feel sad that you're saying these things? Like perhaps your mum and dad wouldn't want to hear you say these things. Does that make you feel sad sometimes?
What, that they wouldn't want to hear it? No, I don't.
Yeah, I mean it's a serious question. I mean, I know your mother's not around anymore. May she rest in peace. But you know, if let's set it up. Say if you had been 40 years of age or something, and you had them both in your dining room at dinner, and you brought all this up, how do you think they would have reacted, and how would their reaction make you feel?
Right. I mean, my father's still alive, but he's he's got the mental age of or the emotional age of a 5-year-old, and he uses silly humor to avoid any serious discussions, so I can't really get much sense out of him, right? And my mum, I don't know how she would have been because I only found out this after she died. So what do I care about them? They're not. We say it says in the Bible, honor your parents. Why? As I say on the streets, I don't honor your parents. Anybody here, especially the people I don't like, I don't honor your parents at all. What? Why should I honor what? Because they had sex. I should honor your parents, or I should honor my parents because they had sex. I don't have any respect for them at all. Especially because they had me, I don't have any respect for them. Not really.
What do you say to that, Paul? What do you think what Danny's saying there? Sounds a bit. Some might say that's heartless, but what would you say?
I would probably say, yeah, well, it just is what it is. I don't know. I mean, I don't really think that he's saying anything too horrible to his about his parents. And well, I don't think I've heard anything too horrible to say because he's not blamed his parents quite as such. He's more blamed the world. Okay, I blame my parents for bringing me into this horrible place, but it's kind of more directed into what.
It's like I blame life itself. It's life.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So I blame life itself. So I think if you said, you know what, I hate what you did to me, parents, and blamed it on them, then maybe it does sound a little bit directed. But yeah, I think you're kind of really just saying, I hate the world. Thanks very much, parents, for bringing me into it.
Yeah. Yeah. What the hell were you thinking? That's the point.
Yeah.
Life abolitionism. Do you want to come on here? Life abolitionism says their father said that they should honor their parents so that they would have a long life. He told him that he didn't want a long life. I've never heard someone say that. Honor your parents so you'll live longer. That's an interesting one. I've never heard that. But do you want to come on, life abolitionism, and tell us about that dynamic, your experience with your father? Now we've got another art attack here from Retro. Wow, that looks cool. Tell us what that is.
Donnie Darko.
I mean, what is that? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's cool. It's well done. I'll give you that.
From the movie Donnie Darko, in it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes. Great movie.
Dracula or something, or the Phantom of the Opera. I don't know. No idea. I know, no idea, but it looks good.
Mr. Solo's got a nice question.
Eyes wide shut.
Eyes wide shut. That looks like Tom Cruise. Yeah, it does. Solo, where's that question?
Danny, I remember you holding up signs saying everything is okay. You clearly feel things are not okay now. So given this, is it possible you might change your mind back to everything is okay in the future? No, I don't think so. I very much doubt it, unless I take, maybe if I overdose on some drugs, I might, just before I die.
Okay. So Hungry All Night Long, 1980, says the street performance videos are bringing them happiness. They always appreciate, and they come back to watch them once in a while to have a laugh. Well, apparently it's no laughing matter.
No, there's nothing wrong with having a laugh. That's all right.
Yeah. How do you feel that some people might just take what you say as a joke, Danny?
I don't care. It is a joke.
Okay. We have life abolitionism here. Life abolitionism. What is it you'd like to say unto the world via the conduit that is the Finding Gnosis show?
I thought you were asking me about what my father said. About me having a long life or honoring my parents. I told him I didn't want to have a long life, and he just got upset because he's like, well, the point is that you have to honor your parents. But my question is, what do I get out of this? Like, you want me to have a long life? I don't want a long life, so I'm being punished for honoring my parents. Like, you're trying to manipulate me because you want me to just do what you say, like I'm your slave. And both my parents think that way, or my father's no longer here, but they both think that way. Like, they wanted me to just do whatever they said without question, even as an adult. Because when I talk to a lot of people, they think that it ended when I was a child. Like once I became an adult, like I was free. Like no, I mean, of course they couldn't like force me to do it, but they just manipulated me. Like anytime I didn't do what they said, they would say honor thy parents, or I was being disrespectful, or I was ungrateful, or I was selfish. And it took me a while to like break out of that psychological manipulation because I just thought I was supposed to do what they said because they were my parents.
Yeah,
And it wasn't necessary for my best interest. They did stuff that was very harmful.
but maybe if you just did what they said, everything would be okay.
No, my mom sabotaged my career. That's what I'm saying. They were not looking out for my best interest. They were both narcissistic and they were trying to get their own needs met. And so they completely sabotaged me to make themselves happy.
I'm sorry to hear that. You say your mum sabotaged your career. What happened? Did she go
I
in?
mean, I don't really want to go into that because I don't know if your dogs is listening, and I don't want to share any personal information that he can use against me.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know where Danny went, but Danny's perhaps he's been raptured or something. I don't know. But we've lost Danny, maybe temporarily. Okay, life abolitionism. But anyway, the question on today's show, life abolitionism, is everything evil?
I think so. I think if you like basically it's like hear no evil, see no evil. So you can become ignorant and pretend to not see it and live in your like ignorant bliss. But if you actually open your eyes, there's evil everywhere. It's like life is evil. I don't I don't get how people make it like life is so beautiful because they don't. It's because they just don't care. It's because they don't look at all the suffering around, and because they are the ones causing the evil. That's the reason why they see it as being so beautiful. All the people who enjoy life, they're the ones who are making other people miserable.
That's a harsh critique. Now, would you care to illuminate us as to why you think life is intrinsically evil or existence is intrinsically evil? Can you elaborate, please, on the mechanism itself and all the different forms of evil?
I don't know. I mean, we can go with Schopenhauer, so we can talk about the will and how basically it's just an energy force that compels us to have sex, and basically it causes all the suffering. We can talk about Buddhism, how life is suffering. We can just look at the political system and see how we're completely controlled, like slaves, and they have absolute sovereignty to dictate pretty much every major decision about our lives. And I don't see. I guess the better question would be, what is so beautiful about life? Because I see a bunch of misery. I see people complaining. What I see people saying is that they recognize the evil, but they're dismissive and they say that we should overcome. They go with the whole Nietzsche thing, like the will to power. Like, okay, well, life is hard, but don't like that's like that woman from Scotland. I don't remember her name. The woman who sings those songs, she was telling me, "Oh, that's so weak, that's so pathetic. You should just get over it." I'm like, I don't want to get over it. Like, what is the benefit of getting over it? Like, if you just recognize, like, you don't have to get over it. You like, she was telling me, like, oh, you're just giving up. Like, I am giving up, but it's not on myself. Like, I give up on the world. I give up on the people in it. I know that nothing is going to change.
Now, so you agree with him, Steppenwolf? Okay, Paul,
Definitely.
what do you say to life abolitionism, who has come in here, blazing about how evil everything is, and he's given a list of things there? Do you find any of them irrefutable, or do you think it's just a matter of perspective?
Yeah, probably a bit of both, maybe. I think it is kind of perspective. I'd probably not talk too much into it because I could kind of say that, if you empty the contents of your brain, then you don't really need to be kind of worrying about it. But that's probably not the direction to go. What I keep on thinking about this evil business. Are you still with me? Because it's gone quiet in here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
Everyone's
okay.
here, I believe.
Oh, okay. Do we call evil? I mean, things like disease, stuff like that, things what happen with nature. We could say that, in a sense, the universe is in order. Can we not say that? I mean, we can't really change that. Do we call that evil? Can we not call that something different? Or unfortunate?
No, I'm not talking about nature. I'm talking about human nature. I think humans
This is
are
yes. This is
exploitive.
where yeah, no, totally. This is where I'm going because before we was talking a lot about the kind of things of nature being evil, and what I'm kind of saying is, if we was to say that the universe is in order, I mean, we can't do anything about that. That's the way it is. But I think our biggest problem, what we should be concerned about, is trying to make order because any conscious attempt of making order is disorder every time over. If we're going to try and make order, it's always going to turn into disorder. And I think that's where all the evil's coming from us trying to make good at something and completely screwing it up because of our own selfishness.
Right. That I agree with you. It's like because we're getting so far away from nature, they think they want to civilize everybody and create order, and it's causing so much chaos. Like this, I think we'd actually be better off if they left things to nature.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, the universe is in order. I mean, there is unfortunate things happening, but it is in order. And the only disorder is our attempt to try and put it into order. And that every single time over just creates disorder. And I think that's where our evil's coming from that we really need to be concerned on.
Right. I think a lot of people are they're very naive to think that all of this control is for benevolent purposes, that is for our own good, that is to protect us. It's not. I don't think any control, even parental control, is for our benefit. It's for extraction. And because nobody wants to be controlled, but the people at the top get pleasure out of controlling. So um, it's like if you're, I mean, I can get into what John Jacques Rousseau said about it. Basically, the reason why people don't pay attention to it is because they're so busy looking down instead of looking up. So they're looking at who they can control, but they're not really looking at who's controlling them. So nobody's really at the very bottom because you can at least have children who you can control and abuse, and then you don't pay attention to the fact that you yourself are controlled and abused.
Yeah, totally agree. Yeah, I mean, wasn't there a phrase or something that I heard? We're all just sinners, blaming everybody else for their sins to escape our own sins. And like you just said, there's kind of a chain of effects. Even the people at the lowest are going to pick on the even more weakest, which is your own children, in a sense, to try to cover up your own sins, but yet still creating more sins.
Well, you want to know who's in control, who's the chief commander of all?
Is it not the Vatican?
It's this chap. It's a painting, it's a very raw painting that I made a few years ago, and I wanted.
Is that an alien?
Yeah, sort of. I wanted to just, express what I feel about that cosmic joke. Yeah.
Well, I heard that the person who was in ultimate control was actually the Black Pope, but it's layers to it because they're in control in terms of dictate. I guess they're sort of the alpha, but there is a beta, and I don't mean beta the way that most people think, because betas are not like these submissive cocks the way that most people think. They're actually second in command, and so there's sort of. There was an old edict, which I don't know if I should say it because it's a little bit controversial, but there's basically two puppet masters. I mean, a lot of people talk about one puppet master, but they never talk about the other one.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Well, okay, so
we are too curious for that.
I mean, because they like a lot of it is like, you know, it's like, I guess you can call it anti-Semitism, anti-Semitism, because they think like they're the ones who are controlling the world, and they're actually not at the high echelon of it. It's really the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church has always been running things.
I mean, it's not controversial. It's
well,
well
but if you were to just stick to the anti-Semitism part, like I could like rip that apart. It's like again, it's based on this old edict where there was an agreement between the Catholic Church and the Jews, and so you see them because like they were the money lenders and they were the tax collectors and stuff, and so you see them like doing the groundwork, but it's not like they're the ones at the top actually controlling things.
I mean, not at all. You know, some of them, you know, but you know, tiny percent. Yeah.
I do personally think that it's the Catholic Church, really. Well, it is the Catholic Church too with Rome, isn't it? When they first took over 2,000 years ago, I think that's what it is. I think it was them. I mean, you know, 2,000 years ago, we took over most of the countries, took over the religion of paganism, and created a whole new society and a whole new religion and so on, and we're still trapped in that at the moment.
You mean Constantine?
I don't really know what Constantine is.
Constantine accepted Christianity. It was 3 emperors later, almost before they adopted it as a state religion, and they removed the temple. Sorry, the throne of victory or whatever from the Senate house, which was originally in the Temple of Venus, and they didn't like that. It had the Nike little statue on it, and eventually they trashed it because that's when they became a real Christian empire. Is when they finally got rid of the pagan shrines inside of the Congress building.
It just kind of seems strange that we started the year 0 when Rome took over as well. I mean, that kind of says quite a bit.
Because before there was the cult of Mitra, isn't it? Or was it? Yeah, Mitra. Mitraism was the official religion of the empire.
Yeah, the Roman holy cult had the biggest influence over Christianity more than Judaism, but they adopted some books, obviously, from the Hebrews, but they wrote theirs, obviously, in Latin. The oldest Bibles are in Latin, so that's the language of the Roman.
I forgot who said this, but I forget somebody. There's this quote that the papacy is the pestilence of Rome. I can look it up and see who said that, but basically they were saying that all of the corruption and stuff started with the Catholic Church. Like, because the Catholic Church was basically the government. Like they like, you know, the whole separation of church and state. But some would say that the church had more authority than like the government, because the church was sort of like I don't know, global. Like they had more influence beyond just a nation state. That like the church was actually the sovereign before, like they could actually sort of usurp authority over like monarchs. Like, for example, I forget which king that was. Was that King Henry, whoever that was, who wanted to get a divorce, and then the church wouldn't allow him to do it, and then he had to like break away from the church because he didn't.
Henry VIII. Yeah, he's
right. Yeah. Right. So I think people need to start looking at that. I think there's something to be said about how much control the Catholic Church has.
I mean, we all seen. I believe we all seen the latest picture of I think the John Paul II with Jeffrey. So we all saw that. So you know.
But that's what most of these religions are anyway. They're not purely religious. They're also political. So if you want political power, you basically have to join some religious group, whether it's Catholicism, Muslim, Islam, sorry, or Judaism. or even Mormonism or Scientology or whatever.
Scientology is big. It's one of the bigger in the US.
Right, but it's political, and I think a lot of people don't know that, because once you get into these groups, they help you politically and economically. Like you're basically a nobody unless you join one of these groups.
I think that's how Rose started off in the first place when they took over, isn't it? They basically said to everybody when they took over, you either join us and you'll be protected, or we're just going to kill you and burn you all, and so on and so on. So everybody was forced into going into the group of Rome. But as far as the government goes, I mean, if Rome was like the idea of taking over, it would make sense for Rome to be like the leaders in a sense, if that was so, and then create the government to kind of keep us all in control, keep us all just following.
Right,
So,
and
in
then
my idea, I was.
Another layer to it is that these wars were not just being waged on behalf of the state; they were actually being waged on behalf of the church. All those crusades were at the behest of the Catholic Church. So it sort of was a unifying force because all the Catholic nations came together to wage war. So, and even today, we keep talking about the whole Judeo-Christian thing, and they act like America is so Christian, and like, oh, there's a lot of Islamophobia, which I think people bring it up so casually. Like, if you were to say the things that you say about Muslims about other groups, people would shun you. But it's like Islamophobia is so rampant. I hear it so much, and I don't really have that fear of Muslims just because I grew up around Muslims.
I don't have any fear with Muslims. In fact, I don't get involved. In my mind, it's like people are people, full stop. Don't really have any difference with anybody, I guess. We're all conditioned into different societies, but we're all people who are conditioned. Why should we go against our own kind?
I mean, aren't we all like bigger than all this identity, ethnicity construct? Because for me personally, it's a construct, but in a certain extent, I do feel what some people are experiencing with that, but at the end of the day, it's a construct, you know.
Do you know there's a word what you? So go on.
No, go on. I'm done. Yeah.
I'm probably going on to a different topic here, but there was a word what you just used, which was good, trying to be good. And I've been hearing this being mentioned lots of times in the last couple of hours, whatever it is. We've been kind of calling good and evil. We're saying that there's either evil or there's good, or we should try to be good to not be evil. But would it not be a good position to be in to say, just don't be evil? Do we need to be good? I don't know. What do you think?
It's a battle. It's a constant battle, you know. I don't.
Yeah, but is that not what causes the battle? You know, by saying, well, okay, I'm bad. I'm a bad person. I don't know. I'm an angry person. And then if I say, well, I want to be good, then that creates the battle because I've not got rid of my bad. And I'm trying to fight to be good, and then I'm in a battle. And that's, going to cause more destruction. But I'm just saying, do we need to be good, or do we just not need to not be bad? In other words, we're just kind of being ourselves then, aren't we?
Yeah, again, I would say it's a question of conditioning because I wouldn't go into too much details, but let's say some people have a predisposition to have certain kind of addiction, I mean, if I'm not saying you, but I'm saying randomly, if your parents, if one of your parents was an alcoholic, It's just a random example, but there's load of chance that you end up alcoholic, you know.
Oh yeah.
Or you develop another kind of addiction. So
yeah. Yeah, we definitely follow the path what we get brought up in an awful amount of cases, not all, but quite a lot of them. But yeah, I don't really know where I'm going with that. I'm just kind of saying, do we need to use the word good? I guess just instead of just saying we why don't we just stop being evil? Simple as that. Don't go for good. Just stop being evil. Does that make any sense?
You mean being kind of neutral or?
Yeah, neutral.
Indifferent. No, indifferent is.
Well, I do think that the problem with that is if you are good, if you have virtue, that actually makes your life harder. Anything that is ethical or correct is basically a form of self-denial. And the people who don't really have a conscience, they actually enjoy life.
Yeah.
I disagree with enjoying life. I think it might look like they enjoy life, but do they? Do they really enjoy life? I don't even think they felt life.
Well, I think it requires constant accumulation. It's not something that
Yeah.
But it's like whatever they still enjoy the whole process of getting over on people and taking from others. Like they don't want to be fair. Like they would hate that. They don't want a fair world. They like it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. Yeah, but they're not really enjoying it. Well, they're on a constant chase, aren't they, to try and get some sort of stimulation, which gives them a temporary satisfaction, and then they have to go for even more. But the trouble is every time they chase for it, they create their own suffering that they have to run even harder away from. I don't know if you know what I'm saying there.
I can agree with you, but I'm not going to say that they're like absolutely happy, but if you were to compare them to the people at the bottom who are being affected by the things that they do, there's really no comparison. Like they're much happier.
Yeah. One thing that I recognise with the people who I think we're kind of talking about, more like the narcissistic, horrible, cruel, so on people, is they seem to think that they can do something horrible to somebody and completely get away with it. And it looks like they do. But if I hurt you, it's recorded in my brain somewhere, isn't it? Obviously. And that means that I've got to run away from that to try and carry on being happy or being okay. But it's still there all the time. It just means that I've got to run that little bit harder. If I'm evil, horrible, cruel every single day, then I've got one hell of a collection that is sitting somewhere in the background there that I've got to fight really hard to get away with. So my life becomes chaotic. I've got to run and run and run, find the next best thing and the next best thing and the next best thing. So I can't stop. I can't sit down. I can't rest because the moment I do, I've got to face that hell that I've caused.
Well, the problem is that it doesn't exist in isolation. So narcissists need external validation. But when the entire system is giving you that validation, because the entire system is incorrect, and then everybody else seems to value money and status, then you get all this reinforcement. So and then it's like the more corrupt you are, the more you get rewarded for it. It's like you become more successful, you get more money, you get more women if you're a man. It's like there's no consequences because like I said before on my own channel, civilization actually leads to degeneracy. It's a race to the bottom because you're constantly trying to compete against everybody else. You're constantly trying to dominate somebody else. None of this actually exists in a state of nature. There is no competition. You're basically just trying to survive. there is no money, there is no accumulation beyond what you can actually use. Like civilization has created most of these problems.
Yeah, I guess it goes back to the bit what I was saying before with the universe is in perfect order. It's our conscious order that's always going to be disorder. So any attempt for me to try and put the universe in order is just disorder, and that's what our society seems to be striving off to create disorder continuously, or else there's nothing really to fix, is there?
Well, but I think some of these people, they don't want to just control human behavior. Now they actually want to control like nature itself. They want to control animal behavior. There are people saying that we shouldn't even have carnivores. Like they want to basically get rid of all of the predators. They want to get rid of the lions, the tigers, the bears, and they think that this is justified. So I think a lot of people do want more control because they want to bring about their utopia, and it doesn't matter that they want to accomplish it through violence. They want to control human beings and subjugate them and impose their standard of ethics through violence. And a lot of them will openly admit to it. They will admit that they are violent, and they.
And I want to say not just humans, but other life forms as well, right?
What other life forms?
Like we're humans are imposing our will and trying to say what's best for other life forms. Like you just finished saying, they're trying to be like, look, they shouldn't be eating meat. That's not good. That's suffering. Like humans are trying to dictate how animal behavior should work based off of their moral human judgment.
I don't know about that because I think that carnivory exists in nature. Like I mean, you can talk about the ethics of going vegan, but if you're trying to impose that through violence, that is going against nature. And a lot of them will say that if you are making an appeal to nature, that is a logical fallacy. So they reject nature anyway. I think that all vegans reject nature because they're making an appeal to ethics. So I don't think that most vegans care about nature.
Yeah, I think it's dumb.
What do you mean by they? What do you mean by they?
The
I'm sorry,
vegans. When we say they, we're talking about vegans.
Okay.
Right.
MD, M or D, NW. What do you think about that? Because we were talking about that yesterday when it comes to morals, ethics,
I wasn't
nature.
on yesterday's show. I'm sorry, I wasn't on yesterday's show. So, what were you saying?
Well, I was saying that we could look at nature and see. We could learn from nature. Like there is order, there is balance. We can. I was basically saying like ethics doesn't exist in a vacuum, and literally we need to take things into context, and nature is what we learn from in order to determine what is right and what is wrong when it comes to balance and order and structure. Like science,
I mean, I don't.
We learn.
I mean, what do you mean by nature? I mean, some people say nature is everything because everything that is natural because it's the laws of nature causing everything to happen. So, what is nature and why? So, from that sense, what do you mean by look at nature? And we're looking at your feet right now, brother. Good man.
Okay. Okay. I was saying there, literally, like in nature, there are things that we can learn from. Like, obviously, I think there is how do I say it? There is a such thing as harmony and what is that one word? It's where two things are working together. Symbiosis. Like there is symbiosis, there is harmony in nature, and I think we can learn from that in order to apply more ethical behaviors. I'm not saying we're just supposed to dogmatically do whatever nature does. I'm saying we can learn from nature, and there is ethical and unethical things that happen in nature, and we could learn from that.
I mean, what are the? Oh, all right, fair enough. Listen, let him make his point. What are the 5 main things we can learn from nature?
Well, that there, let's say one of the things is there's a cause and effect to everything. So we're directly tied to our environment, and everything we do has a ripple effect. So, I mean, I think when we're taking that into context of veganism, I mean, there is this what is it called, circle of life, right? Where there's a order and a balance to the ecosystem, and there can be a unbalance of that ecosystem, and even a destruction of it. So that's it. I'm just saying, a good moral system should have a good, balanced ecosystem.
But wouldn't you agree that veganism actually goes against nature? Like everything about veganism is against nature. They're like,
Yeah. I was arguing that. Before. Yeah.
Aside from that point, life abolitionism, what do you think of his view that we should look to nature for guidance on our morality and direction as a species?
I think you can look to nature for what is correct, but I don't think that is necessarily ethical. Like, I don't think you can get ethics from nature. Like, you can look at things and observe the way things are and see when you are being manipulated by the system, when the system is telling you that something is correct, and you can see, no, this is not correct. Like, this is not, there's nothing natural about what you're saying. I don't think that being natural is all. Well, I mean, because a lot of people would say that homosexuality is not natural, but it's not true because there are homosexual animals. So
yeah, that's imbalance. That's an imbalance in nature. That's what I would say. There is still imbalance in nature, and though that's like a chemical imbalance or like some kind of like environmental imbalance. I would say.
Right, then why are animals homosexual? Why do male lions hump on other male lions?
Maybe because they're trying to assert their dominance, which is kind of like predatory. That's what they are. They're predators.
Didn't this homosexuality in humans start off? I don't really know the full story of it, but in some situation of a war or something where there was a lot of men together and they didn't have any females, so they picked an alternative. And I guess if that's the case, then I suppose animals could do the same if they've not got any females and they're desperate.
Yeah, and that's what I said. It came down to a circumstance, an environment. Like if they had another female, I'm pretty sure they would be banging another female, but all they had was their hormones and each other's bodysses, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, but rhinos practice, like the male rhinos practice on other males before they mate with females. And there's so many examples of it that to say that it's not natural is absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, I think it's in nature, like people said, but when it comes to like what natural, I think it has to do with this concept that we call normal. Like there are certain patterns in reality that we see consistently pop up, and that's what we consider to be a part of the natural. If there's something that is happening outside of this pattern that we consistently see happen over generations and over generations, then we say that is a phenomenon, that is unique, that is unnatural.
Right, but you can say, I mean, basically, homosexuality and heterosexuality are both normal, or both natural. Sorry, they're both natural.
I would have to say, yeah, you see it in nature, but I think, yeah, I don't think there's any, when it comes to nature, I think nature is about growing and like thriving and reproducing, because in nature things reproduce, things grow. You cannot have, unless we're talking about two female organisms, because we have seen throughout history asexual reproduction happens with female organisms throughout, like the microscopic to the like avian species and what is that called? The lizards, like they all and fish, they could reproduce asexually, just with females. But if we're talking about male and male, like sexual contact, that has no value to life. That's just purely based off of hormonal attraction that doesn't help life grow or thrive at all.
No, that's not true. Like, because basically, you talk about like balance in nature, and one of the functions of homosexuality is to curb reproduction. During times of famine and disease, like in African cultures, they actually did practice homosexuality because there was not enough food. So,
well, I agree. I agree with you, and that's why I'm saying homosexuality is a result of an imbalance in either chemical or in environmental situations.
I agree. No, I don't think there's purely imbalance. I think because again, like I said, those animals practice on other males before they mate with the female. So even like little boys, you'll see little boys doing things that are homoerotic before they go, try to get attention from girls. Like boys do things that nobody wants to talk about. So I think it is a part of natural development. Like, I don't think it's some type of like external indoctrination. I think it's natural. Like, nobody tells them to do these things.
I highly disagree. I think there is an agenda that is being pushed very hard out in the public and even in the subconscious level to be pushing like this gay type of acceptance agenda and like this dogging down and punching down of people who are heterosexual. Like that happens.
Punching down? You mean punching up? Like heterosexuals rule the world, I would say it's punching up.
I thought, isn't there like this old saying that everyone in Hollywood is gay?
Okay, but I want to get back to what you said before, because like when little boys play doctor with each other, nobody's telling them to do that.
I never done that. I've done that with a female when I was younger, when I was little. I've never done that with a boy.
Okay, but little boys do stuff like they'll run around naked and like do stuff like play swords, or they do stuff like
I've never done that. Like maybe some people do, but that's not everyone's experience. That was your experience.
No, it's not just my experience. I hear other people talk about it. Like they'll talk about, and these are not gay people. These are straight people. They like, and the stuff that I experienced was from my older cousins who were all straight. They were the ones running around naked and doing stuff. And I was, I was probably about 6 years old, and they were probably about 10. So it's just stuff that people do, and everybody pretends that it doesn't happen, and nobody ever wants to talk about it.
Well, I just want to say, luckily, my mom had me like separated from everybody, so I literally grew up alone my whole life, and I didn't have much interaction, so I didn't get that kind of experience.
Can I throw something in here about? We kept on talking about nature before, and I just want to give a description, see what you'll think about it. If I was to say that the description of nature we could call truth, but then we would have reality as well.
Wait, I just want to add on. I just want to add on real quick, and to add before we jump to the next subject. When there is stuff that happens to us as kids, and we can be exposed to things that are not supposed to we being exposed to as a kid, and just because we engage or were involved in something like that as a kid doesn't mean that you're gay or that you're engaging in homosexual activities. That means that we were exposed to things that we weren't supposed to be exposed to, and that's it. Like, and it has negative effects downward. Down the line.
This is where I was. This is where I was going with it.
I think they have a natural curiosity. Like, just children want to experiment, and they will do that with boys or girls. And it's a natural part of development.
What are we talking about here? I just came. D&W.
They're talking about how gayness happens, I believe.
Oh, that's a boring topic.
Well, we were
This is
talking about like what is natural and human. I think some ethics was involved somewhere in there, and then gay got thrown into the mix.
Oh, well, I don't believe in like conventional ethics anyway, so like I don't pertain the question.
I think
You
if there
feel like
wasn't, I know you say that there's a lot of push for people to be homosexual, but I think that in nature, if there were not all these societal constraints, people would. I'm not going to say everybody, but a lot of people would explore anyway. People are naturally attracted to people of the same sex, and if there was, I mean, because the reason why I know this is because before the Western world colonized Africa, there was a lot of homosexuality going on there. And all these Christian missionaries came in and talked about how they were so backward, they were so primitive and amoral. And now all these Africans are so homophobic after they have been indoctrinated with Christianity and Western religions. That is not natural. They were not that way before.
Paul, did you want to say something? I think you were going to say something earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to make a bit of a definition with nature. It sort of still aligns with what we was talking about. But I would say a definition of nature would probably be truth. But if we have truth, we could also say that we have reality as well. And I would say that reality is anything that's made by man or by thought. And truth is anything which is, a tree grows, the ground, stars, so on. And we're saying that animals kind of do this, but I don't think that animals do it with any connection to thought, which is obviously, humans see TV and so on and so on. They create ideas in their heads, and I think that there is a difference between us becoming that way compared to animals doing something like that.
I would just have to say, for the first person, just to say something, I think animals are conscious. I think they are aware. I think we're not that different from animals, but people like to think we are.
No, I agree. But we have animals haven't quite got the language base as what we've got in a sense. We still have thoughts, but they don't work in the same way as our language. But animals don't have the TV and radio, magazines, talk around schools and parents' misbehaviour and so on. And, so I'm just kind of saying that I think that people.
So do you think that animals are aware? Do you think that animals are aware when they engage in homosexual behavior?
Not in the way that we are.
I think animals are.
I can agree with that.
I can show you videos of like animals, male animals, like engaging in homosexual behavior.
No, I mean I'm not disagreeing with that, but they don't have the same sort of desires, screwed up behaviours as what a lot of us have, and the things what we see that we get misled and so on. They don't have any of that. That's why I kind of wanted to point out that. That's why I wanted to point out the truth thing, because truth is anything that's not made with thought or man, and a lot of our behaviours are learned by man, by thoughts, by ideas, and so on. So I think there's a massive difference between animals.
Yes.
Paul, I got a question. What is truth to you?
He just
What is
said
truth
it.
to
He literally
me?
just said it.
I was doing something else.
Yeah, I'm just saying that truth is anything that's not made by thought. Trees grow, that's true. But then there's a reality which can be changed, twisted.
A descriptive.
And reality is, okay.
This is being a descriptive about reality. Like, that's not like a normative thing, you know?
So then what are you... I'm sorry, go ahead.
And like, no, to say that truth without thought, that makes no sense to me. In order to think about the truth, you need thought and words and language. So I don't know what that is. You know?
No, I'm saying
No,
that
I disagree.
truth is. It already is. We don't need to describe it or anything. I'm just saying that truth is anything that's not made with thought. Trees are not made with thought. Stars, sky, fire, water, so on. It's not made with thought. But a car is a reality. It is still a car, but it's still a reality.
Though. That's just nature, though. Like you can go
Sorry?
on my position. You can go on.
So what do you think about laws then? Because laws are man-made. Like people seem to think that they're inherently correct, but they don't exist in nature. Do you think that because somebody creates laws that makes them if you violate the law, does that make inherently wrong or unethical?
If anyone violates the law, well, the law is made by thought. It's a reality, isn't it?
Right.
So even disagreeing it or going along with it is still only a reality. I mean, I'm not throwing it out. I'm not saying get rid of it entirely. I'm just kind of pointing out that a description of nature, to me, would be truth. Anything that's not affected by thought. So law would not be nature.
I want to say this. I want to say that in different words. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The only thing in reality that is false is perception itself.
Wow, you need
Okay.
to understand reality.
But I want to go back to the law because the law is not truth, and a lot of people think that, and people feel guilty for violating the law, and society condemns people for breaking the law even if they didn't harm anyone. It's like if you went over the speed limit, is that wrong just because somebody said it wrong? It's wrong. Is that truth? It's not truth, and I think that people think that the law, they have so much sovereignty over other people. They want to control their body, their ability to get married, whether they have the right to medical procedures or whatever. And I don't think that is legitimate. I don't think that control is truth. I think it's just illegitimate violence against people who did not harm anyone.
Yeah, there's some laws that are arbitrary there. I think all laws are arbitrary, but as from a pragmatic point of view, there's some laws, some code of laws that we have to follow as a community, and that's just me being a descriptive of it. In terms of the actual essence of truth and reality, well, more so truth or laws. Laws, I don't think they exist outside of human construct laws. I don't think just outside of human constructs. And when it comes to truth, back to again, you need truth you need thought and language to understand truth. So how can you say that truth is not aligned with thought?
Can you not just see truth?
Huh?
Can you not just see truth? I mean, is it not that any description or idea put to truth is not the truth? Like the word apple is not an apple, and the apple itself is truth, but the description isn't.
An apple can be both an object and a command, and a request.
No, the apple isn't. The description is, but the apple itself is.
Exactly, but we wouldn't know what an apple is without language, without thought, without words. So you can't have thought without language, and vice versa. You need them, You need both.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I know what you're kind of saying, but I suppose it depends how deep we want to go. I mean, if I want to share a description of an apple with you, I certainly do need the description of the apple without a doubt. But for me to know an apple, I don't need a description or anything. I mean, I'm probably going a little bit silly, I guess, but I'm just trying to point out the difference between reality and truth.
There is no, to me, there is. That's a false dichotomy. They're both one, and there's no barrier between them because, they both need language.
Well, I see a dog in the distance, or I think it's a dog in the distance. That's my reality, and I walk a little bit closer and realise it's a cat. It was always, truthfully, a cat, but my reality was a dog until I observed it a little bit closer. So I would say that there is kind of a difference between truth and reality.
It was just that you saw things wrongly. and that your
Oh, I
language.
know, but that was my reality, wasn't it? If I seen it as a dog when it was really a cat, that was my reality. But it definitely wasn't true because it was always a cat.
I want to jump in here. I think there's a difference from existence and reality because there can be virtual realities, right? There can be dream state realities, which are entirely in the mind, and then there can be what is actually in existence.
That's just speculation, right? I'm not even talking about that. I don't know why you brought that up.
What we're talking about reality here and what truth is. I thought that's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
What truth is that which is in existence? What is in reality can be within the mind of a person, which is completely subjective.
Sure, yeah, but you need language to like describe them, and I don't think there's a barrier.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah.
So you're telling me if it was just nothing but cavemen that couldn't talk, everything wasn't true until they learned how to put words to it, then it was true.
Well, we don't know how language was formed, so we're not even talking about the origin of language. We're talking about language.
I'm not really disagreeing with. I'm not really disagreeing with that we need a language to describe it, but I'm just saying that the language isn't the apple. So I'm just trying to say that truth is the thing itself, and the description of it is only a reality.
Well, to me, language and words a construct thought. You can't have one without the other, in my opinion. No, you really can't. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what the hell we're talking about. And that's honestly what I think. Otherwise,
I think isn't that like one layer of truth? Because there's like the truth of a person, a cognitive mind's understanding of a thing, which it sounds like you're talking about, and then there is just the truth beyond a subjective mind.
What do you mean by beyond the subjective mind? Like what? What does that entail?
Well, I believe there is a universal mind, which is like objectively experiencing everything. But I do believe there is subjective minds within this reality that view reality for something other than what it is, which we would call, an illusion.
Oh, well, I don't.
Subjective reality.
Do you mean something beyond thought, or
what'd you say?
Do you mean something beyond our comprehension?
Well, if it's beyond our comprehension, why should we talk about it? Because we cannot form a consensus about it. We can't form a agreement on what that beyond is. Your
universal mind sees, doesn't it?
My universal.
I see an apple on a universal mind sees. If I see an apple on a tree, then I see an apple. I forget the word apple. I don't mean that, but I'm used to the fact that I can pick it up and eat it. But there's not really any language there. But then there's the collective mind, isn't there? And the collective mind is that thing is called an apple, and I could share that with you, and so on. I would probably.
But that's just us sharing experiences because we share words because we're the human species. That's all we are.
Yeah, that's our collective. We've all agreed on this description of an apple. I mean, I could tell a chicken that it's an apple. It's not going to give a monkeys because it's not got the collective mind that what we've got. Well, the chicken will still see it's an apple and still eat it. So that's the universal.
Well, of course, but as I said, the word apple can also have a lot of different meanings depending on the context of it's given. An apple can be a command, a weapon, or you throw an apple, because of the words. The meaning of a word is in its use, not because of its essence. Not because of an outside essence.
I was thinking right now, it's not just the words that help you understand what's going on. It's also your state of mind, right? Because you can draw the wrong conclusions even if you have the right definition. If you have the wrong state of mind.
No, what do you mean by the wrong state of mind?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Or anger, or happiness, or
just a certain worldview. Or you could have certain anger towards certain beliefs that can be instrumental in helping you understand more stuff, but since you already have prior negative experiences with certain philosophical viewpoints, you automatically just dismiss them.
It's called bias.
I'm pretty sure that this bias, as you just called it, if I've got it right, is only really related to our collective mind, and not, as we called the universal mind before. But then the universal mind hasn't really got that anger, violence, and so on in it.
Yeah, I would like to say I think what the conscious mind rejects and ignores the subjective and the subconscious mind accepts and remembers, and there is a lot of subconscious all around us.
What is the subconscious mind?
So I'm back, and like I would like to address like if I like with the mind. You said to me before I had to someone came into the room. What did you say to me that I reject what?
I don't recall how long ago. I don't remember exactly what that
Because
conversation was about.
you said I reject certain things because like they don't conform to my beliefs. I think so, but like,
Oh yeah.
well, to me,
Yeah,
ideas huh?
Well, you have a certain worldview. We all have certain worldviews, and within those worldviews, we accept certain what is it called? Things that can never be proven to be true, right?
Yeah.
And then we reject other things that can never be proven to be true.
Yeah. Well, the reason why that's the case, and the reason why that's always going to be the case, and we'll never find the absolute truth with a capital T, is because the way I see reality is that reality and ideas, let's say, ideas are just tools for us to use, and whatever idea works for us in some specific era of our lives, it can be applied and useful. But if we reach a stage in life where we don't like need those ideas, we can just happily put those ideas aside,
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not just about the idea. It's about how you apply that idea. It's about, again, your mentality, because your mentality will determine on how you would apply certain ideas. You can change your ideas, but if you got out of one religion and you were brainwashed into Christianity, and then you still have the same the same mindset, but you go into let's say science, and you start learning all about science, then you're just going to become a brainwashed religious scientist, believing in just dogmatically accepting whatever science says.
Well, that's only if you treat one worldview and ideas as absolute, which I don't do, because like I don't see it as that. And as I said, you can easily discard some ideas if their time with you has been used accordingly. So yeah, that's just my recommendation. It's more of a method than a worldview. I'm not here to build like theories or like a worldview. I'm here to build tools and like methods to like help me at least navigate through things in life. I'm not here to abstract or theorize, or like to like contemplate about things. I'm not here to like do that.
Some say proof is in the eye of the beholder. I think that's true. There's some certain things that you can't just see, you need to contemplate on, and people will not understand the truth when it's staring them dead in the face.
Okay, but what do you mean by truth? I don't get it. Like, you need to be more specific with what you mean by truth, because that can mean a lot of things.
Okay, an example. I'll give you one example.
Truth is just what is.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, it's all right. I was just going to say truth is just what is before it's been interrupted with.
To me, what truth is just certain small hinges of correlation with our reality, and that's it. It's not something that you have to like meditate and like contemplate forever all your life. It's not something mysterious. It's not, and it's not often as grandiose as we want it to be.
I want to ask a question. What do you think comes first, ignorance or understanding, when we're talking about looking at the truth?
I think they come two different places. I think they come at the same time, but they're two different places.
Understanding, of course, but like
I think they happen at the same time. I think you're given truth and you're also given ignorance at the same time.
Guys, I just want to welcome Pristine. Pristine, welcome again to the Finding Gnosis show. Great to have you here. Obviously, you are part of the furniture here, so feel free to talk whenever you want to, Pristine.
Oh, yes, I'm just a bit busy at the moment, but I will talk soon. It's the morning, so I'm just doing some stuff. But yeah, I'll talk soon.
But it's probably more likely that you would be exposed to ignorance first, because once you see truth and you're made aware of it, you really can't go back to being ignorant. At least on
Wait.
whatever
But
you
that's
have
the thing,
actually
though.
learned.
But that's why I'm saying you can see the truth and still be ignorant because you draw the wrong conclusions to what the truth actually is. Like you can see the world and be like, oh man, I can't believe this, and that. When you look out in the world, in reality, you just have the wrong mentality. You have a wrong mindset, right? That's possible.
Yeah, it's like folks who took ayahuasca and so on, and and they came back, so to speak, and they pretend to have seen reality, but at the end of the day, is still subjective. You know what I mean?
To me, what's more real than truth is just a form of a correctness. Like it's more about specific conventions and rules within a certain idea or in a certain form of life, not something that's abstract or universal. That to me is more real than truth. Is a type of a correctness, because truth to me is just a toolkit that can have various uses depending on the context of things, of like a subject,
Well, I mean, okay, I've experienced some weird stuff, and I would have to say I've literally seen like the laws of physics change, right? And
Okay.
I think let's just pretend this is a thought experiment, right? Let's do a thought experiment here.
Can you
Let's say that demonstrate. No, that's why it's a thought experiment. So let's just assume that the laws of physics change and the way light work completely reversed. So
wouldn't you all feel if all the laws of physics changed? Wouldn't every human in the world feel that if the laws of physics changed?
well, it depends on how observant you are, because literally, if you're not focusing on that thing, you will never notice it when it changes, right?
Oh, so you have the ultimate truth then?
No, I don't have the ultimate truth. I'm talking about a hypothetical about if the laws of physics changed. Why are you putting words in my mouth?
I don't know. It sounds like it.
Okay. If the laws of physics change, and this is the next crazier part, because not just the laws of physics changing, the whole fact that when you go back and look in history, it doesn't show any evidence of like your prior experience. So like, I don't want to say a alternate timeline, but I would say a rewriting of this prior timeline, right? So
Are you talking about Mandela effect? Is that what you're referring to?
no, I'm not saying that. I
Mandela?
never said that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about something that was never. I never mentioned that.
That describes the Mandela
What are
effect.
you saying? Be clear with your words.
Because that sounds like it to me.
Okay, well, I don't like saying that. I literally don't even like saying Mandela effect, because that's a whole conspiracy theory rabbit hole that I literally said more than once. I don't like giving attention to, because I feel like it's a psyop, right?
It's not. But anyway, that's what
But
people
after
call it.
all, at the end of the day, did it change something in your daily life? I mean, it's kind of a brutal statement, but even though you had, that kind
Well,
of...
my point is, truth is, it's weird when you talk about truth, because literally, if everything changed, but the laws of physics were one way one day and then they changed the next day, I think the truth would be it changed, but because nobody remembers it. Okay, I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm lost. Forget it. I was going somewhere, but I got thrown off.
With truth,
no, it's okay.
Is my truth the same as your truth?
Yes.
I'm just curious. I think it is as well. if I say I see a tree, and you're looking at the same tree, then the tree that I'm seeing is the same tree that you're seeing. I think that would be kind of right to say.
There is such thing as subjective truth. So like you can have a bad reaction to a certain fruit, and you can be like, this fruit is bad. This fruit will cause this reaction to happen if you eat it, and that's only true because it happens to you, not to everybody else.
I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
There is an overriding truth that's the same for all of us. Well, we're not actually privy to it. But then the subjective truth of, say, for example, you say to me, Paul, that's a tree over there. It may be, for example, a bonsai tree, and I think it's a bush, or I think it's like something. I don't see it as a tree, even though perhaps factually it is a tree. It also may be you see it in a certain hue. The color of it is different to mine. You know, maybe I'm colorblind. I can't see green. So I don't quite know what you're getting at.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, if I see a tree, and you see the same tree, you might see it as purple leaves, and I might see it as green leaves, but it's still the same tree, isn't it?
So
what
does it
Is it not the effect of it that matters in our discernment of what is true?
No, it's the meaning.
It's the meaning. It's the effect of our stumbling across it that matters in regards to what is true to us as an individual. I mean, in many ways, it doesn't matter whether it's a tree or not. It doesn't even matter if we mislabel it, and if we're both incorrect in our assertion that it's a tree. What matters is how we perceive it. Is the perception the truth, whether we're wrong about it or not? Does that make any sense?
Well, yeah, I kind of get that. But if I see one tree, I don't know where I'm going here. I'm just sampling. But if I see one tree and you're looking at the same tree, we've got to say that tree is the same tree for two of us, haven't we? Whether we see it as green leaves, yellow leaves, or whatever. So my truth is still your truth. But then there's a difference in your perception to what my perception is of. But the truth is still the truth.
And of course, there's some people who are just straight up blind, and they will never ever know what a tree is.
No. Yeah, of course.
Wait, how is that even possible? How can you not? Oh, sorry.
If you're blind
I
and
think
when
it's
you're born,
talking about like having a specific memory that a couple of other people share. So it's not just you. You and these other people remember a situation, a country looking a certain way or whatever. And then now that has never been the case. It's always been completely different to how you always knew it to be. That's kind of what he's referring to, I think, with the Mandela effect stuff and reality changing. So, and a lot of people report this stuff where they remember things being different, history being different, countries looking differently or being in different places or whatever. You know, the spelling of things being different and you know,
Yeah, but you're going. But I feel like that's going too off because I wanted to start off with like how the laws of physics are changing and how dogmatic the populace is when it comes to just accepting whatever the authorities say and not wanting to seem out of place, because that's the thing that happens. Like if you're not like everybody else, then there's this subconscious need to try to fit in. And even if you knew like, okay, I remember that being this way, you're gonna doubt yourself because everybody else is saying something different. Like you'll sit in a burning room, we'll see smoke coming out of the door because everyone else is sitting there. That's a thing people have done, and it's like some complacency.
Essentially, it doesn't really matter what anyone else, right? As long as you have that memory and you know what you saw, it doesn't really matter what anyone else thinks about it, in my opinion.
It could, though.
Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, but it does affect people. It has an effect subconsciously on people, how other people react to things.
Well, there doesn't have to be a reaction to it. It's just, it is what it is. It's like people remember something and now it's not, and who cares? You know, it's
Also-
over some kind of, you know, it doesn't really matter ultimately.
Yeah, and
It's
also
good to talk about it. Anyways, but yeah, I don't know what you're talking about or where you're going. So where you're going with it.
Also, like I would argue that reality does kind of change though, because like once the weather, you know, like, and that's pretty mundane as hell to me. So like,
Oh, well, that's a different change to what we're talking about. We're not talking about things changing normally. We're talking about like things changing in a different way. Like that's, I guess you haven't looked into Mandela effects. We're talking about like.
Well, I said that. No, I said that the Mandela effect is a normal thing.
I don't think this
I
is the
said it's
place to get
natural.
into.
Whatever
Yeah, I mean,
it
everyone
is,
has
it's
their
natural.
different theory on it. Everyone has a different theory on it, but I don't think this
Yeah.
is a place to get into it because these people have no idea. They couldn't even comprehend something like that. You have to experience it like many times. Although for me, it only took once, but most people, you probably need to experience it like many times.
That's how the truth. That's how the truth works. It doesn't matter about what you tell somebody. They need to experience it, or they will never know it.
That's what I said. That's exactly what I just said. They need to experience
Okay, well,
it for
I'm
themselves.
reiterating it. I'm just saying it's for everyone else so they can hear it again.
Yes, right. Because I didn't say it well the first time. No, I'm just kidding. I get it.
May I speak to something? I'm new.
Hello,
up here.
is that Ragnarok?
Yes, it is. You can just call me Ragnar.
Ragnar, welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say?
So I read the title of your show, like what's right and what's wrong, stuff like that. I've been thinking up a radical philosophy as of late, and it's rooted on biblical truth. You can argue about truth if you want, but it's not about the semantics of truth. One thing I figured out, because I like thinking outside the box, good and evil is the box. People don't realize that. You're always rooting that team, this team. Just like the gentleman said, you have an instinct to fit in. Either you're with good or you're with evil, right or wrong. Morality can be considered to be geography because in some countries, abusing women is seen as a good. In Western countries, it's seen as a bad. That's why I say morality is geography. And what I'm trying to say is, either in that culture or ours, they will think we're wrong and they will think they're right. We will think we're right and we will think they're wrong. You see what I mean? The box is always there. No matter what equation, sports, war, politics, religion, everybody thinks they're right. That is the source of war. And my point is nobody thinking maybe, like, I'm not trying to dilute morality or what's good, but that's the thing. Even I'm forced to operate in that communication system where I have to speak in the lens of black and white, good and bad. We're always going around in circles in the box, thinking good and evil. Now I'm simply asking all of you, can we think outside of that cage? Because if you think about it, now this is where the biblical part comes in, the curse of the apple of good and evil. That's what it is. The concept of original sin, you're stuck in a box. You're like, everybody's corrupted in this system. It's I call it a Saturnian system of restriction where time keeps us down. Most people need to understand, and I'm not trying to get religious, I'm actually trying to stay scientific. Jesus said that we all have divinity in us. We all have a photon, a light, right? Light can surpass time. Science has proven that. People don't understand that idea. So how do we get out of the good and evil curse? That's what I'm asking some of you. I've already done hours of thinking on this. And I'm asking if any of you can actually think outside of the good and evil complex and pay attention to how you speak and reply to this. You'll keep finding, you keep going back to good and evil ideas. Light, dark, black, white. It's all there. So think about it. I'm asking everybody, can you try to get out of that thinking?
To me, there's only one way of getting out of that thinking, and that's thinking with curiosity. Because the very moment you think with curiosity, then you're questioning yourself and you're seeing all the different alternatives. But if you think with I know, then that comes from your past as such, your past conditioning, which just means that you're on repeat.
Dogma. Good and evil, the system of thinking of good and evil is dogma. It's the root source of dogma. It's the problem. A child, you brought up a very good answer. The easiest answer, the simple answer is the most truthful one, Occam's razor. You just said with the curiosity of a child, that's where you get out. You need to think with the curiosity of a child. to get out of the good and evil. Like, think about it. Why do you think religions, whether they're hardcore Islamic, Christian, traditionalist, or any single kind of cult, even the satanic kinds, did you know P. Diddy was brainwashed since he was a child? He doesn't know anything else. Most people, I'm not saying pity him, I'm saying he hasn't known anything else. That's just an example. This is why they brainwash children. That phase of curiosity, that is when the box comes for you. That is when the box of Saturn tries to hold you down, right? It wants to keep your light down. And it makes you thinking what's good or wrong within the boundaries of the dogma you were given. Whatever you label it.
Okay. So how do we operate in a world without good and evil as thoughts in our minds?
That's the question. How do we get out of it?
I would like to push back against that because I think most of us agree on what is good. I mean, I think most of us agree on what is evil, but I don't think it is universal that we all agree on what is good. Like, I think most of us have different understandings of what is good.
That is correct. Different religions will think something else is good, but a religion next door will think that good is a bad.
That just sounds like a cultural relativism to me. That sounds like relativism to me. Because it existed already, you know.
Outside of culture.
Right, because somebody's paradise can be somebody's like dystopian nightmare. Like
exactly.
That's called relativism, and that's already an idea. Relativism, both cultural and epistemic relativism. Those are already
Relativism is about what is relative to each other.
It's also about what's good or bad in philosophy, culture.
But you just did it again.
I
told you all. When you reply to my question, you will always fall back on what you think is good or evil.
I'm not using those words as good or evil. I'm just being descriptive about it. I'm not like moral. I'm just saying that
it's not about challenging the philosophy, though.
Your idea sounds like cultural relativism to me. Something I have.
Instead of going through the intellectual question, you decided to challenge the philosophical grounds of the question. That is semantics, sir.
Well, that's how I work, and there's a lot of conceptions of philosophy.
If you only work in semantics, maybe you belong in politics, talking in circles.
Philosophy still hasn't reached a consensus in religions, so I don't know then what humans are doing. I would imagine a lot of philosophers actually thought outside of the box, like outside of the box. We wouldn't need like Max Stirner, Friedrich Nietzsche, Marquis de Sade.
Go further.
And they all go back to a type of egoism. So yeah, I guess our solution is just to all be the egoists then believe in good or evil. Like Max Stirner didn't believe in good or evil, and Friedrich Nietzsche didn't believe in good and evil.
It's not that they didn't believe in it. They did believe in what was right and what's wrong. Look at the difference between early philosophers and late philosophers. They had different ideas. Every single one of them. I prefer Seneca, for example, and Marcus Aurelius, his greatest student. Stoicism finds a way to think outside of good and evil. Okay, Marcus Aurelius, say for example, you are Marcus Aurelius, you're handling the Roman Empire. You don't have time to think about what is good or evil. You do try to be virtuous, but you have to sometimes, like Machiavelli says, be cruel for a greater good.
Okay, but that's still within a... Marcus Aurelius still worked within a good or evil framework. He thought he was doing good because he was being virtuous. So he still worked within the box according to your thing, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm pointing out. It doesn't matter. You could be a peasant or the one with all the power. We're all thinking inside the box of what is right or what is wrong.
Yeah, because
why can't we haven't been free of that system of thinking since potentially the biblical the apple curse, basically with Adam and Eve. People don't even understand what that means.
What?
When you talk about the Adam and Eve story, and we refer to
do you guys think that actually happened? Because I can't believe in that if it actually happened, which I don't. So I don't know what you're trying to get at.
I'm more so speaking towards the curse of the apple of good and evil.
what I'm talking to.
Real
Okay,
because
guys, the host is trying to talk. Can you let the host talk real quick, please?
sorry.
Oh, sorry, I'm not the host. I don't think. Was you referring to me? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
I thought you were the host.
yeah, it's all right. No, I worked out with that story of the good and evil. And I don't know whether we should focus so much on the good and evil. You see, it was a tree of knowledge, wasn't it? And the fruit of good and evil, or something along that lines. When I watch my own mind, which I've studied for quite a while, what I recognise that happens is if I go for knowledge, then I go for my conditioning in my brain, the bit which is on repeat. So I go into this particular area, and then I make choice. But that choice only comes from the conditioning that I've got. So if I don't pick the fruit of knowledge, if I don't go to knowledge, then I question.
Glitching again.
Which means, yeah, it's just, not question, but curiosity. So as long as I don't go for knowledge, all I've got is curiosity, which means that I'm not in my conditioning. But I don't know whether that good and evil really represents good and evil, but more choice.
I want to jump in here and say I think this reminds me of something I was talking about in regards to assumptions and wondering. Because somebody can look at a situation and then make all of these assumptions. And this is based off of prior beliefs, prior thoughts, prior this, prior that. But if you're wondering, if you see a situation and you wonder, you keep your mind open to the possibilities of what is. Instead of like, oh, I already made this assumption. I already made this determination. This is what it is. And then you actually figure out what's happening. You're like, oh, I was assuming this. I was assuming that.
Well, the thing is, if you say to yourself, I know, if you come up with something and say, yeah, well, I know, then you may as well say that's all there is. You're not going to go any further, So saying I know is like saying that's all there is. But then if you say I don't know, then you leave all open option for all other possibilities, and then you've got a much bigger picture. I mean, I think that's a description of intelligence, really, as long as you keep the bigger picture. But if you say I know, you may as well just say that's all there is, and it's not a big picture anymore. You're not seeing.
No, sometimes you see no because you just know. Like you don't need any more contemplation or wondering.
It's very wise of you to point that out. Another philosophy I've been working on is being the eternal student is better than wanting to teach. Because, like, I've had to deal with narcissists in the past, right? They always have this need to teach. What they really want is to influence and control. See, the real masters of self, people who master themselves or who master their art, like the Chinese philosophy of Kung Fu, it's not even a martial art. It's about mastery of what you're doing, the skill itself. So, like, if you're always a student, you become the master. But if you fall for the pride, you just want to teach. You're not learning anything. The best teacher is always a student, right?
But I want to talk about the gesture.
I want to respond to what you just said because I have not actually seen that. I think narcissists don't cheat. They're looking for constant input because they're observers and they're trying to see who they can exploit. So it's not like they're trying to cheat people so they can learn stuff. Like they don't do that. They want other people they want other people to cheat now because they're trying to extract. They never actually reciprocate and put anything out. There's no output.
Right, so they're always looking to leech and looking for supply, but they don't put out.
Right, including they don't cheat. They don't do. It's like if you look at a narcissistic parent, they don't teach their children. They're just like, how come you didn't know how to throw that ball? And then you threw the ball like a girl. Like they do stuff like that, but they don't cheat.
Right. Well, that's the thing. The opposite of that, an empath, like Carl Jung goes over this, the narcissist versus the empath. The empath approaches the situation completely differently. Like it's like the quantum opposite, literally. It's a polarity. And so, like, it's the difference. So, like, I've noticed some narcissists, what I mean by what they want to teach, they want control because they want to control their supply. A narcissistic parent will put, like, a child grown under a narcissistic parent is a very underdeveloped child, just letting you know.
I think what you mean, I mean, they want to program you because they want to program you to do what they want, but they don't really cheat you.
Well, I just want to say it's about influence. In reality, that's what we work for. Like money is influence, and if we didn't have money if money didn't have influence when we gave it to the cashier, they wouldn't give us what we wanted. And in a legal system, definitely money is influence, and that's ultimately what this all comes down to: is people wanting to influence people, and regardless if they want their attention or not, what they ultimately want to extract is this ability to influence.
But that's just humans are. That's how they learn and teach. Like, I don't know what you're saying.
Well, some people want to teach to control, not to liberate. Some people want to give you wings. Some people want to give you chains. They'll both call it teaching.
That's just called enslavement.
Well, that's the thing. A teacher wants to like give you wings so you can fly, right? See what I mean? But then there's the Saturn effect. You know what the Saturn effect is? Say somebody
the oppressor wants you to keep on going back to them.
Right. Say somebody wants to expand their skill, right? Or you're the king of a country. You're teaching your son all these great military history, so he's a great learned warlord for the future. He becomes better than you. You become jealous of your son, and then you fear your son will replace you sooner than you hoped. So then the envy and the jealousy of a parent, the Saturn effect, like it's like an older generation leeching off the younger generation to keep them down type of situation, right? So like it's not about good or evil to them, it's about self-preservation at that point. So there are some things that are not about good and evil, they're literally down to just survivability. And some people, when jealousy hits, they become Saturnian and they try to devour, not literally, but some can go down that road if we want to, but like philosophically, Saturn feared Zeus or his future offspring from overtaking his throne. Think you're just a master at a trade. Your apprentice is learning better than you are and has potential to become even better than you are. There's two kinds of teachers. The kind that hates his student overpassing him, that's the Saturnian one. And the other kind, which is the luminary. A luminary would want you to have your wings and potentially his legacy speak through you as you grow bigger and bigger, right? So people behave differently based off like that aspect. What I mean by Saturnian behavior is somebody who's in a leadership position of whatever situation, seeing their underling getting ready to surpass them, but they try to keep them down. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
But like, have any of you been in that position where somebody tried keeping you down because of your potential is a risk to them?
No, because
my parents, both of my parents were like that. My parents wanted me to be eternally dependent on them.
Yeah, I want to give a scenario. One time I was playing, I was at school and we were playing Duck, Duck, Goose, and my teacher definitely was plotting against me. I saw it in her actions, her patterns.
So, did you have teachers who wanted you to outshine them, though? The opposite of a Saturnian behavior.
Yeah, whenever a teacher is proud of their student, I think that's a good telltale sign of that. When they're like, "Look at what my student made," and yeah, I think that would be a sign.
That's difference between luminary and Saturnian. Luminary based off like Apollo, the light, learning, because Apollo inspires philosophers, right? That's why I use those terms. I use Greek terms for certain philosophical behaviors because we tend to use Greek terms as a culture for everything, even Psyche.
Yeah, I think a bad teacher,
the goddess of the mind, right?
I think a bad teacher would probably be like, "Look at what I taught my student. Look at how good I taught my student," or so he would try to take the credit for what the student did somehow.
So, like, I've noticed that behavior when it comes to boomers and Gen Z and millennials. Gen Z is basically Zeus coming out of the cave along with millennials.
You think Gen Z is great?
I think Gen Z can be great, but they need to understand the mishaps of millennials.
No.
Because millennials found a way to somewhat survive, but it's getting harder because the boomers have been sitting on all the fortune, the leadership, name every single company in government in the world. It is most likely a boomer leading.
Yeah,
right?
and then guess what? And then in the next generation, someone will inherit that. In the next generation, someone will inherit that, and then
Yeah, well, you'd hope you'd inherit, but they're not trying to leave an inheritance. They're being very Saturnian about the affair.
no, it's just it collapse, and then somehow somewhere down the
Okay,
line,
okay, I'm just gonna have to jump in real quick and say, guy who's talking about the Roman stuff, please, if you can mute your mic so there won't be too much back breathing. Okay, that's it.
So back what I was saying is that like each generation will repeat the same mistakes as the last one. I don't think there's gonna be any big difference between Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and so on and so forth. They're going to inherit or they're going to build something that then they're going to exploit and take advantage of other people in their own respective generations. And in the next, we'll see that uprise and then blah blah blah, so on and so forth.
I can see that. Like they might even take on boomer traits. Like because the boomers grew up in the wealthiest, most peaceful time in all history. Okay,
It wasn't. What are you talking about? There was Cold War, Vietnam War.
No, Cold War was a Cold War. It didn't get hot. There was a bubble
There was
of
a lot of
peace.
wars throughout the world. Vietnam War, the Myanmar War, this African War, South Africans nearing civil war with the apartheid.
I'm well
and
aware.
Alien.
But look at the West. For almost 80 years, except maybe Czechoslovakia, the Czech issue, right? With the Serbs and the
You mean Croatian? You mean Croatian?
Yeah, the Croatians, right? The Czechs and the Croats and all that situation in 2001. Look, most post World War II, the West, basically the NATO regions of the world, have been living in a bubble of peace for 80 years, and it has been the most prosperous since the boomers up until 2008.
Because back then, crime was massive all throughout NYC and all the big cities in America. That was a crime war, a gang war. So that's not peaceful. And in Ireland, there was the troubles between the UK. There was wars between Ireland and the UK. You know, there was even freaking a Gaddafi helped the IRA beat the Royal Air Force.
Were there large kinetic wars that tore apart the world like World War II?
During that, no, but they're still being felt in their local regions, which have ripple effects to other.
So localized issues inside of a bubble of the greatest peace known to mankind.
It wasn't.
I'm not saying you're not understanding. From the boomers after they were born after World War II, it was the best economy at the time. They thrived. They could buy a house for $3,000, okay, $20,000 about. And they continued. It came back in the Gen X when they could go to McDonald's for work, and they could pay off an entirety of college tuition within 2 summers. That's how much the money has inflated and decreased. So that's where I'm getting at. This evil that is growing is because people can't afford anything. What I'm saying about the 80 years of peace, there were no large kinetic wars. In that, yes, Vietnam, yes, Afghanistan. After 2001, the War on Terror happened. Okay, that continued, but were they massive kinetic wars?
Like I'm not sure where you're getting at. War is a war. It doesn't matter.
My point is the comfort of the bubble of peace in the West has caused people to become decadent, way too comfortable. Does that
I'm
make
so
sense?
glad you said that because I just did content about that in terms of like Friedrich Nietzsche talking about decadence, and you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Look, it's not about there were localized wars. I agree with you on that. I'm saying that the comfortable situation of the West, even though there was a Cold War and all these other things going on, like Africa wasn't comfortable. Like basically they were having World War Africa like the whole time. Nobody knows about that. I've actually studied some of those civil wars. Most of their wars come from Islam versus Christianity. They're still in the Dark Age with AKs. You know what I'm saying?
Wait. But if there's a but that would be because of colonization, because they were not originally Christian and Islamic. Those are Western
No, they were.
religions.
No, they were. And well, the Arabs colonized the north, and Christianity was spreading already, dude. Those
Right, but
Christianity was present in Africa before whites even showed up, my guy.
no, that's not true. And the point.
Yes, it's
the
okay.
point-
You want to say Ethiopia wasn't one of the first Christian churches in the world?
Ethiopia, Eritrea, modern
Come on,
day
mommy.
Eritrea was like modern day independent.
Ethiopia,
the point
North
is
Africa,
that
they were all Christian.
the point is that people talk about all this war, the tribal wars going on in Africa, and it's like after everybody came in and interfered and made them all like ass backwards, and they're like, they're Christians and fighting with Muslims. Like, I'm talking about before that, before they had their original religions, all of that
They were
stuff
still
is not
fighting
going
each
on.
other. They were still fighting each other. You can't tell me they weren't. Trust me, I've studied African warrior culture, bro. Okay, oh, look, my neighbor's over there. I want to go to war. Okay, whites were the same way, dude. In the Dark Age, we loved conquering each other. Asia, look at China. They were going to war every other fucking week. Like, it's not something specific to colonialism. Yes, did Muslims colonize all of North Africa and create the Barbary slave trade, of which continued for like fucking 500 years. Okay, blacks were being sold to Turkey, into the caliphates, into Islam ever since. They forced Islam on all the northern Africans. Ethiopia was the only fucking holdout. So when Ethiopia says they resisted colonialism, they didn't just resist the white man. They resisted the Arab as well. Okay, like people don't know that.
I don't think it has anything to do with white people. Like, I'm just talking about external influences. Like, they had conflicts, but there was no war. Like, wars can only be waged through a state. You can't have a war without a state. You can have conflicts.
That's not true.
No, if you read what Jean-Jacques Rousseau said, unless there's a sovereign, like individual, tribes can't wage war.
Yes, they can.
It's not an official war without a sovereign. You can call it a conflict, or you can call it. It's not an actual war. I'm sorry, that it's just not. That's not the legal definition.
What about the sovereign of the tribe?
They don't have sovereignty. Sovereignty only exists within statism.
That's bullshit.
It's not bullshit.
So let's call all the Germanic kings that basically, skull smashed all the Romans throughout the Dark Age. They didn't have kings of the leaders of their tribes.
Those kings were sovereign. That's the whole point. They had a state.
But what makes you think Africans didn't have sovereign leadership either?
They did not. They didn't have
Yes,
state.
Yes, they
Oh
did.
my
They
God.
had same structure.
Okay,
Like you said, it's chiefdom.
I'm going to leave this one alone because it's just, I feel like it's going nowhere. But
Well, like the point of the topic was that look at the difference between the comfort in the West and the rest of the world, where it was just war with neighbors and tribes. Okay, but we also have localized conflicts like Bloods versus Crips, this biker gang versus this biker gang. Of course, it's going to happen. The Irish versus the British. It's going to happen. Like small tribal warfare always happens, bro.
I forget the term that Jean-Jacques Rousseau used. He used a different term, but he said it wasn't war. I would have to go back and read it again. What is it called? It's like two different books that I read from Jean-Jacques Rousseau, but it's not war. He called it something else.
Okay, well, look, a Chicago gangster that I used to know, I'm not going to try to get too anecdotal, he's going to call it war when his gang goes to war with another gang and he loses his friend in combat. That's war. Okay? Like, I don't want to minimize or give it another word. Sure, it's a skirmish. How about that? It's a skirmish, right? Just skirmishes between tribes. We can keep it at that. But the real thing is, like, the comfort and decadence of like what happened in the peacetime of the West, our people got weak. We have corporations poisoning us. We have world leaders doing the most horrific shit in the world, and they're basically trying to normalize evil. It's fucked up, bro. So like, what's the topic? How do we solve that shit? I know it's been going on for years.
And another form of the decadence is that now people can't even focus on their own suffering.
now they've become so decadent that they've ignored human suffering, and now they're only focusing on animals. And it's like vegan this, vegan that, and they don't even care about their own children. It's so decadent. It's so absurd. It doesn't make any sense that you don't even care about your own species, and your whole life is dedicated to another species without contributing to your own social contract.
Dude, there's another era in history where these events happened. You know that, right? So have you ever studied the Canaanites of like before Israel and the Jews went there? All the horrific shit that's been revealed right now actually is like that stuff back then. Do you want to know how they handled it? God is very clear when it comes to people who sacrifice children, right? He literally commands the Israelites go kill the Canaanites because they're literally doing human sacrifices and some of the most horrific shit ever. And unfortunately, the Israelites didn't listen to God. God said kill them all, right? Just to protect the people and to stop their dark practices. They didn't kill them all. It's because they got seduced. And then you got Manasseh doing the same shit all over again, just like the Epstein files. Like, it's fucking wild, bro. Like, it's history rhymes.
Yeah, it's that. So I don't know.
But that's how they solved it. If people are looking for like how did a culture solve the Epstein file situation, there's historical precedent. Most of the time, we just exterminate them on a biblical level.
And it's not working.
Well, we were coming out of a peace culture, right? And like being told the religious answer would be to exterminate the guys who have been eating babies. A lot of people are already shocked by learning the first part, right? But then they hear the biblical response to that should be just kill them all.
All right, so I
don't know how to react to that.
Okay, so I just researched it, and according to the social contract, people cannot wage war without a state and without a sovereign. Rousseau states that a war is a relation between states, not between individuals. He writes that war is essentially a public political relationship that requires organized political entities with sovereign authority. Jean-Jacques Rousseau.
I don't recognize that.
He's one of the main political theorists, but beyond Hobbes and John Locke. Like Rousseau is one of the most influential theorists for the American Constitution.
An individual can go to war with another individual. That's my argument.
Right, but Rousseau is the expert on that subject matter. So I just don't think that anybody can contradict the person who created the social contract.
Okay, but I don't know about that. I don't know about disappearing to authority, but I mean, I think kind of, engaging with what he was saying would be a healthy idea. I don't think just kind of dismissing it by saying, I believe something different is that fruitful for a conversation.
No, the definition of war is a political. It's a political act. It's not something.
I think that's a good definition.
You're arguing over definitions when I asked you a question on something and you completely went the other way with something else on the definition.
No, because we were talking about it earlier, and I couldn't remember exactly what Rousseau said. I had to go look it up, and then I just brought it up because I couldn't remember it earlier.
Okay, but what did you hear about what I said before you came up with the Rousseau? What he said, right?
What does it have to do with good and bad? That's what I want to know.
What were you talking about, like gangs and stuff? Like, I understand what you're
being evil, being the normalization of evil. We're looking at it, right? With the full fucking Epstein files and shit. So you're saying a stateless entity can't go to war? Is that okay? So are you trying to tell me that people are not going to protest, riot, and straight up murder their governments for covering up cultists that literally eat babies?
They won't do it anyway. They're cowards.
So basically, they would need a sovereign, somebody who would do it first, somebody who would step up first, somebody who will actually do it.
It's not technically a war because you can't have a war without a state and a sovereign.
Oh, it's a war. They're eating our people. Yeah, maybe you're right. It's not a war. It's a massacre.
I think so. So, and I don't think it's going to happen.
Oh no, it's gonna happen. People are gonna rise up. It's eventual. I've seen it enough times in history. People rose up against Caligula. He was evil as fuck.
Against who?
Caligula, look at these
Yeah.
decadent Roman emperors. Like, compare them to Marcus Aurelius. Nobody rose up against Marcus Aurelius other than a couple ambitious senators who wanted position. They didn't rise up against Marcus Aurelius because of decadency and fucked up hedonism, but they did with Caligula. They straight killed that guy. They're like, no, we're not going with that evil again. So, like, a lot of people, I think, are hoping the military will basically take, like, say Caligula is like a example of all these Epstein file people. Is the military going to basically take them out? Most people expect that, right? And there's already a lot of people organizing, and it's the middle of winter, and people are like wondering, why isn't nobody angry? And evil is just getting
Really,
more
because I don't
normalized.
see that happening outside my door because I was at the mall and I saw a shit ton of people like not doing about it. So I don't know what reality you live in, and also I don't think America has.
Dude, what do you want them to do?
Well, the question is, who is supposed to do something about it? And I think that men are supposed to protect their families, are supposed to protect their women and their children, and yet they don't do it, and yet they still keep creating more children who they don't even protect. I would feel guilty as hell if I had children and I didn't do anything to protect them. Like, what is manhood when you don't protect your family? Like, you don't even deserve to have a family if you can't provide protection.
That's all I say about this legal system. They don't even let you protect yourself, or like the criminals that are doing shit. Literally, they let them get off with stuff. Like, there should be things that are, death sentence worthy, and people get off with lighter sentences than they should.
Well, that's the thing. People don't understand that the government system, the legal system, why do you think they're not going after these cultists who did what they did? They own them. They infiltrated them. They're termites. Cultists are termites in every single system. People are wondering, why is nobody doing anything about it? Because the whole fucking system is termited to shit. So the only response to a corrupt, decadent system that literally devours the children of its own citizens, somebody's gonna make a war band. Somebody's gonna do something. It's gonna
Okay, I
happen.
think you need to stop talking like that. You really need to stop talking like that, because you're gonna get like people in trouble just for associating with
Dude,
your
it's
ass.
not trouble. They're eating babies, bro.
Who's gonna do that? Hey,
All
you're
right,
talking about
starting
guys,
wars and stuff?
guys, 1 second, please. Let's move on a bit. Live abolitionism. What were you talking about? Sorry, change the subject.
I was just going to say that the solution would be to dismantle it. That's what Jean-Jacques Rousseau said in the social contract. When the sovereign no longer serves the general will and it becomes an end unto itself, the people are supposed to dismantle the state. And I could talk about that, but
okay.
People are never going to do that.
Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But the question becomes:
most likely won't.
How does this all relate, Ragnar, to your view earlier that we have to move beyond good and evil?
Yeah, because doesn't your sorry.
Because the problem with these
against
cultists,
evil, you seem to be battling against.
I know.
Do you even know what you're saying? Like, you seem to be battling against evil cultists, right? So
Can you let me answer the question? Do you speak for me? Are you my mouth?
You're
not
pretty
my
much
mouth.
saying that we have to fight.
That's not what I'm saying. I didn't say anything. You're speaking over me. He asked me a question.
Fatima, let him speak.
Thank you. So, about the concept of good and evil, why did I bring that up? Because these cultists, all they do is invert it. Everything you think they're doing is evil. Everything we think that what they're doing is evil, they think it's a good. Okay? This action has been seen before. Okay? When it came to the Canaanites, they believed child sacrifice and all that nasty evil stuff was good. That's what they believed. But when it came to the God of Israel, he was like, no, that's evil. Okay, so people don't understand where they are on the battlefield until they understand the inversion of the enemy. That's why I brought up getting out of the box of good and evil, because if they use inversion against us, we might think something good is not good. Like they want to twist everything.
Can I ask you a question, Ragnar? Do you believe it's possible? Can I ask, where do you see humanity going in the near term, midterm, and long term?
So short term, I'll go short term, midterm, long term. Short term, I think there's going to be a period of troubles, because some people will rise up against the governments that's been causing the problems. Midterm, a lot of people are going to reorganize and basically reestablish wealth systems, education systems, and everything, because everything was polluted. Everything has termites in it. That's what I call them, termites. Long term, I think we could actually have. There's some hope. I'm very white pilled about it actually. I think we could have majestic libraries. Everybody have their job, their dream job. It's not impossible. It's not a utopian thinking. It's actually realistic. It's because I've examined the system that these cultists have been using against us for a while. It's designed to keep us down. So, like, if we remove their chains, we'll be able to do a lot that we didn't think we could do. So, a lot of people, they don't know what to do. So, short term, given on historical data like French Revolution and other rebellions and stuff, some people are going to fund a group of people who go up against the system. Why? It's a power vacuum. As we remove, as a people, short term, these cultists who are, all Epstein files, all the politicians, all the CEOs, as we remove them, as we remove the cults, short term, there's going to be a massive power vacuum, and a lot of ambitious people are going to try to navigate that. Midterm will be more defined by the people who jump on that power vacuum. Long term, whoever puts the ambition forward, right? And like, hopefully myself, I want to see a future where religions come together, like libraries and Gothic churches all put together, and instead of killing each other, we'd actually learn together. That's my dream, right?
What do you say to the people that say, "Too little, too late, brother"? AI is here. Robotics are here.
Nah, AI is not a problem.
There's never going to be another rebellion that achieves anything ever again. There's never going to be a rebellion that achieves
what they want.
ever again.
That's what they want. That's what these cultists want. They want to be able to reach a point of technocracy where they can keep us down eternally. That's what they want.
Say to the view that we're already there. We're already in the.
So what's the solution if we're already in that technocratic cage? Well, see, people keep thinking voting their way out is going to work.
No one's saying voting. No one says anything.
Well, some people right now, the current consensus, most people are still talking about voting.
Yeah,
we'll vote this group out. We'll vote that group out. It doesn't work. The cult owns both sides.
Right, it's the system itself that needs to be dismantled, but most people would never see it. There has to be some type of tumult. You can't just comfortably vote and then think that you're going to have some type of revolution. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. It's like, hey, let's all have a vote if we're going to revolt against the
Also,
Epstein
dude,
people.
I don't think the American people has what it takes to revolt anyway. I really don't.
Oh, they have the guns, they have the supply, but they have the will.
The cultists unfortunately have fucking the army on their side in drones. I don't know what the hell you're
It
talking.
would not surprise me if they've invested, like the quote unquote black hats, the cultists. They probably have invested in controlling parts of the army and military.
They already do. It's already been confirmed anyway. I don't know what you're trying to get at.
I'm trying to say that not all military is compromised by them. That's what I'm trying to say.
They pretty much are. They are.
No, dude, I'm hearing a lot of chatter that all the war on terror veterans, basically from 2001 to current day, every one of them who's seen combat, they're literally questioning themselves, like, what did they fight for? Those are the people the government's going to be watching the most because they know they're going to do something. They lost friends in wars that benefited the agendas of the fucking cult, for fuck's sake. So they're the ones who are pissed off the most, and they have families too. They're pissed off. But let's also remember the cult invaded the police. They invaded, like, even in Canada where I am, they're doing an investigation on every single police outfit in a whole province. Every single police outfit is getting investigated like crazy right now. Like, because cults do that. Think like those scary movies where like you think the cop's gonna help you, but then like they're literally helping the cults. Like Far Cry 5, right? They brain fucked the pardon my language. They brainwash people. Like, you don't know who to trust anymore. I think people are stuck in that situation where it's not just they don't know what to do, they're in shock learning about everything. So like short term, I think a lot of people are going to take the time to heal themselves mentally. And I think by springtime, within the short term, we're going to be seeing a lot more movement. Maybe not kinetic. Yeah, this year springtime. No, this is why they released the Epstein files when they did. They know people don't like protesting in winter.
That's really
With
dumb reason. They could have released
No,
it.
this is also suicide week. Right now is suicide week. It is the worst week for that situation socially. It's bad. So what they timed it perfectly to psychologically screw with everybody's heads.
Wait, I thought they released the Epstein files right now. When they did was because AI got better at generating false
Yeah, that's what I
documents.
mean. AI is better at things now, so I don't know what you're trying to say. AI can freaking create a super weapon, which they probably already have anyway. So I don't know what you're
I
trying to
think
get.
people fearmonger on AI a little too much.
No, they don't. I think it's warranted.
No,
I think
I didn't say super weapon. I was saying falsify like just straight up documentations.
Oh, like deep fakes and stuff.
Yeah, they could do all that now, easier, way
Oh
easier.
yeah, no,
Like all the files.
that's true.
Wait, this is the thing. Literally, with how they have everybody wrapped around their finger, they could just falsify whatever they want, and because it's coming from the authorities, everyone's going to believe whatever the hell they say.
Well, one of the other things is that they didn't even want to release the Epstein files. But it's crazy.
Yeah.
Of course.
They kept trying to cover it up. Like they're literally trying to reveal the cure to cancer at the same time. This shit's dropping because they know people are mad. There's cures to things. Like like on a topic of evil, right? You know how evil it is, how most inventors who make something like a cure to cancer, a car that runs on water, Tesla with his Wi-Fi energy, they went after the inventors for many decades now under this cult system. It's a technocracy, right? They don't want people free from their things. Like Rockefeller, he's so evil, he manipulated whole hospital schools, not the hospital schools. He basically controlled the curriculum for how doctors think. That's power. That's evil power, right? And that's something to think about.
That's kind of what I was saying earlier about the truth, right? Like, it's not just about the truth; it's how you're thinking about the truth that really matters. Like, if you have the wrong mentality, you could be looking at all the proof and all the truth you want, but you're going to be drawing the wrong conclusions.
Exactly. Right. Like the issue with how evil is basically like I'm sure you've all done a bit of research yourselves. They keep going after inventors. I'm sure you've seen how like inventors go missing or whistleblowers go missing. It's crazy. Like it's like people are understanding now. Like the truth of the matter beyond even outside of what I want it to be. Like when you're willing to accept the truth outside of your control, that's the truth. That's what I think. And
You know what's even crazier? The damn psyops. Wait, did MD
fuck
leave?
yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know.
They're doing a lot of psyops. So, like I agree. Like people, it's like the only historical reference I have to make sense of the situation is Canaan, because they are a Canaanite ball cult. The cult, that's what they are, right?
Hey, Jack.
So like the biblical answer is to just
Are you
kill
still there?
them. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Are we still live?
Yeah, we are. I think the host
now?
dropped for a minute.
Hello, is anyone in chat?
My internet
there
came out of the wall. I'm back now. Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
We'll open
All right,
up the
just making
conversation.
sure. I didn't know if we got cut off from air or not.
No, we were still on. Anybody watching want to come on? Link is
Okay,
in
my
the
bad.
live chat.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a ramble. I really don't know where to go from here.
Yeah, I'm going to open up, see if anybody else wants to come on. Okay. Can you hear
How
me?
about we look at different situations of history where evil was normalized to the extremes? Not put our opinions, but just observe.
Um,
Like, do you guys
do
know
that
of
if you want.
situations?
Well, I suppose there's lots of them. You know, some of the Holocaust, some of the genocides, some of the oppressions. You know, some of the forced famines. You know, some the opium wars, for example, that was pretty evil. Yeah, there's been lots of evil under the sun.
Out of all of them, the only one I found a similarity to our current situation in the modern day is because they happen to be Canaanite cults today. I went and looked at the history of Canaan, right? They behave exactly like them. And the
What if
biblical
it's
answer,
nothing to do with cults? What if it's just evil, like as a kind of base level kind of way of being for, say, a percentage of people? Like there's always a percentage of people that are psychopaths, and some of them are sadistic psychopaths, and it's just a kind of statistical fact that there's going to be sadistic psychopaths out there, and sometimes they get together and do awful things. It doesn't necessarily have to be some weird conspiracy or cult, you know.
right. Well, that's the thing. Like me, I like history, right? So the amount of sadistic leaders is insane. Like if we look at the top jobs for psychotics, right? It's being a priest. That's actually one of the worst ones for sadistic psychos.
Yeah.
CEO, if they can get up the ladder, like they're gonna be the guy you're fighting against. Like if you're just a laissez-faire guy, you want to be a CEO, you're going up against a psycho. Like,
Well, what they say, 1 in 4 psychopaths, 1 in 4 CEOs. I heard that statistic before. Is a psychopath. Apparently, that's much higher than the national average, or I believe it's 2% of the population in the USA, 1% in the UK. Obviously, 25% of the CEOs are apparently psychopaths. I've heard that before, but whether it's true or not,
The top occupation is surgeons. They're the craziest.
yeah. But the thing is,
They're
again, we spoke about this before. Just because someone's a psychopath doesn't necessarily mean they are a bad person and their effect is bad on society. It may well be that they are pro-social psychopaths. So again, a surgeon is a good example. A surgeon a surgeon may not have any desire to hurt anybody. They may not have any desire to be malevolent. It just may be that they don't have the kind of popular emotive response to seeing blood or gore, you know, so they're quite comfortable doing the surgery. So we've got to be careful how we I suppose dehumanize psychopaths. They are human beings at the end of the day, and they're not all necessarily bad. I know that's quite an outrageous thing to say, but they're not all necessarily bad people, you know.
No, you're not wrong. I think it's the difference between
that is
I think it's the difference between a narcissist and I think it's the difference between a narcissist and somebody who's not a narcissist. Narcissists typically, if they have psychopathy, it is extreme to a terrible degree. But a psychopath who's actually like not a narcissist and has like they healed their inner child and stuff like that, like they've done the psychological work to be stable, like maybe they'll be a good
Good morning, you crazy kids.
How you doing?
Very interesting conversation. I've appreciated. Is it Ragnar? I apologize, I can't see my screen right now.
You just call me Ragnar.
Ragnar, cool.
Hello,
Yeah,
yeah,
good stuff, mate. Good stuff.
Yeah, it's been an interesting show. Thank you to everybody who has joined in the live chat as well. We appreciate you. This is the Finding Gnosis show. We do go live a few days a week, so make sure you subscribe and join in. Brother Marcus says, this is a show that never ends. Yes, it goes on and on, my friends. Some people started joining it not knowing what it was, and they'll continue joining it forever just because this is the show. Lovely. Sorry, Yerf Dogs, what has any of this conversation been lighting up in that head of yours?
I think what Ragnar was talking, his input's been really quite invaluable. I've just enjoyed listening to him. Yeah, Basically, I could listen to more of what he says. He obviously knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, Ragnar. Well, make sure you come back, Ragnar. You know the link is in the description, so make sure you come back to the Finding Gnosis
Yeah,
show.
I'll keep coming around. I'm a bit of a quaestor. That's what somebody defined me as that. I don't typically title myself. That's a title somebody gave me. A quaestor is somebody, modern day you call them a conspiracy theorist, but it's not really a conspiracy theorist. It's more like somebody who does the research, tries to find the answers. It's just basically somebody who, an archivist, somebody who really goes deep into the butter.
Right. Well, I think you see, conspiracy theorist was a label that was unfairly put on some people for just questioning what the hell is going on. Now, I think you can be a deluded conspiracy theorist, okay? And the problem is they give the other conspiracy theorists a bad name, you know? Like, for example, believing that reptilians are on the earth and shape-shifting and running the shop. I mean, to me, I think that's a bit insane. What do you think, Ragnar?
Okay, wait. I want to jump in real quick. I want to say a thing.
No. Can you wait for Ragnar just to finish? He won't be long, and then Ragnar, please be brief on that one, and then let the mind.
Yeah, I'll do like a little haiku of a saying on that. I think people have a hard enough time explaining that cannibalistic cults were running rampant throughout the governments of the world. Like, it's adding on that extra layer of like, "Ooh, the reptiles are going to eat us."
Yeah.
Like, not the time for that nonsense.
I think you're right. I think humans don't have to create fantasy to describe the evil humans can and do in this world, you know, and have done in this world.
People make stories to explain better metaphors, to explain better situations.
In some ways, it might be a kind of a human attempt to try and remove the kind of feelings of guilt of belonging to the same species. Like, we don't want to belong to a species capable of that, so we'll label them reptilians, you know. But unfortunately,
I'm guilty of that. I'm actually guilty of that, my friend. I call these cannibalistic cultists orcs because they do behave like orcs in Tolkien. They are cannibalistic. The
scariest thing is
ridiculously
maybe they could be your uncle or cousin. You know, I know people are uncomfortable hearing that, but at the end of the day, it might be just an epigenetic bit of strangeness that caused these people to be the way they are. And that's
one note I want to bring up: conspiracy theorists who knew about the situation with the cannibalistic cults that all just got exposed recently. Imagine them trying to explain to people; they would be seemed as crazy. Like me, I knew about some of this stuff going on for 5 years now. People would look at me like you're crazy 5 years ago. Now you tell them.
Yeah. Okay.
Now that they see the data.
Can I say something?
Okay.
Is it my turn?
Okay, let Mind talk now. Sorry, Mind. Thank you for being patient. Sorry, we did go on a bit longer than we said we would. Go ahead, Mind.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Exactly what he's going into next is the way they go about things. They intentionally do things so that when you actually call things out for how they are, it's such a crazy thing that they're doing and such a manipulative thing that they make you look crazy by calling out what's actually happening. That's it. That's a part of the manipulative process that they engage in.
He's right. I've actually encountered some of these people online. They will gaslight you. They will threaten you. They will do every narcissistic playbook piece there is. They will they will literally use witchcraft, whether you believe in it or not, to drive you crazy and get you stuck in a psych ward. They love doing that to people, especially people who are sensitive, who are potentially a danger to them. Okay, basically, systems of power have been using psych wards to keep people quiet for a very long
time. I want to add one other thing to this. When it comes to these systems of power, it is always they said it's not like have to be this secret occult thing. Yes, it is when it's a group of psychopaths that secretly gather together and decide to do things. That is the definition of a cult, of a secret organization. And they are doing things. They're doing things that we consider immoral and wrong. And that's it. I'm not, I'm not hating against, like you said, psychopaths. but I'm just saying,
I
when
get
they
what you're
gather
saying,
this,
and that
yeah.
that is a good point. If you look at the definition of a cult, it's a group with strange beliefs where people are indoctrinated and they're kind of given a scenario where they can't leave. You know, if they leave, you know, it'll
Yes.
be emotionally stressful for them and maybe even put their life in danger. And yeah, I assume if you are in these groups and you get involved with these people, then you are in danger. Yeah, so
Well,
yeah, I think it is a kind of maybe it is a correct thing. I suppose what I was getting at is you don't really need to use all the. Maybe they're not doing all these occult things. You know, that's what I was getting at. Maybe there's no kind of
well,
weird rituals like in terms of you know,
oh,
the
they do that.
dancing around fucking stone or something. I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah, there always, yeah. We
Oh,
can't just claim, we can't
they're
just
doing that.
assume. Remember about the assumptions? We can't just make assumptions.
But
But
here's something I
definitely,
need to
people are
say.
doing things.
Here's something you opined on something very serious. Blackmail. That's how they control each other. They all blackmailed each other. Do you know what can destroy a cult that is controlled by blackmail? I've interacted with some of these people who were in these cults, right, and even had my battles with them, you could say. The best way to challenge them is actually with repentance, because you know the whole idea, Sun Tzu, Art of War, build a bridge for your enemies. Why do you think God is teaching people to repent, forgive your enemy? Because if you pin them in a corner, they're going to constantly fight like they're Leonidas himself, right? But if you build a bridge for them, a way out, their cult will destroy itself
Well,
in
okay.
retreat.
I get your point in good faith. Like if the people they were confessing to were acting in good faith, but there have been many views that perhaps the
Right.
confession box was used as a tool to basically do exactly what you said you're trying to eradicate, and that is emotionally emotionally blackmail people. So they were able to get people to confess to things they felt guilty about and then control them because they had the power of having that knowledge. Now, I'm not saying that has always been the case, but you know, is there not a danger that if we built a society of repentance like what you're suggesting, that these dark entities who are psychopaths would get to the top of that as well? Because don't these people have a tendency to get to the top? This is the problem here. They
always try.
they have a tendency to get to the top of fucking everything, and if they find it useful to their aims, they will set out to control it. So they
I
will
wouldn't
set out to
say
control the confession.
I wouldn't build a confession box system. I wouldn't do that, because Christ said, "Go to the quiet place and pray to God alone, not to somebody else." The whole confession box thing, that is a later adaptation, and it was, of course, used by the Roman system
I
to
get what you're saying,
blackmail
but
everybody.
how do you get a man who has no social conscience to confess or to feel repentant?
That's is a good question that I've been trying to ask myself in some of my interactions with people. How do you get somebody to repent? Not even just with religion, but just even spirituality or just philosophically. How do you get them
If you
to
want my
repent? That
opinion
is
on
the
it,
hard part.
it does start with childhood, and there is much literature now in the psychological and scientific community where they are looking at people who have the anatomy of, say, some of the worst kinds of psychopaths, like serial killers, etc., etc. They say they have a certain brain anatomy. All right, some top neuroscientists have studied this stuff, and there is an example of a top neuroscientist, and he was studying human brains this side of the millennium, and he was doing research on the actual structural malformations or formations of brains that meant that showed the person was likely to be a psychopath. Now, he took some of the worst criminals from prisons who'd been, you know, convicted for things like mass rapes, murders, etc., and he scanned their brains, and he also scanned control brains from his department, so colleagues. And what he did was he wanted to compare and contrast the brains to see who was, if he could spot the psychopath literally from looking at the scans of the brains. Now, he found he could, but what he found was surprising because there was only like 11 psychopaths in the amount of scans that he was doing, and there was 11 controls, so that he had 11 colleagues. But what he found was there was actually 12 psychopaths, and he couldn't work out. He said, "Oh my god, there's an extra psychopath," and it turned out to be him. He was the actual extra psychopath, and then he went and thought about this, and he told his wife about it. And I don't know if he'd been married more than once, but he told his wife. And they said, "Yeah, you come across as a clinical psychopath because you have the shallow regard for others in terms of how you engage with them emotionally." And then he looked in his family history, and he had come from a lineage of murderers. There had been murderers in his family lineage. And also, he just looked at his general demeanor. Yeah, he wasn't emotionally caring, etc., etc. But anyway, the point is, he wasn't a bad guy. People liked him, and he was an asset to society. He helped people, learn about the brain, etc. Maybe they were looking into stopping brain tumors. Anyway,
so he did brain
what
science,
they're
literally
suggesting is
proving
you
the
can
sins of the
actually-
father.
No, if a child is brought up correctly, even with this predisposition to perhaps being a psychopath, with the correct upbringing, they can turn out okay. So it seems that if they're treated with love and they're treated with care, they can turn out okay. So it does seem to me a lot of this does go back. I think actually, unfortunately, it may be too late for the adults, especially like the likes of Epstein. I know he's dead now, but the likes of these middle-aged and older psychopaths, it's probably too late to change them. But the children, it's all about the children in my view. It's about making sure they never get down that road by giving them a good child.
I need to go. I'm going to be back shortly, though.
I don't think we're doing that in society. Sorry, I want to welcome.
I need to go to the store. I'm going to be back later, so I'll see you guys around. Thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for being here, Ragnar. Dogs, have you got anything to say at this stage?
Yeah, I'm just going to amend what I said earlier. Although I'm on board with Ragnar, getting into the spirituality, God repentance thing, that's where I kind of part ways with him, being the materialist that I am. I think I've been in and out of the discussion as you've been having it over the past couple of hours. I think, in my opinion, I think a lot of what we call evil, etc., we don't need gods or demons to explain it. I think humans are enough, and the material world is sufficient to account for, the physical world is sufficient. There's enough to account for what we see as bad and good, etc., etc., etc. So yeah, that's where I'd stand on that. And if it's worth anything to the conversation, I subscribed, and I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I subscribe to Julio Cabrera's point of view that existence itself makes it impossible to act in a fully moral manner. He has an idea of moral disqualification when it comes to good and bad, and it's actually impossible in this existence to exist as a moral actor. And I'm inclined to agree with that.
Yeah, you've often mentioned that. And any of you guys here listening or anybody want to join in, what do you think of what he said? The mind, are you there?
It's impossible to be a moral agent in this reality.
Yeah, existence itself is structured in a defective way. Or defective is probably too much of a loaded term, but existence itself.
So I would have to start off by saying I think you might have no idea what God is, or if you do, maybe might.
You're
be...
right. I'm a theological non-cognitivist. It makes no sense to me.
Yeah, that's what I assumed. Because the way you were talking, it seemed like I was gonna have to address that part first. You want to talk about something you can't even begin to comprehend, and then saying
neither can you. Nobody
necessary.
can comprehend. Nobody can comprehend what they can't comprehend. So,
well, I think there are aspects of what we call infinity that we.
Yeah, but you can. I've been down this road a million times before. That none of that's going to demonstrate that your God is real or anything. So. Oh, and
Right.
I appreciate
Well,
what
look,
De Poops has written there. He's right. He's just clarifying what Cabrera says.
So
That's a
Julie
fair
Cabrera
clarification.
doesn't
Yep.
say it's impossible to be a moral agent, just that it's impossible to fully meet the demands of morality. Yeah,
I
that's
mean, yeah. Hi, I'm back.
you can try with the good intentions, but the actual outcome never is satisfactory.
That's right.
I'm just
disagree.
going to go and get
sorry.
a drink. So feel free, guys, to interject whenever you feel compelled to. I'll be right back.
I disagree with Cabrera's analogy of existence being torture. I wouldn't go that far, but I'm on board with his general point.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, in terms of God, oh, mine's disappeared. Yeah, I'm a theological non-cognitivist, ichtheist, whatever they call it. God is a meaningless term to me, and I've yet to see anybody adequately describe it in a fashion that makes it a reasonable subject. Oh, he's back. Good man.
Just going back to Cabrera, though.
Okay.
He kind of it's a bit like what I think about antinatalism. I mean, he's saying it's impossible to be a moral agent. It's impossible to get the satisfactory outcome of your morality. Yeah. So why be against procreation? Because as I said, you could be making it much worse. Do you get what I'm saying?
Well, I think we strive to act and I use the word scare quote because I've had a lot of difficulty with this word for a while now, morality or ethically. I'm not even sure anymore what those words
the
mean.
reason I'm saying that is because Cabrera is an antinatalist. So I'm asking why would he be an antinatalist if he had that view?
Well, I don't think he's I don't think his point is that as De Poops has correctly qualified my statement. It's not that we can't, or maybe we can't, but we will strive to as much as possible to varying degrees of success and intention. But ultimately, it's like Sisyphus pushing the stone up the hill.
So, moral agent, I want to talk about that real quick. So,
sorry, go ahead, Bond. Sorry.
If I was born in, let's say, let's say I was born in the middle of the woods by a wolf that fed me and my brother, right? Me and my twin brother, and we just ate from the wolf, and then we lived like a wolf. You're saying like we would be immoral agents because we're living like a wolf, and we were like abandoned little twins living in the woods?
No, I wouldn't say. No, the opposite of a moral agent is not an immoral agent. So a moral agent is a being with capacity to act in what humans would functionally describe as moral. It's not you're an immoral agent or a moral agent. That's not the term. That's not the correct use of the terminology. You got moral agents and moral patients. Humans, even if they were raised by wolves, I would say they have the capacity to act as moral agents. I don't know what being raised by wolves would lead them to fundamentally believe.
They would act like wolves, right? Like animals.
Well, I mean, they would act like wolves, but they still have the capacity to act morally.
Yeah,
if they're
but
human.
wouldn't it be hampered or like hindered if they were raised by wolves? Like it wouldn't be as strong as a human baby with human parents, right? Wouldn't be as profound.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I am aware. I mean, again, I don't like saying it, but I've seen a YouTube video where a chick was apparently raised out in the wilderness or something. Once she was brought into human civilization, she quickly came up quite smart. I think genetics, in my opinion, has more impact than environment.
Oh,
so
okay.
Yeah,
it could be. Of course, yes, I know that girl. I think she's from Ukraine. The Ukrainian girl who was raised by like wolves partially, or like she was like orphaned.
Well, it's a bit of a fantastic story. I mean, I don't know how much of that is true.
Yeah, right.
Raised by wolves is a bit fantastical for me, but
Could be a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, so yeah, to the mind, you're being raised by wolves. It's not about being a moral or immoral agent. It's about capacity to act morally.
Oh, because I thought your whole point in saying that it's impossible to be, like, or living in this reality will cause you to be immoral just because it's impossible not to be immoral.
I think you're creating a false dichotomy. I'm not saying it's moral or immoral. I'm saying that according to Cabrera, the structure of existence itself is such that it is impossible to be a fully realized moral agent. That doesn't mean that the opposite is, oh, you're an immoral person. That's not what he's driving at. And that's not what I'm driving at.
Cabrera
Okay, I got you. Okay.
I'm sorry?
I was raised by bipedal apes.
I mean, if anyone's interested, it's Cabrera's critique of affirmative morality. It's a bit of a difficult read because he translated it to English himself, so it's a bit wonky at times, but it's definitely worth the struggle to get through.
I read that. I read that like 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, it's pretty.
Did you read it in Portuguese? Because you can speak Portuguese, right?
Me? Oh no, I'm Hispanic. I'm Peruvian.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay,
it's okay. No, it's okay. No, Spanish, Portuguese are both kind of similar. No, but I read it 4 or 5 years ago last time. Yeah, but like I still keep on reminding myself of just of the summarization of the points. You know, like. You can't be fully irrational, authentic. Well, I shouldn't say authentic, moral agent. In life.
Well, I mean, you're layering a lot of terms like authentic and rational. That's not what he said. He just focused on the moral disqualification.
Oh, okay.
I mean, whether authentic is a completely different issue, and rational itself, that's again another trajectory.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And you said you were a theological non-cognitivist, right?
Yeah.
I'm something similar. I'm just what they call an apatheist. I don't care about the question of God being real or not. It doesn't really have any weight to my own view on life, my own personal view on life. Yeah. I don't give the question much credence,
Okay, I'm gonna have to jump in here. What if there was I'm pretty sure you would care if you knew there was an equation, right? Like if in order for you to do a certain thing, you needed to understand that thing like an equation, and then you can let's say teleport, right? Just by understanding an equation. I think you would want to understand God if it helped you further expand your ability to do things in reality,
but unfortunately,
and understand what reality is.
The unfortunate reality that you're going to continue, the wall that you're going to continually bump into and smash into, is that you're going to end up saying that God is unknowable, yet you know God.
Yeah,
and that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. How can you define something that you don't even know with language? That's why I keep coming back to language.
I think we can't fully comprehend the totality of God, but again,
There
like I
it
said,
is,
I think
just there, right there.
yeah, because the totality, if we're talking about infinity, we could understand aspects of infinity, but we can't fully, with a finite mind, grasp something that's infinite. It's impossible.
There you go. You just jumped
What are
straight
you
to
talking? Oh my God, that's a logical thing.
But,
what the hell are you talking about?
No, but you're presuming to somehow, excuse me, know something about an infinite being which we can't know in totality. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying we can know things about infinity and know aspects about it, but we can't truly fully comprehend what infinity is ultimately. Like we can't truly know infinity. We can know aspects
How is any
of
of that relevant to a God's existence?
Sorry.
How is that relevant? Well, because having the right framework of how reality works will give you a better understanding of
what's the right framework.
Knowing God.
Well, yeah, understanding the first cause. I think we believe in a first cause, right? Or understanding the infinite. One of the two.
I'm still no closer to this God thing.
You said, how does that help? Well, okay, I don't know what to say. If you, I've said this before, like God does reveal himself to all of us every day.
You're presuming that God exists, and that you're presuming that which is yet to be established.
I mean, if you want to talk about it, we can.
The mind. I'm okay with you like confirming like your beliefs are just based on subjective personal experience, because once again, like I'm not offended if you believe in God or not. I'm just saying that why it doesn't mean anything to me in my own quest of like life. It doesn't mean anything to me. It doesn't have any bearing in my life because I think
That's
I already
fine. That's fine. But like I said, once things start becoming possible because of certain understandings, then you're going to start caring. That's when you're going to start caring.
I've got a question for the mind. Does this God that you are referencing, does it exist outside of our material reality?
I mean, I can't make assumptions here. I would assume that from my understanding, what we consider this material reality is not even that. It's more of something like it's a wave form. Like it's more of like a dream state. That's what I would say. Like literally, we are in a dream state. That's it. I don't know what to say.
Okay, that's fair enough. But so, in order to understand and access knowledge about your God, I have to before doing that, I have to accept that this is a dream state. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, all of existence right now is within some type of universal mind.
Okay, but I see again, you're just going in circles now. So this universal mind, what is that?
I've been trying to ask him that, and he hasn't like given me like a good description.
That is this thing, this constant communication between everything, and which gives rise to consciousness and awareness. It's communication.
That's language and words to me. That's not God. We communicate through language and words. Like that's
Okay, yeah, but a mind is able to communicate with itself without using words. There's still this communication that happens within a mind.
But the mind still needs foreign words, external language and words to understand itself and use in order to talk to itself.
I disagree. Does anyone else on the panel want to agree with this guy, or are y'all all in agreement?
I'm neutral on it. It's probably a different approach that I would take. I mean, mind, can you define God? What is God?
Yeah, what is God? Like, I don't know what that
I've said it. God is infinite, and God is infinite. God is conscious, and God is a creator, the creator.
How do you know that? How do you know God created anything? How do you know this infinite thing that you're referring to created all of what we see around us? How do you know that?
Okay, wait. I just heard one of the co-hosts say something.
I was just asking if what is outside of the dream? Like, if we're in an actual dream, like, wouldn't there be something outside of it? Like, are you saying there's no God outside of the dream, and God is the dream, and we are all part of God as a whole, or some shit?
Well, I think God is, from my understanding, God is one thing, which is a singular being, and of infinity, because infinity encompasses everything, and there's only one infinite, even though there's like subcategories of infinity within that infinite, right? There could be like a such thing as that. I do think God is the total sum of all that is and all that isn't. So ultimately, God is alone within.
What do you base that belief on?
In darkness. That was from my own experiences I've had and my own like conclusions I've drawn from stuff. Okay, so let me answer your first question. God is infinite, right? God is infinite.
I don't know. That's your claim.
Yeah, God is infinite, and God is conscious. God is a creator. That's proof everywhere. Like when you want to talk about scientifically speaking, unless you just want to start appealing to your ignorance, right? And you saying you don't know,
Hey,
which I
whoa,
agree.
let's
You
not
don't.
jump to saying I'm ignorant. You'd be surprised what I
Okay.
know about this.
So, open and closed system when it comes to this universe, right? What do you think it is? Open or closed?
The universe itself, I would probably default to closed, but I don't know.
It's a closed system. So,
Well, I don't know. I don't know
exactly, and that's what I was saying. So, are you going to appeal to your ignorance by saying you don't know? That's how I started the
I'm
thing.
not appealing when I say that God is a meaningless concept to me. That's not appealing to my ignorance. My point is that for every person that says there's a God, you're going to get the same number of definitions of that God, which
no. The thing that you were appealing, I was talking about infinity. Those were the aspects I was talking about, and I think the thing you were.
But we're not interrogating my non-belief. We're interrogating the justification for why you believe what you believe.
Well, I know, but if we're talking about what I believe, I need it, and you want
if you
to
can't
wait.
answer
But if you
that
want to
without
follow me
taking
here,
me down a dialogue tree, then
you
I don't see.
yourself have cognitive dissonance. Like we're talking about things that your own belief systems are conflicting with your own logic. So how are you going to be
Not at all.
logical when you're not logical with yourself?
How do I have cognitive dissonance?
Well, I just finished trying to explain how infinity potentially can be observed in reality if you want to perceive the universe being an open or a closed system. Regardless of how you look at it, it leads to infinity. And before I even got to get there, your response was, well, I don't know. I don't know if it's open and I don't know if it's closed, and I just don't know. So you're appealing to your ignorance.
I'm not allowed to say I don't know.
No, you're allowed to, but I was saying in the beginning, if I was just saying you were going to do this, and which you proved to me you did, and that's it. All I was saying was I could ask you these questions, but your cognitive dissonance because you don't
I'm not
know.
making any specific claims. You're the one with the claim that there's a God out there that can actually be defined in such a way.
But you claim that you can perceive to know God, right? Do you perceive? Do you claim to be able to know?
But that's a meaningless statement to me. You have to. What am I trying to perceive?
The
God
infinite.
is subjective, right?
What
Everyone
does that
has like
mean? What does it mean to perceive the infinite?
God, like has a different. Yeah, everyone who believes in God has a different God in their own head. They're like, well, my God agrees with this lifestyle, and my God agrees with that lifestyle. There's no God that matches everyone's perception because there's going to be a God that someone believes in that is going to disagree with someone else's God. Like, well, my God agrees with this, and my God agrees with that, but my God disagrees. Do you know what I mean? It's like there is no actual objective God with his own personality because everyone's just putting their projections of who they
So if people project onto the truth, there can be no truth. There can be no such thing as truth because everyone's projecting their
You're
own truth.
presuming that which is yet to be established because you're saying that people are projecting onto the truth.
Okay, and that's when we're talking about the truth. I like to start from people's own perspectives and worldviews, and I like to show it. But you don't even have a worldview though. But that's the thing though. You don't even have a worldview because you don't know what you believe in though. That's the thing that I'm trying to show you.
What do you mean I don't know what I believe in? My position is
the universe an open or closed system.
Sorry?
Is the universe an open or closed system? And do you know
what difference does it make to anything? I'm not a physicist. I don't know these things.
Because if we're talking about infinity, we could look out into reality and see.
And I understand that infinity can be intellectually understood using mathematics. I don't feel it because I'm a temporal being.
Gentlemen, I'll be back in a while. I have to go out for a bit, but yeah, you're on your own. Well, Vegan Equilibrium is here actually, so it's okay. All right, take care, guys.
Oh, he's gone.
I can't experience.
What an asshole! He left. What an asshole!
Oh my god!
Okay, Christine is the host now.
Nobody is getting in or out until I come back. Well, you can get out, but you can't get back in. Oh, he's back. He's back. He was playing games. All right, take care.
No, hey, Vegan.
That was DNW.
DNW, okay. Yeah, but Pristine Son, like your point, like of like there's multiple ways of viewing God, and like there's no definitive consensus just means to me that like the question can be easily just be cancelled out, considering that if we keep on worrying and being wary about this question.
Oh my God! Get off of her! Get off of her cock! Like literally, y'all sound like school kids here talking about philosophical topics you can't even comprehend.
Okay, well let's avoid all that kind of nonsense. Let's just
infinity. You can't even define God for all of us.
Exactly.
I
There is
literally
no
did. I said it's infinite, and I really started explaining how y'all can't even perceive the infinite from your own world views. When we talk about things scientifically speaking, scientifically speaking.
What do you mean? What does it mean to perceive infinity from a worldview? What does that mean?
Scientifically speaking, there is a such thing as something that can't be created or destroyed and has always existed, right? Is
So
that not called
scientifically
eternal?
speaking, say that again, please.
That doesn't mean it's God. It could mean many different things.
Wait, you are talking over me, and I am trying to speak. Scientifically speaking, there is this energy that cannot be created or destroyed, right? And has always existed. That can be considered a thing that is in a state of that is eternal.
Okay, so you just said scientifically speaking, there is this energy that cannot be created or destroyed and has always existed. Now, as far as I'm aware, we understand it cannot be created or destroyed. I get that. But I don't know what it means to say it's always existed. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, like
okay, so either all of existence came out of nothing or it was always here. That's the only two options.
Okay, and let's say
either something came out of nothing or there was something always in existence. Pick one.
Well, let's say I don't know.
Yeah,
I know you don't know. That's what I said from the beginning. I said that. I literally said that. I was like, you don't know what you're talking about. You're gonna appeal to your ignorance. I know that.
No.
I said that from the beginning. You don't know.
Jesus Christ.
I agree. I agree. You don't know.
The mind. Do you know?
I can definitely make some assumptions, and I'm trying to connect some dots here, but it seems like y'all don't want to do that. Even do that.
Well, but I'm asking you. Please show us the dots and please connect them.
Well, I'm trying. I can't think for you. Literally, I like the old saying goes. I could lead you to the water, but I can't make you drink it.
You haven't
like,
done. You haven't even shown there's any water to
threw
lead
you
us
in,
to.
I suffocated you. I threw you in the water, and I tied you up and threw you in the water.
Jesus. Okay. Yeah. Well, good on you, man. Yeah, you did well there.
Wow. All right.
Can't get nothing from nothing. But you gotta have something. If you wanna be with me. Nothing from nothing leaves nothing.
Noodles.
You're always going to hit the wall.
If you wanna be with me. Bam, bam, da, dum, bam, 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 da, dum, bam.
Yeah, you're always going to hit the same wall with these kinds of discussions where the person who is advocating on behalf of God's existence is going to end up going, well, I've already shown it to you, and that's the end of the discussion. But you haven't shown anything.
Okay, I literally told you, first of all, I said the thing that we call matter, right, is in a state of eternity, and that's directly correlated to the infinite. But
how do you know that matter is eternal? How do you know that?
Matter can also be destroyed. Some types of matters can be destroyed, right? Like us.
It can be.
I mean, my point is this: even according to my understanding, the top physicists have no idea. They can't say with any
appeal to authority.
They can't say with any certainty how it all began, and they are far more clued up than I am, and that I'm sure you are. So, what's the alternative to that? The Bible.
Okay, so where was I going with this? I'm not saying exactly how it happened. I'm telling you what God is. Like now you're asking.
Yeah,
you're moving the goalposts. You're fucking moving the goalposts.
What is this God? You're trying to tell me what God is. What is the God? Define it. What are we talking about?
Why does infinity equal God? Like, you realize that infinity could exist without it being God. Like, that doesn't even make any sense.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Could be like an infinite loop just on repeat, right? Without a god being involved? It could be. And what if it's like aliens? It's not God at all. What if it's like
Okay, so that's why I agree with. I literally said that we don't know what infinite is. We could see aspects of infinity. I could show you aspects of it, but ultimately we don't know the totality of infinity. I agree there. That's what I was saying. I don't know. I can't say I know. I don't.
God is infinite, and yet. So you don't know God then, because you literally said God is infinite. So you
I
really
know
said you don't know God,
aspects
and yet,
of God. I know aspects of
okay,
God.
but you don't know aspects
Literally,
of God. So what are the aspects of God? Then tell me.
No, what? No. What? First of all, what is the God that you know aspects of? That's the better question. What is this God that you say you know
what is the
aspects
God?
of?
What the hell does that mean?
You said that you know aspects of God. What is the God that you know aspects of? What is that thing? For example, I know aspects of an elephant. What is an elephant? Well, an elephant is, and I can describe it to you.
I'm not going to give you a name. I don't know if you're waiting for a name or something, but
I'm asking
Let me ask you this.
What's your
the
justification?
creator.
I'm asking you to tell
I don't
me
think
or
you could
tell
describe
us.
an elephant.
What is this God thing that you're
I already
referring
told you
to?
God
What
is
is it?
infinite. I gave you one description of the infinite. I'm going to give one more example of the infinite in reality. It is conscious.
You believe in
it is a creator, and it is infinite. We see creation, and we see infinity. People.
Yeah. In consciousness, we see creation. I mean, I don't see
like
creation.
the way you said that.
Said what? I just repeated you. I repeated what you said. I don't see creation.
The other guy, he said Jesus, like all weird. No, yeah. And that's why I said it's because probably because you're self-projecting. That's why you don't see consciousness.
So
You're not even conscious yourself. First of all, right?
I can't see that this is created because I'm self-projecting. What does that even mean?
I said you're self-projecting your own
beliefs. Maybe you're projecting your own beliefs, and you're the one who's seeing creation because you've already got a prefabricated conclusion that God is real. Maybe that's what's happening.
Okay, so what do you call everything around you right now? The existence, right?
Okay, we'll go with that.
Okay, well, there you go. I knew it. You have a certain worldview. You're going to look at things a certain way, and you're going to draw certain conclusions. Bam.
Yeah, we all do. Yeah, okay, so what? But I'm
Bam.
not claiming.
So you're biased. So you're a biased little punk.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
I think
Wow.
you are too, because you. I don't know.
I think you're a very arrogant little punk.
Oh, that. Actually, I need a moderator to say something about that because that's actually rude. I was joking around.
That was the moderator.
You're not joking. I can tell the difference. That is a joke. That is not a joke. I was joking. You are not joking. I need a moderator.
Damn right, I'm not.
I need a moderator.
All right, somebody get this kid his mommy.
Whoa! I didn't even go there.
Again, I find this is the consistent thing. You always run into these same walls with these people. They're not. You can't just give direct answers to simple questions. If God is so complicated, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you're a deist or whatever you are. But let me ask you. So you talk about the Creator God. Is this the Christian God that sent Jesus to save us from our sins? Is it the same God?
I mean, okay, so when it comes to the truth, right? I think it
Yes or
has
no?
been. No.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say I'm more of a deist. A theist. I can't say it right. Deist.
Deist. DEISM. Okay. Deism. Okay.
So you believe in some kind of impersonal prime mover?
Yeah, and kind of like a little bit of that thing where everything is conscious, right? Everything has consciousness.
Pantheism or panentheism?
Yeah. Yeah, pantheism.
Okay, pantheism. So Spinoza. Okay, so we're working with deism, the Voltaire, and Spinoza. Okay.
All right, so everything has consciousness. Does grass have consciousness?
I mean, yeah, I think these forms that we call like chairs and grass and trees, and I think everything, the fundamental fabric of reality gives rise to consciousness, and it's just
The fundamental fabric of reality gives rise to consciousness. That's a different claim from
Does
everything
dog
has
should have a mind?
consciousness.
Does dog should have a mind? I don't know.
You're talking about different.
yes,
They're two
dog
different
shit
claims.
definitely does.
Dog shit has a mind? Oh my god.
Okay, so I agree that whatever this existence is, it gave rise to consciousness. At least what we perceive as
Thank you. I'm
consciousness.
done. That's all I wanted you to agree with me on. I don't have to say anything more.
Well, it doesn't get me to God, so you know.
This existence gives rise to consciousness. I think that's kind of profound a little bit, because people want to say it's emergent. What's the difference from something being was it inherent versus emergent?
Well, this consciousness, it only exists. The sentience only exists because we've got these things that are happening in our bodies which none of us can control, and they all combine to create what we think is consciousness. And then again, where's God in all this?
Well, God is the total accumulation of all things. Like I said, he is the infinite.
So God is just another word you use for stuff we can't understand.
No, I never said that. God is.
It's a question. I'm just asking you a question.
God is consciousness itself. Like, without God, you would not be aware.
What?
But that doesn't help. Okay, God is consciousness. So, okay, I'm sorry. You can call me a punk ass bitch, whatever you want, but to me, that's just babble.
Whoa,
what do you mean?
You're like, well, I would not even use those words. I said punk one time. I wouldn't use that vulgar language. Like, you're trying to discredit me right now.
Yeah. Okay, but it's just babble to me. God is consciousness. That doesn't communicate anything of substance to me. What is the God?
That's why I said you need to have an experience of the truth. You can't just expect people to spoon feed you the truth using words.
What's this experience of the truth? What is the truth that you've had experience of?
Okay, so first you need to open up your heart, right?
Yeah.
That's
funny. I mean, this is the same thing as, if you don't agree with me, you're stupid. That's basically it.
You probably
okay. Well, I don't know what to tell you, my friend. I try to help you, but your worldview, your mentality, your whole personality, right, is meant for, you're kind of like programmed, and you're gonna think a certain way. That's it. That's all I can say.
Okay, but I can throw that right back at you too. I mean, it's a meaningless thing to say.
Yeah, because to me, God belief is also programmed into us. Like what?
I mean, who's to say that religion and God isn't just an artifact from our evolutionary experience, where we needed to not create, but we needed to sort of imagine some kind of spiritual thing for stuff like lightning and fire and all that kind of stuff. Which we had
you're not imagining though. You're not imagining. You're not wondering. You're not pondering. You're just blindly accepting whatever the narrative is and then regurgitating it back to me. That's the issue. You're not thinking.
Okay, but to the mind, I would say to you, what you've just said there describes you from my point of view. So
you literally don't have nothing to say, and you're just saying no. You like literally, you're not even speaking for yourself. You're letting me speak, and then just piggybacking off of everything I'm saying. That's not you even speaking.
No, I'm saying that what you're saying, your description of me from where I stand, it's a description of you. So
I get it.
Getting into you're of a closed mind, all that kind of stuff, that kind of approach doesn't work because it can cut both ways.
Okay, so explain to me then why you were unwilling to have the conversation about existence, this universe being open or closed.
Right now.
No, an open or closed system. You literally closed it down by saying you don't know.
If I said I don't want to know, that's closing it down. I don't know. I guess you could interpret that as an invitation for you to convince me either way. Like if I go to court
I'm
and,
not trying to
there's a
convince you.
defendant
I'm
there,
trying to show you the evidence, and then you can draw your own conclusions. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. I'm just showing them what the facts are, what I understand to be true.
Okay, but I haven't yet heard evidence that pushes me over the line that there's some kind of prime mover.
Well, I started off by explaining that the things you believe in, you don't know what you believe in. And then I attempted to demonstrate by having you confirm that you don't know what you are talking about and how things work because you're not a physicist, right?
Are you a physicist?
Neither are you. I bet you.
Okay, I know that. But I was saying, regardless, if you look at it this way or
So
that
if
way,
I'm not a physicist and you're not a physicist, you can't use "you're not a physicist" to denigrate my position.
I'm not denigrating it. I'm trying to have a conversation with you and about this thing, and you were literally saying that you're not a physicist. That's what you said. That came out of your mouth. I'm not using that to degrade you. I'm quoting what you said.
Yeah, I'm not a physicist. I'm not a mathematician.
I'm not saying you can't speak about this. I'm asking you to have a conversation with me about it, and you said you can't because you're not a mathematician
No,
or
I
a
didn't say I
physicist.
can't. I said no. If you go back, my point is that even the top minds who have spent their lives investigating this kind of stuff, there is no
They don't know.
consensus. They don't
Yeah,
know.
and that's why I said. So you're just appealing to authority. You're not even willing to have the conversation because the top experts
That's not an
already
appeal to
decided
authority.
that they don't know. That's what you said. The top authorities don't know, and if they don't know, you definitely don't know.
That would be a reasonable.
That's an appeal to authority.
But on what basis do you know what they don't know?
I never said I know. I said that I wanted to have a conversation about the possibility and the potential, and that one way or another, from my perspective, it's either one way or the other. When we talk about existence, it's either open system or it's a closed system. You can't. I don't know how there would be a third one, which it could be like an open and closed system at the same time, like it switches between the two.
I never said that there was a third one. I never said that.
I know. I'm just saying. I was trying to have this thought experiment about what we consider reality to be, and when we start talking about an open and closed system, that directly ties into energy transfer and preservation and tying into what we would call infinite energy. Because if there's an open system, either there's energy coming into the system, right? Or there's energy leaving out of the system, but regardless, there's energy interacting with the system. So that shows that there's more energy outside of the system than there is in the system. And if it was a closed system,
any of that get me to a god?
Exactly. Yeah. And that's why I said you're stuck in a certain mindset. Like you can't even start thinking about infinity from your own scientific perspectives.
When you can't
even think about your own scientific perspectives, and then you want to go on a deeper level.
You've said that there's this God. You've used that term. You've called it a creator. And
I said this was an aspect of God. I said infinity is an aspect of God. And you yourself are unable to understand the concepts that you say you believe in. That's what I said.
That's nonsense. Saying that I don't know something does not mean I'm incapable of understanding them. I'm just saying I don't know. That's all.
But you do understand.
Well, understand what?
The nature of reality, like whether or not
I perceive it. I don't know. Maybe it's a hallucination. Maybe I'm a brain in a vat. Maybe reality is this 3D world we all participate in. Maybe it's a hologram. I'm just one guy with a mind, a brain in my skull. I don't have access to your head. I don't have access to what's going on in other people's minds. I don't know. He's gone. Yeah.
Oh.
I just think when you have these I hope he comes back, but when you have these kinds of discussions, it's really important to lock down the terms that you're referring to. If you're going to say I know aspects of God, then you have to be able to define that God. That is how discourse works. And if you can't define the thing that you say you know aspects of, then we're having then invoking that entity, that thing, is useless. It has no meaning, no weight in any kind of discussion. So it's just fucking nonsense. You always run into the same place.
Exactly. Whenever I talk to religious people about this, I talk to one person, they say their own definition of God. And then when I go to another person, they tell me a completely 180 of that definition. I can't form a consensus about their view of God. I cannot form an accurate representation of God in my head.
Kind of like morals and ethics. Huh, that sounds very similar to that. I guess morals and ethics don't exist either then, huh?
Well, no, they don't exist as truth statements. I mean, again, if you want to get down to it, I'm a moral non-cognitivist as well. So, no, they don't exist as truth statements.
I'm a moral anti-realist.
But the fact that they don't exist as truth statements, that doesn't necessarily entail that we can't create and forge morals and ethics for our societies.
Okay, I don't know where to go from here. I already said it. God's speaking to you. If you want to listen.
What this God that's speaking to me? What is that?
He's got to listen up. He's got to open up.
I've got to listen. So I'm closed off. That's why I can't hear God.
Your heart has become cold.
Writing the Bible.
Come on,
dude, you sound like a Christian preacher now in my church when I was growing up. Like whenever you just have to open your heart.
Just letting you know.
You're a sinner and you can't understand the salvation that Jesus can offer you, mate. I've been there, mate. I've been on that side of the discussion, and it's just a crock of shit. All right.
I grew up Catholic, by the way. I grew up Catholic, so I know what sin is. I know how it is to be a very, sinful and guilty and remorseful of things. And
God is just a concept that people use to weaponize their own opinion. It's like, what do you call it? It's a force multiplier, basically, to say, well, my opinion is backed by God. Your opinion isn't backed by anything but yourself. Therefore, my opinion is better than yours. That's what it all boils down to.
What the hell are you talking about? I was trying to give descriptive, I was
you just
trying
said that my heart is cold and all that kind of gibberish.
My heart is cold. You sound exactly like my grandmother.
And who's to say that if my heart becomes colder, that I'm not actually seeing reality better in a more realistic way for what it actually is?
Exactly. Depressing realism.
Yeah, that's not how that works. That is not how that works.
Well, what do you mean that's not how that works? That's a claim. That's a knowledge claim. Well, that's a knowledge claim. That's a knowledge claim that attracts the burden of proof. So I said, how do you know that if my heart becomes colder, I'm not better able to perceive reality as it actually is? You said that's not how it works. Go.
Okay. So when we talk about reality, there is such thing as emotions, right? An emotional spectrum within human cognitive, whatever the hell you want to call it. So I mean, if you want to better, if you want to better understand reality and people and the things around you, you're gonna have to have a heart, right? You're gonna have to have this emotional intelligence to be able to understand why things are happening the way they happen.
What's emotional intelligence? What's emotional intelligence? Quantify that for me.
Can you stop it? It's really
See, there you
mean.
go.
Come on.
Oh, see that?
You've been really mean. Stop asking difficult questions.
No, it's really.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to play your little games here because literally you want me
you're
like
not going to answer the questions that I'm because you can't answer these questions in a way that doesn't undermine everything you say and doesn't make you look like a complete dickhead.
Games.
Just say you can't define
Yeah,
God.
asking questions is like cancer to religion. Seriously.
I respect that.
Yeah.
I already defined it. He's asking me something else. No, he's literally moving the goalposts. Like I already defined it. I don't have trouble defining what God is. Now he's moving it. What did you just ask me? Because now you're not asking
God. You said you understood aspects of God. I asked you to define what the God is, and you didn't do it. You can't do it.
No, you asked me to define what something else was right now. What the hell was it?
Well, no, the question was perception of reality, and you got into emotions. I said that I offered as a possibility that maybe having a colder heart makes me I can perceive reality in a more realistic way.
You asked me what the emotional spectrum is. Now you're asking me what see, that's what I'm talking about. You're moving the goalposts, and then you're over here asking me to define what the emotional spectrum is, and then saying that I don't know.
Emotion. You invoked emotion. I didn't bring that to the table. You did.
So you don't know what emotions are. Now you're telling me you're so ignorant. You don't know what emotions are. I need to
know what emotions are.
From why are you asking me to explain to you what emotions are then? Like what is going on here?
I'm asking you to explain what your words mean. Yes.
Okay, the emotional spectrum. I literally said it. Like people have emotions, a cold heart. There are things that happen, and a lot of times they are not with words. Like they're subtle things that you need to experience. They're like subtle ways people say something.
So if I don't experience something, then I can't access this truth that you're talking about.
Yes. Yeah, you can't fully know how someone feels if you're not if you're not like.
So it comes down to feelings. It's an internal feeling.
No, it's not. It's not purely internal, but a big part of it does. Like if you want to know the full truth, like I said, the truth is partially on the emotional spectrum. Like there is truth to be found within people's emotional
I need
states.
to have I need to have a warmer heart in order to access God.
Yes.
Is that what you mean?
Yes.
What the fuck does that mean? Well, I don't know what that means.
And also you need to change the whole worldview as well.
Ragnar's here. He wants to back up what the mind is saying.
Can I just get a mic check? Is my mic okay right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound okay.
Being a bit louder. I'll just turn you up 1 second.
All right. So what's the question?
There you go.
Man?
Can you properly define God for
How
all
many
of us?
angels can we fit on the head of a pin?
Please stop mocking. See, right now all you're doing is mockery. You're not conversing.
Mocking who? God?
He's been mocking his own. He's been mocking himself the whole time with his ignorant, his own ignorance.
This whole time you've only been denigrating your own character.
Are you talking to me? I've been denigrating my own character.
Well, see, the whole point, you turned this into an atheist is superior to a theist argument. And then you've been
No, I didn't.
dunking
I
on this
said that I
gentleman
don't
the whole
know.
time.
Can you please explain your position to me? And maybe it is a reflection of my character. Okay, I'll do that too.
It can. Well, do you hear yourself right now?
I just don't take the subject seriously.
That's okay.
I don't
Some
think
people
God
do.
is a serious subject. I think it's nonsense.
Can you have the emotional intelligence to understand that other
emotional
people
intelligence?
do
What's
take
emotional
that
intelligence?
seriously?
What is emotional intelligence?
You don't know what that is?
I want you to tell me what it is, because I don't think it's something that
Study
you can
basic
quantify.
psychology, please.
Oh, for God's sake! I read Daniel Gold. What's his Daniel? I read all that. I've read all that stuff. What is emotional intelligence, and why is it relevant to this conversation?
If you had emotional intelligence, instead of humiliating the other gentleman for his belief in God, you would entertain the conversation like a mature
I don't
man.
need to. I've humiliated him. How have I done that? By asking questions.
Thank you.
Yeah,
first of all, he didn't humiliate
But
me.
you
I actually
do
mentally.
keep pushing the goalpost.
Yeah, you're pushing it, and
You are playing little intrigue games. Let's not be stupid here.
I'm saying that I don't know.
Thank
Please
you.
justify your statements. That's all I've said. That's the essence of what I'm saying.
Yeah,
How
from the
is that
get go.
moving
Wait, but
anything?
from the get go, I predicted that you were going to be doing this I don't know game. I've said that from the very beginning.
Yeah, well, from
you
the
weren't going to have
get-go,
a conversation
I
with
predicted
me.
as well that
You
we're going to run
weren't
into a
going-
wall where you say that you profess to know something that's unknowable, and then your very
No one
next
knows.
statement was exactly that.
How is he supposed to know? No one knows. If you say
No
that
one
you
knows
know,
what
that's
God is.
really
No one can.
ridiculous.
You haven't defined what God is. The mind. You have not. You say you only know aspects of God. That's not the full picture.
Belief in God
I
is a
define God
nonsense
as-
subject. It's the same kind of subject as belief in my thermos flask in front of me is possessed by Satan. It's exactly the same level of discussion.
You like minimizing. You like minimizing
G,
such
on the
things.
Finding Gnosis show. G, what would you like to add to the conversation? G, are you there, G? You will be removed, G.
Can't hear.
I'd have to remove G. Not talking. Yeah. Go ahead.
Can't hear me.
Yep.
Oh,
they're gone now. Okay. Maybe it was God.
May
God.
I add a question? So look, when having these arguments between theistic and atheistic, it's best to be in good faith of both sides.
I'm not an atheist.
And how have I been in bad faith?
Well, from the outside,
Because I don't
perspective, it looks
accept
like
the
you keep
premises. I don't
denigrating
accept what I'm being told. Is that bad
Yes,
faith?
yes, you're not accepting it, but you're also making fun of the man for his faith.
That's not bad. No, bad faith is entertaining. No. Do you know what is bad faith to you?
Bad faith is humiliating another person based off whatever they believe in a debate situation.
Okay, how have I humiliated him apart from asking him questions that he can't answer?
Well, how about you ask him a question he can't answer?
You have to find the question he can answer.
Yeah, he humiliated himself. If you want my honest opinion,
If your belief
touche on
cannot,
that one.
if your belief can't withstand this is rudimentary scrutiny. We're only at the definitions part. We haven't got past that. If you can't withstand that shallow level of scrutiny, why should I take what you say seriously?
But let's recap here, though. I was literally giving you definitions. I said God is infinite, conscious creator. I was like, here are some examples of infinity.
You're presuming that there's a God that created. That's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay, so
How do you know there's a God that created anything? How do you know that there's a God that created something? How do you know that?
Because there is always something to begin with.
Because there is either a prime mover, there's either something that started everything, or there was something that has always existed. Those are the only two
Infinite
options.
regression. I get it. So how do you know that this prime mover that you're talking about wasn't
Is
also
conscious?
created by some other being behind him or her?
necessary.
Yeah, because
The infinite regression applies to your idea of a creator as well. If you're going to invoke a creator that is uncreated, then you have to demonstrate the justification for that belief.
Well, I did. I literally did. I showed you. I started off by saying that if you look in scientifically speaking, there is this thing that has always existed, and it's in an infinite state, an eternal state. And you were like, "Oh, well, we can't prove that that's God." I was like, "Okay, so we can't."
Okay,
Okay,
how do
so
you know that's
even
God?
the
That's
things
the point.
even the things I point to show aspects of this God, you're saying that I can't even do that. I can't connect the dots to
You're
say
saying
that's.
that you can prove aspects of a God, but you can't tell me what this God thing is that you're proving aspects of. That makes no sense.
God's called his theology, and there's a reason it's called theology.
That doesn't. What does that contribute to the discussion?
It means that you cannot prove it. You can only theorize it. It's called theory making.
Well,
But this actually gets into a problem, though. This does create a problem. If God cannot be proven, and yet the price of the Christian God, which I know the mind is not what you say you believe in, but the price of disbelief is eternal torment, then that's fucked up. And I don't think God.
Amplified God. It's not real God.
Okay, that's not a real God.
Real God? Oh, what's God?
That's great.
Yeah, what's going on with this G guy?
I'm working.
Let's let him speak.
Well, I'm a guy that's only answers, so you got to put stuff out. I'm just thinking.
Well, I'm going to put something out now that I'm back on the show. I don't argue atheism or theism because it's like it's trying to have two different kinds of people argue with each other.
I'm not an
over a book.
atheist.
Let me finish.
I'm not an
Let me finish.
atheist.
Let him talk.
You labeled yourself. Asking an atheist to debate about God is like asking him to debate about a book he has not read yet. So there's
I've
no
read the
point.
Bible.
That's my. No, I'm not talking about the Bible.
I want to say I wasn't even. I was trying to talk about his own perspectives of reality, which I already knew that he didn't know.
He's
He
a
didn't.
materialist, and I respect him for that. But I
Yeah, he
have
just
to
blindly
respectfully
believes.
disagree. I am a theist
What do you
myself.
mean I blindly believe? Where do you get that assumption from?
You blindly believe in things you don't even understand because the experts say it, and you can't even begin to think about it.
No, he leans on
He only
science, of which
believes what he saw.
invented system
We all do
created
that.
by religious monks.
Wait,
to
G's saying something. G's finally
sustain
saying something.
We only believe what we saw because that's what God wants us to see. Therefore, there's no sin for seeing it.
What does that mean?
Okay, get rid of the
That's
AI
what
crap. That's I don't
future
believe.
human rights. We have to do evil first to acknowledge that it's right or wrong. Either God judges us on the very ground, or other people judges us, then it's morally wrong.
What the hell are you talking about?
There's actually a lot of logic in what he just said.
Original talk, which is evil. Is evil everything? What is everything then? If you're talking about everything is evil, then I would say there's only truth to that, which is aspect of things that are inherently evil, but it's not necessarily good or bad.
This is a different conversation.
Evil foretold future right.
And it sounds like AI, so
Yeah,
sound like Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, I would say my intelligence is artificial because I learned stuff. It's artificial. I created a construct in my head because I don't want to be stupid. It's not AI is always that, but it's us finding a way to construct AI using our own thought. And we're using the same model as AI does.
So to the mind, when you tell me that I need a warmer heart to understand what's going on, you've just, in my opinion, you've just made your position mock-worthy.
You don't need a
It should
warmer
be
heart.
mocked.
You don't need a warmer heart. You need a
my
mind.
perspective.
Yo, who are
My
you?
perspective on people who are materialistic, they're the bitches and slaves of Saturn.
Yep, true.
Your food.
I agree.
You think matter over mind. I think mind over matter. We're two very different people.
Yeah, existence precedes essence, yes.
I'm not a materialist. I don't have
Definitely.
anything to believe me. What the fuck? You're assuming shit on my behalf now.
Planet have to do with this? Like Saturn, the planet? What is that?
It's some.
I don't know why Saturn
It's some like occult shit. It's some occult. I already know the cubits. I already know that shit. I already know what he's referring to.
Saturn is
Now,
all
I
about
heard
material
about it
restriction.
recently, but before, last
know that,
year,
yeah.
I had no idea about this Saturn cube cult. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's unfounded. Don't worry about it. It doesn't solve any issues.
I'm using Romano-Greek words to explain a philosophical problem. Okay, you as a materialist who does not believe, you can stay in the box if you want. I could show you a way out, but you need to have faith. See, you don't understand how.
You need to have faith. What does that mean?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do a metaphor.
Oh my god.
No, just explain to me. You
closer
said
to your
I need
microphone.
faith.
Talk closer to
What
your
does
microphone right
faith mean? I need faith. What is that? Don't dance away from the subject. If you invoke those terms, you're going to have to explain them.
So, Neo was a materialist who didn't believe in God and all that stuff. He didn't believe in the Matrix. He didn't believe in any of that. And he had to see it to believe it, right? Sure, the common religious man might not be able to show you, but once
You've
We lost him.
muted yourself for some reason, right?
We lost you there, Ragnar.
Good.
Can you hear me now?
No. Just
Yeah.
stop this rubbish, DNW. Come on.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. on their
We'll end the show in about 10 minutes or so. So, let
All
them
right.
say what they want.
I actually think it's an important discussion because it keeps on returning. And this kind of nonsense needs to be just exposed for what it is.
Yeah,
because we have to do it.
It's a joke. These people aren't listening to. They're not responding to your questions. It's a joke.
Because
It's
they
a
can't.
biggest question. None of them can define God for me at all, or for any of us. Who are
Yeah, I already stopped engaging. Like, y'all could do whatever you want. I tried to engage with you. I
Sorry,
said what I
my
had
mic
to.
was acting up.
Good. Off you
Okay,
go.
Ragnar, you go, mate. Now he's muted again. That's God.
Well, no,
muting the mic.
I don't want to breathe into the mic, right? So I was just listening to you all talk. Like here's my position, right?
You're a mouth.
I am a henotheistic, syncretic, faithful spiritual man. That's just me. You could explain it that way. If you don't know what henotheism means, it's the belief that other pantheons and other gods exist, but you have your god. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I've heard
And
of it.
it's syncretic because the Roman way of syncretism was that Jupiter had different names in different places. Jupiter, Zeus, Yahweh. Yahweh's a thunder god. You want to guess who else is a thunder god? In Africa, Shango. Guess who else is a thunder god in Japan? The brother of Amaterasu, right? The whole thunder god thing, it's everywhere. Okay, and I understand our religious and occultic, esoteric, different cultures. A lot of people, like atheism is new, but it's also a new religion. It has this idea that it's superior to everybody else. It believes everything else is nonsense. Do you know what happened in psychology when Schopenhauer removed the... See, mythology is a way for humanity to understand our own psychology.
Why are you smuggling
quite often.
We're asking you about your position on what you didn't even ask. You didn't even answer Yurvdov's question about what is faith to you. Like you didn't even.
What is faith to me?
Yes,
You said I need faith.
Yeah, we need faith. What is
I'm gonna tell you-
you
let me tell you
need
what faith is.
faith to exit the system.
Faith is
What
believing
is
in
faith?
that which you cannot see. Faith is you having hope and courage
And something that I
there's
can't
gonna be something
perceive.
better.
And something that I can't
here.
perceive. That's no, Jesus Christ, you guys. I mean, I agree.
Oh, okay, now
that
you want to take the
mythology-
Lord's name in vain?
Yeah, I will do it. I'll take whatever you want in vain.
Why would you care?
The whole
Lord.
I agree. I agree that we need
Motherfucking God,
mythology
yeah.
and stories, and I think they're very important, and they contribute a lot of explanatory power to the human experience. I don't deny that, and I think those stories, in my opinion, should be passed on because they are very valuable. But they don't demonstrate the existence of any of the beings that they discuss. I mean, Hansel and Gretel talks about a witch in the wood. That doesn't say there's a witch in the wood. That's not what the story is about.
Yeah, the witch is a satanic cannibal trying to eat them, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, Satan doesn't
You're
exist
telling
either,
me,
Felix.
you're telling me, historically speaking, they didn't have witches in their woods living around back in the day? Like folklore is
I'm
a
sure they
thing.
had people they called witches, but I don't think that witches
Folklore.
with access to spiritual spells and woo exist.
That's not what Hansel and Gretel was. Hansel and Gretel was about a lady living in the woods who ate kids. Literally, that's the thing that happens.
She was literally a
Cannibalism and stuff.
cannibal.
Yeah, I
like,
know.
that's
yeah.
the story.
Yeah.
You don't think
She
you know
wasn't
this.
doing magic. She wasn't. You're conflating the story. So stop lying.
No. Let's talk. No, you guys are missing the point I'm making.
Yeah, you're conflating the truth and acting like it's just it's just folklore. Like if it doesn't matter, it kind of does.
Look,
like
I'm sure
My point is that we have lots of stories about mythical creatures
You got
or
talks evil, get
spiritual
deceived by evil.
or weird things that go on, but that doesn't mean those weird things and those mythical creatures exist or happened. That's all I'm saying.
I disagree. I disagree. Just because you didn't see it
Can
doesn't mean
you-
it didn't happen.
Can you prove or disprove? Can you prove what you just said? Like, are mermaids fake? Or are these fake?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's
Prove
go
it.
prove
Okay,
it.
I'm going to
Yeah,
repeat what I just said. Those stories do not prove the existence of the mythical beings that they invoke. That has nothing to do with my personal belief or any kind of personal claim. Those stories, it's like saying the
Well,
Bible is
individual can
God.
be
No, it doesn't.
mystified.
Wait, but this is weird though, because when there's accounts of it throughout history, all over the world, like you want to say that they're just all having a mass delusion. Like, what's your excuse then?
So, what do you mean, master? What did you say? Ask that again.
All throughout history, all around the world, there have been cultures and legends of different mythical creatures that people have talked about that correlate to the same thing, like dragons, Bigfoots, what is it called?
Manifestation of the inner
dragons,
fear.
like all that stuff was
and
what
Every culture also has a flood story.
Yeah, so what? You're just saying they're just all delusional and it's not true because you
I
haven't
never
seen
said
it
they're
today?
delusional. No, I didn't. Listen. a person in the Stone Age is not going to explain something in the same way we're going to explain it. For example, aurora.
No,
like
that's
the way
actually false.
we can provide a scientific explanation for why the aurora borealis exists and why we perceive it in the way we do. Way back when, in the days of old, that was probably some kind of fucking magic that required a god to create.
Yes, we can be fantastical, but like I need to bring something to the forefront here for everybody to understand. Everybody, do you want to know why the atheistics in their debates and arguments? Let me finish. You don't believe in God. That's
The God.
qualification.
I'm a moral. I'm a theological non-cognitivist. The concept of God is meaningless to me. That's before atheism, before belief or non-belief.
Oh, so if God exists, you'd still turn away. That's what you're trying to say.
No, if God, no. If God can't be defined, if you can't define God, then it's a meaningless concept.
Well, you're leaning on atheistic debate points,
No,
like quite
he's not.
often.
And you're leaning on theological debate points. I mean, what does that contribute to the discussion?
Well, look, here's my point. I just want to say this. Every time an atheist or somebody with your own personal aesthetic of faith or non-faith, for example, I'll just say non-faith. How about that?
That's fine, yeah.
It's better. Yeah, it's better. So people of non-faith and atheistics, a lot of them will lean on science, of which most of it was created by theologians. Did you know that?
Okay, that's not my position.
Yeah, I'm putting that out there, though. I'm just letting you know
Okay, but
the
that's not me.
foundation of most of your present reality has Greek words for most things, like psychology, right? Psyche, ology means to study. Psyche is the Greek goddess of the mind. Media, the Greek goddess of illusion.
I appreciate
right?
the etymological journey. Thank you so much.
So yes, the etymology forms the mind. The words form the mind, like code. Do you understand?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
like
yeah.
we're trying to explain with each other, but we keep having contention because it's like we're arguing over something that won't even bother us within the next like minute or so. Like, sure, we'll disagree. We can live at that.
Yeah, but my position is on these kinds of subjects. I don't know. That's what's causing the difficulty for you guys.
Yeah.
Most of if I'm going to be realistic, most of what I feel or think or believe to be true, let's be honest, I can't say it with certainty. I don't know. And that seems to be a problem for people who have certain knowledge.
I can say that's a wise position from a philosophical and learning perspective. That is a smart position to undertake. My only contention is putting down other people who do have faith in something you may
Well,
not
if
have
someone's
the
going to
evidence
say to
for.
me that I need a warmer heart, then I'm going to put that down, yes.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he just wants you to be more empathic towards people.
I
Their
lack
beliefs
empathy
towards
now.
God,
This
for
is-
example.
See, this is nonsense. This kind of nonsense.
No. You're you assumed I said you lack empathy. I'm saying maybe you could try to apply it a little more. That's all.
Why should I be more empathetic to somebody who tells me I need a warmer heart?
How can you
to see
learn from
God?
somebody if you're not empathetic about what they're trying to teach you?
But what do you mean empathetic? I understand what the person's to teach me. I mean, even that phraseology. What the fuck is that? What are you going to teach me? I've
you
been
don't
asking
understand
you
the
to teach me this whole time, and so far I've got nothing.
And you haven't described faith
God.
properly. You haven't described God or faith. None of you.
Trying
have.
to teach me. Fuck off.
Trying to teach-
Seriously, go fuck yourself.
No, thank you. See, your entire behavior and attitude is
Oh, here we go.
why
Yeah, I
people
love this stuff. It-
may not
it's
want to
always in
debate
the same
with
place.
Get off the rappers. Don't worry about it. There's nothing he can talk that can explain to his mind. Give
Oh
him
my
some
goodness,
time.
he cussed at me. He used a naughty word because I was speaking bullshit to him.
They didn't like him, right? Like, why do these guys are so fucking when it comes to curse words? Like, what the fuck? Man up.
This entire conversation got derailed when people decided to just argue about is there a God?
No, it got derailed when the person who was involved in it refused to define what God is, which is the central topic. That's all the question is. Define God. Go.
Well, the topic is about like evil and is everything evil?
Well, that's the title of the video. The discussion evolved into
God-
defining God.
God is an infinite conscious being. I've said that multiple times. I defined it.
And I agree. God is
a being.
everywhere and
God is a
everything.
being. God is a being now.
Dude,
so if a God is a being, it's
can
an
I
entity
explain?
that exists. Where is
Can I
this
explain?
God? Where is this being?
I'm
Let me
going to
give you
let
an
what's his name
explanation.
explain.
Okay, let me give you an explanation, okay? I'm tired of us fighting each other to get heard. Let's just talk calmly.
Hurt.
I'm
No,
stoned
no,
as I'm stoned as shit right now. I'm not trying to argue.
Oh, well, that's going to help. Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna help you. Oh yeah. Oh.
Oh, I smoked a little bit of CBD hemp. Oh, I'm crazy now.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
All right. So my point is, like, I just want to be good faith, okay? So here's the thing. A lot of Christians and theistic people have a hard, or even deistic, have a hard time defining God to somebody who is non-faith or atheistic, depending what category you fit in. Whatever. The thing is, the theist who believes in God, who has faith in God, is trying to explain to you that we live in a universe that is authored by God. It's like saying
You've just
it's like
invoked
asking.
God. You've just
Let me
invoked
finish.
God, the thing that
I'm
needs to be
using
defined.
language. I'm using
Fuck.
language to explain. Do you understand?
You
Don't interrupt.
You just invoked the term God, which
can
is
you
what I
not
want you to
interrupt?
fucking define.
That's what I'm trying to do.
What, and this is why I get frustrated and use my naughty words.
Yes, your
'Cause you guys
frustration. Do I
dance
have to
around the
cater to
subject.
it? No, I don't. I don't have to cater
You
to your
guys
frustration
dance around
whatsoever.
this shit. You say that
I was
the
just
theist comes
about to
with a
get to the
belief in God,
crux
and
of
I'm
the
saying,
point,
what is
but
that
you got
God? That's what I
triggered
want you
as
to.
soon as you
That's
heard
what
the
I want
word
you to
God.
define. What
Because
is
Then
the
let me
God that
define
you're
it.
invoking?
Then let me define it
Okay,
without raising my
no,
voice.
do it. Define God.
Stop distracting.
So,
Stop bullshitting.
like I was trying to say, okay, you're gonna have to fucking understand a parable, okay? Because now I'm gonna swear.
Oh, we're going to speak in
So,
parables. All right.
yeah, it is a parable. I'm trying to explain to you. All right. So, you have two people, two characters in a book. Okay. Let me finish. You have two characters in the book. One is a theist. The other one is non-faith. He doesn't believe. But the character in the book has faith that the author is writing the book. How do you show the atheist or non-faith that the author exists?
Faith in something is not proof that it exists.
Look, those who have not seen yet are blessed.
Here we go.
That's
Here
for
we
sure.
go. See, this is where it always
Those
goes to.
who believe but have not seen are blessed.
Your
Okay, because once
analogy
you've seen, you can't go back. You're fucked.
I used to be a Christian dude. I was one of the most fucking robust fucking Christians.
See, here's the thing. Look. Satan. He knew that God existed since
Satan.
the
What is
beginning
Satan?
of his creation.
What is Satan?
Okay.
Define
Let me
Satan.
finish.
No, because you're using.
You can't
terms
argue with
that you
people
can't
like you because you're
define,
just screaming out of
and
the
you're
fucking
disgalloping.
podium box without any order or sense of being.
No, but I'm just pushing back against you because you're galloping with all
You're
these
pushing
terms
back in the
that you
middle
refuse to
of me
define.
explaining.
Your analogy. Here's what your analogy is. There are two characters in the book. One is a theist, one is a non-theist. The theist has faith that there's an author of the book. You're presuming that faith equals proof that the author exists. That's what you're saying.
If
challenging that,
the
and I'm saying
theist
that's
can
utter
show you that the
fucking
universe is
nonsense.
built off word and code, would you believe?
Mathematicians can show me the universe is built off word and code, whatever.
Oh yes, and most of them become Christians.
Most of them become Christians. Okay,
Most scientists and mathematicians become Christians. It's actually a fact.
Yep.
Yes, it is a fact.
Demonstrate the claim.
Go look it up. Go on Google right now.
No. Okay, where should I look that up? What is your source for that? What is your source for that claim?
You can Google that and find it in 2 seconds,
Yeah,
bro.
see, yeah, go and Google. Yeah, it's utter fucking nonsense.
I'm not your research bar, bro.
Yeah, so you believe that you're entitled to make claims without having to demonstrate the
All right,
claims.
hey, you get to do your research and make me look like I'm wrong.
Yeah, okay. So okay, it's on me to research the claims that you make.
See,
that's not how it
you
works.
think this is a debate.
No, I think it's a fact-finding mission. Is it not? Are we not trying to get to the root of the problem here? The root of
Yes,
the
but
issue?
you keep overspeaking anybody who tries to define anything to you. How could you learn?
But
You're asking for definitions, and every time somebody tries to give you one, you're like, blah, 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 blah. Like, come on,
so here's
bro.
what just happened. I asked you for a definition. You had this parable about this book,
I've heard
which
you
I
say
showed
that
you
word
as
like
nonsense.
so many times now.
Yeah, but okay. I'm going to repeat your parable. No, I'm like, I've already done it. The point of the parable is that faith that something exists is proof that that thing exists. That's the point of the parable.
Yes, and you even quoted the
Is
Bible.
it not? Is that not the point of the parable?
I quoted when Jesus spoke to Thomas. Yes, I did.
Okay, you
Okay.
quoted the Bible.
I'm asking you just a simple yes/no question.
Bro, an
Is
angel
the point
could be
of the
in this chat
parable
right now,
that
and you
faith
wouldn't even know it.
demonstrates the existence of the thing in question? Is that the point of the parable?
You need faith to be able to see the work of the author.
Okay. What is this faith that you're referring to? Please tell me what that is.
Belief. You need to trust.
So I need to have a belief that what I'm going to believe in is true. I don't understand what you're talking about.
See, you keep making the atheistic argument of like, oh, faith is not
No,
enough. It's not
please don't
evidentiary.
describe or frame my position. Please respond to what I'm asking
You love framing other people's positions, that's for sure.
Please respond to what I'm asking you.
All right, let's
What
be
is
good faith.
faith? Is it a primary belief that therefore leads me to a belief? I mean, I'm being serious. I don't know what you mean when you say I need faith. I don't know.
All right, you want a definition of what faith in God is? I'll give you one word.
Let me just say one thing, please. I think faith and belief do go hand in hand. I think faith and belief and knowledge, those are all a part of the learning process.
What is faith? Please tell me what faith is.
What is faith? What is it? Step by step.
All right, without any religious undertone, I'm going to give you a situation where having faith and hope is in play. A physicist, a mathematician who is a physicist, came up with a theory. It is a theory. It is not proven yet, and he
So it's a
hopes
hypothesis. It's a hypothesis.
Exactly. Okay, so a hypothesis. Well, okay, thank you for the word. Thank you. I'm not a scientist. I'm more of a historian and theologian, right? Thank you for that.
Okay, so then talk about science.
So my point is the hypothesis, right? Without including anything religion, I can do that, right? The hypothesis he's making, he hopes it works out, right? That hope in that is a form of faith. He's having faith in the idea that his hypothesis is correct, but he could be wrong. That's a form. I just told you. You are trying to argue against the Christian God, not the idea of faith.
Hang on. That kind of hope is that something will work out. Okay, I have hope that things are going to work out. How does that get me to God? Do I need hope that I'm going to end up believing in God? Like, what are you saying?
Dude, do you understand how to do prayer?
I was a Christian for about 15, 20 years. Well, let's call it 15. We'll keep it short so it's conservative. So
I'm not talking about denominations.
So what you tell me, how do I do prayer?
Okay, I'll quote Jesus word for word, but not be religious about it.
Said. Why is Jesus an authority? Aren't you now appealing to an authority?
His word.
I'm trying to quote somebody. He's also a philosopher, mind you. You can look at it that way if you want, respectfully. So, the best way to pray, as was explained by a teacher, also called a rabbi, said this: when you pray, believe you have already received what you prayed for. This is manifestation. Do you understand? Believe you already received what you have. So do you understand the quantum mechanics of manifestation? I'm not
I don't understand quantum mechanics. No, I don't.
Science guy. So why are you talking about quantum mechanics? I don't trust you talking about
because they've discovered on a quantum level you can actually manifest your own fucking reality.
And that proves God how?
And that proves God.
This is what happens when you smoke.
You sound like this is Deepak Chopra, the same kind of thing. He invokes all these scientific terms to give his woo credibility. And you just said a few seconds ago that you're not a scientist, you're a historian. So what is going on here?
I'm trying to explain to you how manifestation and prayer is basically the same thing. Now, my whole point went back to another thing for you to say, how do you define faith? So if you pray and you believed you received something, like you're doing the prayer properly, and then you actually receive that after, would you have faith in God? Say you prayed to God right now.
I used to pray, some things got answered, some didn't. The big things never did. So and just because a prayer gets answered, that doesn't prove that manifestation is real or that God is real.
So you leaned on your own wisdom instead.
What do you mean? I leaned on the idea that correlation is not causation.
Hey,
correlation is not causation.
Wait, when are we going to realize that these discussions are not good faith coming from the Christian side, the faith-based side?
It's not
I
even
think
good
this
faith
is
from
what
the
I found
atheistic or
with these
non-faith
discussions
side.
is that it's William Lane Craig said in one of his books that if any evidence contradicts the evidence of the Holy Spirit or the Bible, it should be rejected in favor of the Bible. And that's pretty much how these kinds of discussions go. It doesn't matter how they couch their terms, how they couch their arguments. Behind it all is the presupposition that there is this God being, and that's the direction the conversation needs to move in to be fruitful. If it doesn't go
You
down
also
that road,
exist on a
the conversation is
precipitation of
bad
thinking
faith.
there is
See,
no
now you're
being.
interrupting me.
You are in the
If
same
it doesn't go
box in a
down that
different
road,
way.
see, you don't like me saying this, do you? If the conversation
No, I
doesn't
don't
head in
mind.
the direction towards God, they will describe it as bad faith or unfruitful. And that's where it turns into
No,
mockery.
I think your constant notion of supremacy, thinking you're better than another person just because you don't
what
believe.
do you, I don't think I'm better than you.
Yeah, true.
I'm
That's
just as
true.
much in the gutter and in the dark as everybody else. What are you talking about?
We're all on the Finding Gnosis show. None of us are better than the other. We're all on the Finding Gnosis.
I mean, like I said,
agree with that.
So I said earlier that basically most of my positions as I've gotten older, I just don't know. I don't claim certain knowledge about most things. I just don't know.
Well,
most
I'll
things.
say this. There's a lot of projection because, like, yes, we're like, let's remove ourselves from the debate, looking inward. All these arguments, whether theistic or atheistic, how can we even get to a point? It's moot. There's no point. How can you get somebody who doesn't believe to believe?
You've got it.
How can you get somebody to believe to not believe?
You've got the point. That's it.
There
right
is
there.
no debate.
That's it. You fucking got it. That's exactly the point.
Oh, God, it took you that long to realize it? There is no point talking about God because you can't define it. You can't even define faith.
It's all internal. God did not create man. Man created God. It's internal projection.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, that's fine, and that's cool.
What
That's
do you
not
say?
a problem at all.
I glitched out. What do you say? I didn't hear him.
I said I don't agree.
Okay, I don't care either. But
So what about like faith?
no point
what
arguing.
about saying faith is acting off of that which you believe in? Like if you believe in a thing, then you're gonna have faith and sit in the chair, even though because you believe the chair is gonna hold you up. Like belief doesn't require action, but faith requires action.
Okay, so let me explain what your analogy is talking about. If we accept what you just said, it means believing in God leads to faith in that God that you're going to believe in. So there's a presuppositional, unjustified belief. With regard to the chair, it's a presuppositional belief, but it's justified because I've sat in thousands of chairs and they generally, so far, pretty much, I would have to say 99%, they've worked very effectively. So that's a reasonable step of faith to sit in the chair and expect it to hold my weight. But this belief in God,
it's some good carpentry, yeah.
So the problem with what you're saying is, if we relate it to the context of belief in God, it's a presuppositional belief in the thing that you're trying to demonstrate. That's not how it works.
Okay. Can we move on slightly to...
Yep.
We've been arguing over the description of what God is. Can you give us perhaps evidence of God's design, existence, creation?
I did try to. I was literally saying we could talk about infinity, different aspects of infinity, but he said he doesn't know what infinity even looks like either. He was like, I don't know. I can't start talking about how reality works or what it is because I don't know. I'm not a
But my
physicist.
point is in response to that.
He said he doesn't know what infinity would look like even if it was staring him dead in the face.
My point to that is that, and I said this, I don't feel infinity because I'm a temporal being, but I know that it can be intellectualized mathematically.
Like
but
numbers.
even if we demonstrate a concept of infinity actually exists, that still doesn't get us to God.
Okay, so then there's no point in why are you asking me to define God? Because after I define and show examples of God, you're saying, well, how do you know that's God?
No,
That's why I'm
gonna
asking you
grant
to define.
We're gonna let him give his reasoning for God's existence. Now, give us examples of how you know He created things.
I mean, there's order and there's structure. I think there's certain patterns that we see continuously happen. Like there's a spiral, right, that we see in the galaxy. We see the spiral in like leaves, in shells. I think that's
So the
kind of like
Fibonacci.
I think that's a fingerprint of God.
Fibonacci sequence.
Yeah,
But
that's
it
like
might not be a
order.
but it might not be a fingerprint of God. How do you? Why is God necessary for that?
Well,
Well,
so
I
we've
think
asked
God
the
is.
theist.
Well, you're asking me what God is, and I'm telling you, God is a thing of order and structure. And I'm telling you, when you look at nature and reality, this is the order and structure I'm talking about, and it gives rise to life and consciousness.
What you're telling me is that when I look at the world around me, that something is defective about my perception if I don't agree that a God created it. That's the essence of what you're saying.
That's a supposition right there.
And like you talked about the spiral galaxies and all that kind of stuff. That's exactly the same phenomenon that I referred to earlier when primitive peoples looked at the sky and saw aurora. That there's like, fuck, I can't explain it. Fuck, we need
That's
a God
not the
for
same
that.
phenomenon.
Okay. So wait, I want to address that. I want to address what you said earlier because I never got to. Literally, when you were talking about what the ancients were seeing and how they were perceiving it, regardless, what they thought of the aurora, they still made pictures of it. They still put it on stone, and it looked like what they were looking at. They weren't just anthropomorphizing an aurora borealis. Like they actually had cave drawings of that, like a little smudge on the wall, right? So I mean, that's not.
They saw the aurora. That doesn't. The point I was making was that if you back then probably, and this is just a guess. I don't know, but I'm going to guess they looked at it and in trying to understand what it is, they probably invoked some kind of supernatural entity, probably or possibly. I don't know. But the point I'm trying to make is that just because we see something that's amazing and gives us like numinous feelings, that doesn't get us closer to demonstrating the existence of a being.
That wasn't the context. That wasn't the context. The context was saying that there were observable sightings that were all over the world throughout history of similar creatures and similar accounts of things. And it's not, I was saying it wasn't just folklore. Like when you're talking about Hansel and Gretel, yeah, that was a thing that was happening. There was stuff like that happening in the past, and it's not just a random story that isn't based in some truth.
And that gets us to God hell.
Okay, because God is a thing that wants to communicate with you. That's it. I don't know what to tell you. There's a thing that
so there is a thing. There is a being with a mind that wants to communicate with me. Demonstrate that.
Go.
Well, I would like to first.
Look, can I say one thing real quick?
One last thing, and then you can say whatever you want. I would like to say it has to. I think it kind of has to do with your worldview again. Like, let me just say it. Do you agree with me that everything in reality that exists is directly experiencing reality? Is that something we could agree on, or is that like illogical?
I don't. Everything in reality is experiencing reality.
Everything that exists in reality is directly experiencing reality. Is that true?
I don't think a rock is experiencing anything. No. But I think it's real.
Okay, so that's why I said you have certain
I
worldview.
would accept it if you said that sentience.
I'm done.
Sentience or consciousness. Well, you're done because I said a rock doesn't experience reality. Seriously?
No, I'm done because the other guy wanted to say something, and I'm letting him speak.
Thank God you're done.
So yeah, look, I believe that everything in existence is of the author or architect, whatever word you want to use for him, or title, whatever. Like whatever cultural notion you want to give the guy, I have faith. I leave it at that. I'm not going to try to prove or disprove. There's no point in trying to get you to believe like me because you don't have the same experience as I do.
I agree 100%.
Right? Just like being like removed from the debate, just some homies talking at the end of the day. How can I get you to like we're gonna agree to disagree? It's gonna happen. Like it's moot. That's like to me. I don't even need to try to give a pearl out to try to get you to believe. And personally, if I do give you evidence of God, like if I literally had it in my hand and gave you evidence of God right here, right now, that would literally ruin your experience in trying to find God. You may not like that definition. You may not like that definition of what I just said at the end of that sentence, but
it's not about like
fine.
or dislike. It's not like or dislike, but in my opinion, what you've just said is proving the point that I'm driving at. God is a meaningless idea.
I wouldn't say that. No, that doesn't prove that at all. It proves I don't need to teach you about God because you don't want to learn.
So
that's why I said you're bad. You're a bad student.
Why the fuck would I teach you? Why the fuck would I teach you math if you think math is useless?
What are you going to teach me? Who are you to teach me?
That's up to you. We can get to know each other as friends. How about that? And I'll learn something from you. You learn something from me. It's that simple.
Yeah, but you're not my teacher. I'm just some guy on the internet.
Remove the shaft from your rear, please. Why are you always uppity? I'm curious. Why are you always uppity?
Why am I uppity? My goodness, because I don't submit and acquiesce to your nonsense.
I'm not even asking
uppity.
you to submit.
Jesus.
I've never asked you to submit or to believe.
But that's what you're doing here, both of you. If I don't submit, if I don't agree with you,
we
then
are
I'm
saying
bad faith.
we believe. You are asking us to prove it.
Yes,
that's the whole
true.
argument.
And then he's getting you're getting defensive and you think no one's attacking you. No one's
I'm not even defensive about it. I don't even care about shoving anything down his throat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No one's doing that.
Why the fuck would I give you a pearl?
You got me.
Friend Ale, can I just get off the package you can get?
See, to me, at the end of the day, the faithless to me, well, you whatever, you're enjoying your experience the way you want to enjoy it. Like, I believe in the idea of do as thou wilt to an extent, like free will. You're going to do what you're going to do.
I want to run this little thing past the guy who says that I've been arguing with this whole time, because you're asking me to prove God, to define God. I've said this before and I'll say it again. God is an experience. God is something that you need to directly experience. God wants to speak to you right now. God is always, but okay, what?
I'm speaking after the mind, by the way. Just want to let you know that. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's the red thing, the color red. Like God. Okay, it's fine. God is like the color red. If you want me to prove to you with words what red is, it's not going to happen. Red is
you can do
an
that.
experience.
That is possible to do. We can prove that red exists.
Yes, red is an experience.
Red is a part of the spectrum.
I know somebody's colorblind and they can't see the color.
It's part of the spectrum that can be identified using math.
Yeah, but
so
you
we
can't
can
know what
demonstrate
red is.
that it exists.
There's no amount of math that's going to prove a colorblind person that red exists.
Yeah, of course not. Like, Jesus Christ.
That's the point.
Now,
That's
the
point.
question so far has been, the Orthodox has asked you to prove God's existence. Then the question was, just give us some evidence of his creation and how he, and the next question is God good? If so, if you think he is, why?
Exactly.
Hang on, can I just address one thing before we go on to that? The analogy that was just...
I'm going to let you Dogs address this, but then we are moving on.
It'll take one sentence. It'll take one or two. The analogy that was given was like, you can't prove red to a colorblind person. That means that the only way you can see God is if you're not blind to God. That's a stupid thing to say. That's all.
Yeah.
No, it makes a lot of sense, actually.
No, you're done.
D Prophet, do you want to come on? D Prophet says, if you look at this universe and its sublime mathematical perfection, and if you do not infer a creator, he has to assume you're just still pissed at your dad.
Yeah, that's like a puddle of water.
He's right, bro. He's absolutely right.
That's like a puddle of water saying, look at this bit of the
No.
ground that was
I think you have
perfectly crafted
unresolved
to my shape.
emotional issues and you hate God for it.
Yeah, you hate your dad. That's a daddy issue problem.
Here we
Oh
go.
wow.
Here
Well,
we go.
let's talk about the
I
ultimate
hate something I
daddy.
can't even know.
Let's talk about the ultimate
even
daddy
hate
then. In your
something.
view, God is God good? I just want to hear whichever one of you.
I can say something to that.
Yes, please.
God is both good and evil. Both good and evil come from the mouth of the Lord.
I agree with that one.
Okay, so do you worship God? You believe God? Do you worship God?
I honor and love and worship my Father in heaven.
So do you love all of God?
Evil. You love
yes,
evil.
even if he
So
needs to commit
so
genocide to baby eaters, yes, I will agree with him.
You love the evil. So, for example, God created the potential for Jeffrey Epstein to eat 3-year-old babies out of his freezer.
Well, actually, it's specifically it specifically says in the Bible to kill those kinds of people. Actually, it's actually a direct command to kill people who worship Baal.
Have you ever heard of the Passover? Have you ever heard of the Passover? I mean, wasn't that all about killing babies? I mean.
No. Look, the ancient pagan practices where they used to do that is messed up.
I'm not going to get into the biblical basis of things.
Right.
I just want to ask: Do you love the evil that is in this God? Because you said you worship the whole of
This
God.
is the most ridiculous question ever. Like
that is a loaded question. Yeah,
this is
it's a loaded question for a gotcha. Definitely.
No,
see, let me answer most precisely. I will love the evil that God commits against those who eat babies. How about that?
Wait, did Jeffrey Epstein eat? Was that in the file? He ate babies.
We don't know. Leave Jeffrey Epstein. What about?
He's a cultist. He believes in Baal and Moloch and all that bullshit.
Jeffrey Epstein was found guilty of child trafficking. So he is one of those.
I understand.
Okay, so in response to what Reginald just said,
I'm just wondering if the file said he ate the people.
Yes, there is some evidence of them being cannibals. Not exactly Epstein, but the other ones.
So Reginald now is actually discussing Euthyphro's dilemma. Is it good because God says it's good, or does God do it because it's good?
Well, would you consider it evil? Well, here, let me say this. So the biblical prescription for destroying those who sacrifice children to demons, which is what Epstein did, regardless of that person in the conversation, but the biblical answer to people who worship demons and sacrifice children to them, whether they violate or eat them, the biblical solution is to exterminate them. That evil the Lord would do to the wicked. That's the kind of evil I'm okay with. I'm okay with genocide if it means getting rid of people who eat babies.
What about
babies? Hold on. Are babies evil? Are babies evil?
No.
Why
but the
did
people
God
who
kill
hurt
the
them,
babies
they
are. The Passover, he killed a load of babies in Egypt.
Oh, you're talking about Moses and the Exodus. Why did he kill the Egyptian firstborn? It is because the Egyptian Pharaoh before that one, to kill Moses, hunted down and killed every single child of the Hebrews at the time. It was actually karma. He was doing to the Egyptians what the Egyptians did to the Hebrews.
2 wrongs make a right?
No, it's called karma. What
That's
you
2
put out
wrongs
comes back
making
to
it
you.
right. I don't know what you're trying to get at.
No, the Egyptians specifically hunted down.
You're showing your God isn't above human compulsion.
No, it's not. No,
I'm saying God will do justice where it's deserved.
Your God does as humans do. Why should we worship him, therefore?
Exactly.
Look, you're looking for a gotcha situation, and we need to explain this from an external form.
That's not a gotcha.
Why would you worship a God that just does exactly what humans does?
Okay, well, hear me out. So yes, you're referring to the Passover situation where God targeted the firstborn of the Egyptians, right? And the Hebrews painted goat's blood above their doors so they wouldn't be targeted. What happened before that? Do you understand the context? The Egyptians had those people enslaved and killed all the firstborn of the Hebrews in the time of Moses' birth because they received a prophecy.
Was it the Egyptian babies' fault?
What about the Hebrew babies the Egyptians killed before that?
Why didn't he just kill the? Why didn't he kill the men
True. What about the
responsible
Hebrew
for the
babies?
actions rather than the
Dude,
babies?
the Egyptians genocided the Hebrew babies Moses was to be born in.
Why didn't
Then,
he kill
as
the
a
adults responsible
reaction,
for the genocide? Why did he have to kill innocent babies who had
Yeah,
nothing
for-
to do
Well,
with
he's
it?
telling you. He's telling you because they killed the baby. So,
like I'm trying to tell you
there was
the
like
Old
a cause and
Testament
effect
story,
thing.
but like it's not that he wanted to do that. It's
I'm asking you
karma
to
meeting
critique it and
karma.
think about it.
Okay, look.
But
The
now
first,
you're
the first thing that can you let me talk without like being spoken over? So this is what happened in the chronological events. The Egyptians targeted the Hebrew babies, the people of God. Then later down the line, Moses is all grown up, but his entire generation is basically exterminated. Right? We all know the story of Moses from there. He comes back. His brother, he grew up with, adoptive brother, the Pharaoh. He's literally asking Moses the question, "Why do you worship such a God who kills babies?" What did Moses say? What about the babies the Egyptians killed long
So
ago?
God is no better
Killed
than
all the
Egyptian.
firstborn. They killed all
So
the fucking
vengeance,
firstborn.
vengeance, equal
God is
vengeance.
no better than the Egyptian monsters who kill
Dude,
babies.
it is
You're
literally
saying, who
that
you worship.
Old Testament was eye for an eye. That's the truth.
Okay, so
The
you are pretty
Christian-
much admitting
you're
that
just-
the Old Testament God is brutal as fuck. Then why would I worship a brutal as fuck God? Come on, bro.
God can be brutal, but can be loving as well.
What about the people who believe in that God? If they go and commit atrocities, is it therefore righteous for the people who those atrocities were committed against to commit the same atrocities against the people who believe in that same God?
Okay, so you're supposing the argument. So the Egyptians killed first, then the Hebrews killed. Do the Egyptians kill them again
I'm just
another
looking for
time?
your axiomatic principle. It seems to me your axiomatic principle is if you harm me, then I'm entitled to harm you in the
Yeah.
same way. That's your principle, right?
It's
Or
karma.
is it only
definitely sets
if it's your God?
It sets a precedent. It sets a precedent for hell on earth, in my view.
Yes, I'm
Well,
telling
this
you.
is
like,
why. Look, this is a big reason why the New Testament became a thing. Jesus wanted to end the eye for an eye thing. He said, "Forgive your enemies."
you're
Right?
so
That
not
was
addressing the point.
radically different.
You're not addressing the issue.
Prophet definitely wasn't raised by attentive parents. That's for sure.
You're not addressing the issue, dude.
D Prophet, if you want to come on, please do. Link is in the chat.
What is your axiomatic
Sorry,
principle? Is it A? There are two choices I'll give you. A, if a nation commits atrocities against the nation of this God you're invoking, it's righteous and just for that nation to do the same to the nation that attacked them. Or B, that just applies whatever God is being invoked. So even if the people who serve and believe in the God that you invoke, if they commit atrocities against another nation, is it also righteous and just for that nation to do the same to the people of God?
The people back then totally believed that. They believed in
so-
retribution. The entire culture of the day, even back then in the ancient Mesopotamian plateau, is eye for an eye. It has been that since
right.
has Bernapol, right?
So is it justified and righteous only if it's the people who worship and believe in the God you invoke do it, or does everybody have access to the same principle?
What's your point with everybody having access?
Okay.
It's a huge deal here. I mean, some people do something bad, so then you get to kill a whole generation of people who had nothing to do with it. That's a huge deal.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing. The Egyptians killed a whole generation, so then God targeted them and killed a whole generation of them.
That's the point. So, and you're also invoking a God that you can't define, which I want to go back to. But the point here is, what if, let's turn the story around in reverse. Let's say, and I'm not saying this happened or didn't happen, but for example, hypothetical, the Israelites actually were the first ones to go and kill the Egyptian firstborn, and the Egyptians did the same to the Israelites as a way of in vengeance. Is that the same kind of righteousness and justice?
In the mind of the Egyptian seeking revenge, where they think, "Oh, Ra will punish." Let me explain. Yeah,
You're running away
Was
from the
that-
issue again.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Why do you got to be so facetious? Fuck's sake.
I'm not being facetious. I'm being dead
Oh,
serious.
fuck yes, you are.
Oh, I'm asking you, what's your axiomatic principle? Is it if your God says it's okay, then it's good? Or does everyone have access to the same rules, even against the people who believe in that God? That's what
He
I'm
asked
asking.
me that like 20 times.
So Here's the thing: the God of
can't answer.
Israel does not believe in killing children. If another culture believes in killing children, they're going to do that.
Right. Okay. And I'm asking, what if the situation was reversed? Would the Egyptians also have been justified and righteous in killing the Hebrew children?
They would have thought so.
Okay, but I'm asking you,
the
were
God
they?
of the Old Testament. I mean,
Fucking
there is
hell.
a story. I don't know. You can tell me this perhaps, but there's a story about
He
some
wants
bald
his
fella
gotcha.
in the Old Testament who was walking along the road, and some kids called him Baldy man. And basically, he was angry, prayed to God about it, and some bears came out, and apparently, did they kill 42 children or something?
They mauled
I
them
mean,
to death.
clearly,
Yeah, they mauled them
he
to death.
doesn't
Those
really
fucking
care.
bears.
Yeah, so
Okay,
clearly
but
he
wait.
doesn't actually
First, let's
care.
talk about fake things though. But let's talk about falsified like shit in the Bible, right? That if there was anything that was fake, that would definitely be something that was
Yeah,
not real, and God did not.
I don't
do it.
agree with. I
God
don't
would not
agree with
do that.
Paul's entire story is basically a fabrication to me.
Okay, so here we go. You don't agree with Paul. Somebody else does.
Sorry, was
What
that
the
in the
fuck
old?
God are we
Was that
talking
in the
about?
Old Testament? The bald.
That was
bald
new.
man?
New
No,
Testament.
Yeah, that was
no.
Ezekiel. I think
New
that was Ezekiel. Was it
No, it's
Ezekiel?
you don't know your Bible. That literally has to do with
I'm
Paul.
just asking. I'm guessing. For
Oh,
fuck's
so that's
sake.
a New Testament story.
Yeah,
is
you
that?
literally
New
don't know
okay,
your
I thought it
Bible.
was
If
Old
you don't know about the Bible,
Okay,
don't
doesn't know the
talk
Bible.
Sorry,
about the Bible.
I
literally.
apologize. I apologize. I apologize.
I get a fact wrong and I don't know the Bible.
You should be embarrassed.
Ezekiel is about the days before Alexander the Great. Like that's way back.
Okay, all right, hero. But can you answer my question?
And anyway, doesn't that piss on
He
your
barely
whole?
knows
All right,
like
I might have got it
Now
wrong.
you
but
like
it's even
mocking
worse for you
people,
now
right?
because hold on. I might have got it wrong. That may be a New Testament story, but perhaps it's even worse for you now because you said Jesus came and changed shit, and yet that God is killing children.
Yeah, what the hell?
Because someone got called a baldy man.
That's a funny story too.
So what are you on about? You said Jesus came here, changed things, and yet God is killing children. It sounds like the same God to me.
Yeah, I
Sounds
don't
like
agree.
Same evil. Same evil.
What? What'd you
Let's
say?
kill babies.
You don't agree? What?
It sounds evil to me.
No, I don't agree with Paul even being
What?
a thing, even being favored by God.
How? He's like the main dude in Christianity.
That's the thing. He's supposedly the main dude, but he never met Christ. Like whatever.
What the fuck?
He's not the Rock. He's not Matthew. He's not even part of the 12. Like that's the thing. Paul literally corrupted Christianity on such a massive level. Paul was a murderer,
So you
bro.
worship a different God. You worship a different God than other
No,
people. How do I know
I
which is
honor
right?
no. You honor Paul's God. Paul's God
I'm
is
not a
nothing. I
fucking
believe in
Christian,
Christ.
dude.
Only God.
See, you people are
You're
not grown up
proving
enough
my
to understand
point.
these
You're
topics.
proving my point, and you still haven't
No,
answered
you
my
don't.
question.
Why should I keep giving you pearls? All
Yeah,
you want
I
is a
agree.
gotcha moment. You just want your got you. You want your I'm smarter than you moment. That's all you want. I'm not gonna fucking feed you, you fucking troll.
Well, then leave the conversation if you're not going to engage
look,
questions.
guys. Everything is in good faith here. Honestly, we would love for you to be able to prove things, show things, demonstrate things. Please don't take it as we're against you in any way.
I already demonstrated it.
You haven't
We can absolutely speak about all this in very good faith, but people are constantly throwing in these fucking boomerangs, trying to be like, oh, blah blah blah. Like, dude, like, what the fuck?
Okay, so my question immediately prior, why was that a gotcha question about whether if God does
Look,
something it's good?
you are trying to get me to look bad by thinking, oh, you believe in a God who kills kids. That's what you wanted to do.
No, that's not at all.
That's your
what I'm
whole
trying to get to.
motivation.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Right.
I'm asking you, does the belief that God is entitled to take revenge on other people, is it okay for people who don't believe in that same God to take equal revenge against the people of God for doing the same thing? That's all I'm asking. Can everyone use the same principle?
See, I believe revenge does belong to God. Does that make sense?
Revenge.
Do you understand?
Okay, so the answer to my question would be no.
Yeah, and everybody. Wait, I
Okay,
want
so
to
you
say
want
that
to
this
put
whole
words in my
idea
mouth.
of like
That's
people of God.
bad faith. Like you're fucking
idea-
arguing a
this
straw
idea
man
of-
the whole fucking time, man. It's so annoying.
I'm arguing exactly your point, dude.
No, you are arguing your emotional damage because you feel God abandoned you.
Oh my goodness, that's awesome, dude.
Wait, let
Father,
him
why
let
have
him
you?
say it.
Father, why have you forsaken me? I mean, he abandoned some of the greats.
No, he didn't.
Why have you
Let him
forsaken
say
me?
He abandoned the
In
children
my
of
heart
Palestine. What the fuck?
Mate, what is it? Just it's Euthyphro's dilemma. Is it good because God does it, or does God do it because it's good? And if I act in the same way that God has commanded his people to act against the people of God in exactly the same circumstances, am I not also acting righteously and just?
Okay, I'm jumping in here. I just gotta say, I think this whole idea of people of God that has been very religious-fied and where's that thing called politicized. So I really do think that that is a part of the whole manipulation of man to be like this one group is chosen by God. That's the fucking bullshit. If you want to believe anything's bullshit, that's the bullshit.
Ragnar refuses to answer my question
I
because
would
he
agree
knows
that it has been
fucking
politicized and
retarded.
it's been harmful. I would agree with that. Can I ask, guys? I want to just because I don't think we're going to get anywhere with the questions, but I will ask one thing. Now, give the guys a moment to describe and give an answer to this. Guys, what has God done for you as an individual?
Oh,
that's what I want to ask.
Well, I wouldn't be alive right now if it wasn't for God. Like all of existence wouldn't be here, right? I wouldn't get to experience anything if it wasn't for God. So I thank God for my existence, at least.
And yet you refuse to answer my question about what is this God?
Yeah.
When you invoke it like that, it's nonsense.
God has helped me get off.
Oh my God.
No, guys,
Of course, you would see that in a perverted, bad faith way.
Why is that bad
faith,
faith?
guys.
You did help me get off.
No, your constant mockery and laughing down at people is so fucking disgusting to me.
Dude, your ideas are mockworthy, honestly.
Yes.
All right,
Y'all
I
gonna
think
chew on
the
him
mind.
now,
Do you
huh?
want to answer that
Dang.
question? What has God
No,
done for you?
I'd love to share what God has done for me, but I think people would just laugh at me.
Please do.
Why should I put pearls
no,
out?
give your testimony.
Pills before swine. Get
Yeah,
out
you
of
don't have
here.
to if you don't feel
That's very
comfortable.
hurtful. That's very hurtful that you'd that you would insult the pigs like that. Now, as I said, please, this is a moment you can give your testimony. Please don't insult the swine by comparing them to us.
Yeah.
Oh, he doesn't want to. Okay, fair enough.
No, I'll say this. No, I was thinking about what I wanted to say. You know, a sign of intelligence.
Am I even on speaker? Oh, I do.
God has been
Gee,
there for me.
you can give your testimony afterwards. That's fine.
Yeah. God has been there for me and gave me many blessings that I am not prepared to share.
That's it.
So he's made you extremely greedy. Is that what you mean? You don't want to share your stuff with other people?
That's so selfish of you now. Wow, you can't even.
And mockery.
That was a joke. That was a joke. I know what you meant. He's giving you
Man,
some.
these guys
I
cannot
know what
handle
you
a joke. So vanilla. Not
No,
But yeah, we promise not to make a joke about it. So.
Anything you wish to share? Do you wish to share anything in terms of your testimony for what God has done for you as an individual, what He continues to do for you? No, nothing to share. Okay, what about you, G?
Me? God, what has God done to me? All right. He constructed the whole world for me. He made my mama exist. He made me exist. He made my heart pumps. He made every aspect of my fiber existing, where it buried me intact, where a little thing can kill me like a virus, but He keep me safe. That's my faith. And that's what He did to me. And You're going to continue to do that to me until I'm no longer for Him.
So He made a world
Amen.
that is
Amen.
excruciatingly difficult to navigate for you and put you in it. Is that what you're saying?
Difficult to navigate. That's an overstatement. This is a trial. This is a way of my living. He's trying to challenge me. He's trying to seek relationship about what type of person I am by creating me. Therefore, you can understand me more than anyone else. He want me to be honest about how I establish the covenant and the trial that he gives me. That's how I see it.
Okay.
And I have to be me.
We got a newbie. V, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome. What is it you'd like to add to the conversation?
Oh, thank you for the link. Thanks for the invite. And I've just joined the chat actually, so I'm just warming up at the moment.
Please, yeah, keep on track now. Please, just keep on the title.
So at the moment, I'm just listening, and if I have something to say, I'll come back. But,
All right.
I did mention something about that. I believe that 99.9999% of religious people are actually very close to being an atheist because there are thousands, around 17,000 gods that have existed throughout
What do you think of that idea, guys? One less idea. It's the one less God argument. You don't believe in all other gods. So what difference does it make not believing in one more? That's the argument, I suppose. Someone's got a bit of background noise there. I'm gonna have to mute you. That's G, I think. Right.
So what's your question, my friend?
V, do you have any questions for these guys? You're new here. Go ahead.
Or me or him, the other guy.
You, V.
V for Vendetta.
V.
If you want to change the whole topic, you go ahead, bro.
Why? Because you can't defend it.
Not gonna lie, you just joined, so
Dude,
yeah.
I never even wanted to argue it.
Well, that's kind of what we do here, so I don't know what you came here for. Sorry, I'll stop talking.
No, that's not fair. We don't just argue. Can I ask
Well,
you a question?
we were arguing the title of Is Everything Evil? We're not arguing with anything else. For some reason, it got to the point where we're talking about God.
One more question. You said God is both good and evil. Okay. Now I'm going to have to. You said he's both. And
yes.
you acknowledge both. You worship him in his entirety, which includes both the good and evil. I'm going to ask you another question now. In your view, is the good worth all the evil that happens, or is the evil worth all the good that happens? You can look at it either way.
I think it's a fallacy to think that evil needs to exist so good can exist, or the other way around.
No, but look, the point is they both exist, and I'm asking you.
Right.
You said they both exist; they're both part of God. I'm asking you.
Both come from the mouth of the Lord, right? As it said. So yes,
I'm asking you, in your personal view, is all the evil in the world worth the good in the world?
I think good
Depends on
overcomes.
what is good.
Sorry?
The way I see it is some evil is intolerable, but some evil is necessary to destroy that evil so that there can be a greater good. For example, like I said before, the biblical response to people who kill children and sacrifice them to demons would be to destroy them. It's actually prescribed in the Bible to do that, just to let you know. So yes, but the thing is, there's an evil God tolerates, but an evil that he doesn't. The evil God would tolerate would be the means to destroy those who sacrifice children, right? So like war and genocide, that would be considered evil, right? But the good, what is the greater good of removing people who sacrifice children?
Properly here. So you do think the evil of this world is worth the good of this world?
What do you mean by worth? Why does it have to worth? Are you trying to say, like, is it worth to do something evil for a greater good?
God. It's all part of God, so it's got to be. Is it worth that God? Is the evil that God allows or causes, because he is the prime mover? Is the evil that he causes worth the good in your view?
So there's a difference between the evil he causes and doesn't cause, right? Got to keep that in mind, because it's specifically said.
Is God not the causation? Is God not? Is he not all knowing? Did he not know everything that's going to happen? And in his first moving, knew
Okay,
what
hold
was
a
going to
minute.
happen? So is he not the ultimate cause? Is he not the
Yo,
ultimate cause of everything?
He has some point. We're focusing too much on God. We're forgetting ourselves in that equation.
Yeah, we have
Sometimes
free
what
will.
we do is
We're
evil.
capable. We have free will. We're capable of evil outside of what God demands. So, like you're trying to say God controls everything, like every single piece of code has to be manually controlled. In the reality, here's the thing: we have free will. We can make our choices. This is why it is explicitly prescribed. Okay, and the reason I'm leaning on the Bible situation there is because yes, it does say in the book of Isaiah that both good and evil come from the mouth of the Lord, right? So both good and evil can come from God. Here's the thing: God did not envision or create the notion of child sacrifice. Those are humans who decided to follow demons. What are demons? Well, we all know where demons come from if you know the theology.
You're telling me God didn't know what he was doing. He didn't have foresight.
No.
Yeah, so
God knew.
God's not omnipotent in your version.
That's not what I'm saying.
God must
knew.
be, because if God can't foresee the future, then he's not
Yes,
omnipotent.
he did. In fact, he literally said to the
So there
Israelites,
you
"If
go.
you
So
don't
he
kill
knew the
them
future of his
all,
creation.
can you let
He
me
knew
speak?
the future of his creation.
Can you let me speak? He knew the future of the nation of Israel if they
Of his
allowed
whole
some of the
creation.
Canaanites to let me finish. You're trying to say he doesn't know the future when he absolutely does. Okay?
That's my point. That's all I want to say. That's all I want.
Yes, so the God of Israel told the Israelites, if you do not destroy the Canaanites who are sacrificing children to demons entirely, there will be a problem in the future and Israel will fall away.
Right. So
Right?
notice how you shifted the goalposts.
So he knew.
You shifted
He
the
knew that would
goalposts
happen,
there.
and he literally had to send another prophet to deal with the fucking problem.
You shifted the goalposts there. The question being asked is
It's not a goalpost shift.
Can I just say something? Ragnar, so you're admitting, all right, okay, I'm going to accept that. God knew what was going to happen.
So he tried to challenge it. He went against it.
So what he did was he created this situation where he knew the outcome, but he said, I'm going to play the game anyway. Well, why did he have to let all the evil happen in the middle if he knew the outcome? Why couldn't he just allow an outcome that, where everybody lived happily ever after, that deserved it?
Because you're thinking like a god.
People assume God lets evil happen.
Why couldn't he just have the end without the middle, the beginning and the middle? Because if he knew the evil was going to happen, why did he have to let it happen? Why couldn't he just have the party at the end where all the righteous
Because you're thinking
ones
like a man.
celebrated, without
We're not God. He has greater plan for all of us. He's beyond good or
you
bad.
know the
You're
mind of
thinking
God.
him
You
like
know
a
the
man.
mind of God. Okay. You know the
mind of God. That's a good question.
I know aspect of him because I truly embrace him in the reality I live in. I don't know about you guys, but I truly believe him. Why he only showed me part of it.
How long have you believed in God, brother?
Since I question everything, since I question and he give me answers. Since at the moment you showed me the light, you showed me the reflection of reality.
That could have been half an hour ago. I'm just asking you, how long ago since you started believing in God? Sorry.
Start believing gods. Depends on what kind of God you're talking about. Start to believe in God.
You started believing in God.
Already told you since I opened my very heart. Start believing God.
As I said, that God. I said God afterwards. I made a mistake.
How long since I believe in God? Already told you. Since the very moment I was born, since the very moment I questioned, since the very moment he showed me the light, reflection of reality, since the very moment I started questioning about everything, including myself.
Okay, so it wasn't an intellectual decision. You said you decided you believed since you were born.
It's not decided. Is I embraced it. I embraced
it. Yeah, but you just said you believe since you were born. That means you never thought about it because it was already in your head. I
thought about it.
The belief.
You don't think I hate God? You think people that believes never hated God before? You never
Now, what it
express
means
your
is that it's
expression in the world before.
You see,
it's an unreasoned
here's
belief.
something every atheist
I'm just gonna have
forgets.
to interrupt the whole chat. I'm just gonna have to
You
interrupt the
forgot
whole
about
chat
the
right now
human
and say,
condition. You might
I'm
never angered at
actually,
something to the
Christine.
point.
I'm actually
You
going to
never
put
Yeah,
this
I'm
to
debated
you
interrupting
guys.
within
the whole chat
yourself
real quick.
whether you truly believe something or not.
Hold on. It is possible. It is possible that it is possible that he believed in God from his birth, and he reasoned it throughout his life and still believed. That is possible. So I'll pull back on that one. Sorry, G, you were saying?
I got overheated. So what was the question?
Never mind. Who else wanted to say something?
To be honest, I want to end the whole faithless versus faithful debate. Like, it's moot, because the faithless are afraid to be judged. The faithful are not afraid to be judged. Like, that's
Go
the
fuck
difference.
yourself. So what a stupid psychologizing
Oh,
bullshit thing to
really?
say.
Maybe
No,
I
it is.
will
It's
in
just
about an hour.
nonsense. If you're going to psychologize, I'll just say the same to you. I think you're scared as hell of not understanding and having a position where you don't know. So you cling to this idea of certainty, which is based in nothing but fucking nonsense. So
No,
let's
I'm
psychologize
actually
each
going to
other.
make the
Let's do it.
claim that I know
Let's
the
do the
works
whole
of
thing.
God
Let's
very
go down that
closely.
road. What are you?
I'm actually going to make.
You already
I'm
said I've
going to
got
make the
daddy issues and all
claim
that
that
nonsense.
No, hear me out. I will make the claim that I know the works of God very well. That's all,
You
and I
can't
don't
even
need
define
to
what
teach
God
you.
is.
I
And you're
don't
not going
need
to
to.
teach me. Who are you to teach me?
Why the fuck
See, it
should I
just
put
goes round
God in
in
a
circles.
box?
The whole thing about discussing
Dude,
this with
you
people,
want a neat little package of scientific evidence. That's all you want.
No, not scientific.
You're not going to get it.
I'm simply asking for a definition of God that is separate from anything else. That I can point to and say that is this God. That's
Yeah,
all
but
I'm asking for.
that's self-serving for you.
How is that? So you're saying that I should
trying to
believe
put a
in
box
something
in
that
a-
I don't know
You
how to
trying to
define?
put God in a box? Jeez.
Yeah, he is trying to put God in a box. He wants a good, nice, neat little definition that fits
Well,
his
if I
own little
can't
perspective.
define what God is, why should I believe in that thing? You want me to
This
believe
means
in
you.
something
It
that
means
can...
your faith.
Therefore, your faith
Dude,
is being challenged.
You're only telling me you're faithless. That's all.
It just comes back in circles. I think this whole discussion, this kind of discussion, boils down to theists and deists and all the people on that side of the discussion.
Yeah, because God indeed is a theist talk.
They just
God
pretend to not
absolutely
understand
exists.
the discourse
No,
that's
we
coming at them
understand.
from the other side.
You lack the information to have faith. That's your problem, not mine.
What the fuck does that mean? Well, I lack the
I mean, this
information to
man
have
was
faith.
a Christian fundamentalist.
My God.
He grew up a Christian fundamentalist for many years, right? Into your early adulthood, right, Jeff?
Yeah, I started at 13 and I bailed out when I was about 27, 28.
You're the one who believed Paul's story was in Ezekiel, but you want to tell me you know. Okay.
I made a mistake about something in the
Yes, sir.
Bible. Please forgive me.
Okay.
Jesus.
I do forgive you.
Good on you, mate. Now, but none of that has any relevance to anything. It just comes back down to the fact that the way
That can
these
go with
discussions-
knowledge thing of everything.
No. The gentleman has a point. We're just shit flinging at each other right now from both our different positions in a
the
tribalistic
way these
manner.
discussions go is that the theists always act as though they don't understand the discourse that's coming from the other side, and so they make it actually impossible to have these kinds of discussions. And when they classify all the questions as gotchas, etc., it's just impossible to have a good faith discourse.
Well, you want something specified, we only can answer in generalified because that's what God intended for his image to be. Because we can see reality, but we'd never be able to acknowledge reality, comprehend reality. If you can, you want to see what God is.
You've just made my point for me.
Is it your
Yeah, mate.
like your name?
Yeah, you call me Steve. I'm Steve. That's
Okay,
fine.
Steve, you can call me
Yeah.
Peter.
Okay.
Can I bring up like a parable and not trigger one of your non-faith arguments?
Go for it.
I'm trying to bring up a parable.
As long as I'm allowed to critique the parable.
Yes, you can critique it all you want after. Okay. So what I want to bring up, like you are not gonna like how I'm gonna define this. Okay. Just fair warning. All right. So the difference between an angel and a human, right? you know how Satan was an angel, if you know the theology. He knew from the beginning of his creation that God existed. He had full consensus understanding of what, who, where. Like, he had all the 5 W's, right? He had all the evidence he needed. He still betrayed. Mankind were different from God, from basically the angel caste, right? We actually give our worth by choosing to have faith, and then we're rewarded. This is the whole reason why Jesus said to Thomas, those who believe but have not seen the evidence, I'm adding that part in just to like help understand what he's saying, are more blessed. So for example, you who have not received evidence yet, but if you did believe, you would actually be in a higher standing in the spiritual sense of the meaning. So sure, you may not like how I'm defining all this, but think about it. Satan had all the answers. He still betrayed. He still turned away. So maybe people just don't understand that, yes, it is a sort of challenge for humanity to give our worth. This is the whole point of wheat and tares, right? So those who have faith, who choose.
Can I respond to that?
So now I want to hear your perspective. I understand you have a more different perspective, and I want to hear that perspective. I really do.
Another perspective is we're in deep, deep trouble. I hate to use the word, but I won't use that word. But God is a dangerous entity that created beings that would know he was God and yet create such an intolerable situation that those same beings wouldn't want to worship him. And then will damn them to hell for all eternity because of that.
That's not what happened to Satan.
Can I please respond to that parable?
Yeah, let him respond to the parable. Get too dragged out.
Okay, you're invoking entities that I just don't accept exist. I don't believe in Satan. I don't believe in angels. And
I
don't
explained you
believe in God.
wouldn't like how I framed the parable.
It's not that I don't like it. It's I disagree with it. It's not a preference. It's just I can't see any
You
reason.
don't believe the name and the meaning behind it. You only believe the abstract closest theology to it. So the word problem
maybe the parable might prove something along the lines of, I mean, I don't know. I can't make anything up on this.
I'm not trying to get too lost in the parable. My point was that somebody had the full evidence of God, and somebody else did not.
Yeah, but you're presuming
and it's not every single angel that betrayed God.
I don't accept any of that framing. I don't accept that there's a Satan who had the full knowledge of God. To me, that's just blah, 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 blah. And I want to also point out one other point you raised. You invoked some kind of superiority if I had that kind of faith. Is that correct?
No, I invoked earlier.
I think you said like a superior
I remember what you speak.
Something.
So look. The issue with the atheist and the theist, both sides think they're superior. That's the truth. They'll always argue from a place of thinking that they're above the other person.
That's the only two people that are humble is.
But what you did say, you said that there was some kind of superiority with believing this kind of stuff. And
so some people do have a superiority complex. This is true. For example,
that's not what you weren't talking about, superiority complex. The only reason I raise it is because I think it was you earlier who accused me of believing that I'm superior. But you actually just now made the position clear that someone who takes your position is superior. So that was projection on your part.
Well, you did some projection yourself. If we're going to be honest with each other, you did some projection also.
That's fine. Knock yourself out.
That's fine. Look, it's like if we're trying to argue, it's like two people. Guys! It's like two people trying to argue over something with completely different equations of how they go by life. It's complicated.
No, it's two people arguing about something where one party refuses to actually clarify what they're talking about, which makes.
Well, who says? Okay, so how about we flip the table for a moment?
Okay.
How about you prove that God doesn't exist? That is an old. That is a very old. That is a very old saying. You know, it is a point that a lot of theists use against atheists. Can the atheist prove that God doesn't exist, as much as the atheist is demanding that God exists? Like,
yeah, well, that will become
neither
if God has
neither
will or
side.
not, it will be judgment or not.
And I bring up both sides because neither side can actually do anything about it.
I am not an atheist. I'm a theological non-cognitivist. The term God is meaningless to me. Whether or not it exists is a step further down the line. I don't
All
know.
right, let's get
what
rid
it
of the
means.
world of word meaning of God. Let's give it the world. Let's say the world.
We could use
Do I
architect.
believe the world exists?
How about
Because the
just higher
world is
power?
God. Let's get rid of God now. Let's talk about the
world
world.
is God.
No,
So
how
therefore,
about we
God
like
is just a
yeah,
substitute word for other stuff. Sorry.
You could say architect, higher power, the author of the book of reality. There's different ways of looking at it.
Sure, but you're presuming that entity exists, and I'm inquiring
It
into
does.
what
It
that thing is.
does. It absolutely exists.
Oh, it absolutely.
Well, I would say it's more than existing. He is beyond existence.
Oh, he's beyond existence, but
okay,
also
I'm gonna
existing.
say
That's
this
the
thing,
irony.
and this
It's beyond
kind of goes
existence.
back
but
to
it
the other
exists.
thing about the
Come on.
presuppositions. Like you have presuppositions, we have presuppositions. The only difference is you're not willing to look at things from our perspective. That's the only difference. Like we,
No, I
we're
understand.
willing to
I
look at the scientific
have.
perspective.
No, that's not true. I have entertained your perspective. Like I've had my moments of crisis.
I'm on
faith,
your
right?
side. I'm talking to the other guy that you're in
I
opposition with right
understand,
now.
but I can see
But
it as both sides.
disagreement is not the same as not understanding. Disagreement is not the same as not understanding.
Well, that's the thing. We're going
You're
to
literally
disagree
saying that
because
we have a certain worldview that can't be proved, and I'm saying, yeah, those are called
No, you don't,
presuppositions.
but
You have them
my-
too.
Well,
You have them
but
too.
what's your end goal? What is your end goal at the end of this conversation, though? Like, are you trying to get me to not believe in God or something?
I think the conversation is valuable to have because, in my opinion, it demonstrates the shortcomings of your
Because
side.
like the reason you keep talking about it is because you definitely have a motive. You're trying to make me not believe in God. Like you want me to think like you
want to
do.
get rid of God in this equation. That's what you're there to mean.
No, everybody's tribal. Everybody wants them to think like themselves. That is a fact. That's maturity to
My
understand.
position is God is a meaningless concept to me, and I don't know. So somehow
but
that
that's
makes
vanity.
me-
You should not put that out to someone else.
I see. The thing is, I know God loves you, and it's up to you to do it with that relationship, bro.
Yeah, now we're getting into the blackmail of it all, and I find
It's
this
not
actually
blackmail.
it is. It's blackmail.
Oh, did I hit a nerve? I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
Jeffrey Epstein something you don't acknowledge.
Yeah, that's right. If you don't believe what I believe, you're going to go to hell. That's where it goes.
Okay, so
to which
what
I
about
will
you?
say, go fuck yourself.
Well,
so a non-believer
Because I
go
used
to
to preach
hell?
the
No,
same
that's an
thing.
overstatement. All
And I think it's
merciful is a
disgusting
lie
that you
if
say
that's the
that
case.
I am worthy. Yeah, I think it's fucking disgusting that
what
you
if
will
I
say
told
to
you-
people that I am
what if I
worthy
told
of
you
eternal
that-
torment because I don't believe
No.
what you believe. That's disgusting.
Find me where in the Bible it says that.
Do you okay? What's the cost of non-belief in God?
Okay, look,
In your perspective,
personally,
probably going to hell.
do you know what hell was built for?
Just answer the fucking question. What is the cost of non-belief? in
No,
God?
you're arguing. No, you're arguing on a definition you don't even want to go into. Do you know why hell was created? Do you want to know
No, I
why?
don't
It's
know. You
not.
tell
It's
me why
not
hell
for
was created.
humans. It's
Right.
not for humans. There
Oh, it's
are
for the
some
angels that
humans.
rebelled against God.
Hear me out. Exactly. But hear me out. Some humans do end up there if they commit rape, child sacrifice, all sorts of heinous, wicked actions. You're somebody who could learn. Why should you be thrown to the fire? Why should you be thrown to the fire?
Say that again.
Why should God throw you to the fire? Why do you think that's automatically going to happen?
So
just
what
because
you're saying here, there are
you
certain
believe what you do.
That's why you can't get over it.
So
Like
what
why
is
do
it-
you think God would just throw you to hell for not being a perfect Catholic or something like that?
Well, you've raised a very interesting point. I mean, I understand you've mentioned egregious sins, but where is the line drawn?
It's
And I wonder
where
if it's funny
violation
to me
is by you.
that you actually
God won't
invoke
judge
these
where you draw
egregious
the line
sins.
is.
And I think that in a sense, you are obviously against those things. So therefore,
Yes.
God is against them to the same extent you are. It's not the other way around.
It's not that I know God is against that. I'm against that, and God is against that. It's an alliance.
It's not that I know God is against that, but I know God is against that. That's what you just said.
Yeah, I misspoke. I apologize
Okay,
for
fair.
that.
Okay, that's fair. That's
So
fair.
so the Bible specifically, yeah, I was wrong on that moment. Sorry, my tongue tied.
No, that's fine.
So God specifically prescribes. So yes, the Old Testament, brutal. I know. A lot of bad things happen. Even Moses got angry with God. Moses hated God at one point, right?
I don't
He fucking
hate God. I don't hate God. I don't know what it is.
I didn't say you did. I didn't say you did, bro. You see what I mean? Like insertion. Let's not insert ourselves too much. But you did ask me the question. Let me get to the point. When it comes to how God is against those horrific actions that the Canaanites were doing, mind you, he wanted the Israelites, his people, to not do those things, right? So what is considered to be right in the eyes of God, right? Just being upstanding, not being greedy, not like committing horrific acts of predation, and like I'm not gonna go into details.
That's a moral point of God.
You know what I mean, right.
Yeah.
And that's
I
why
know what you
he
mean.
prescribed evil, as in genocide against the Canaanites, because the evil of the Canaanites was even greater if it allowed to proliferate. Like Sodom and Gomorrah, bro, they made rape legal in their country, like in their city. They were just violating anybody everywhere. They didn't care for respect. They didn't care about free will. They didn't care about the sanctity of an individual soul or a person. Like, God hates when people get violated. Like, that's a fact. It's proven. Like, people get killed when they do child sacrifice. So like it goes back to the question of evil.
We don't like that.
Hear me. Let me finish. It goes back to the question of evil.
He does and he doesn't.
Right, exactly.
He does and he doesn't, because if he hated it, now it is he uses it as a reason why soldiers should marry women of enemy tribes or whatever if they rape them. Now I know it's an argument against rape. The story.
Hold up. Where does that come from?
Would you really? In the Bible, there is a story where God says that if a man rapes a woman when he's attacking another tribe, if he rapes one of the women of the other tribe, he should marry them. He should marry that woman. Now the argument.
I don't agree with that one. I'll tell you that much.
That's not Bible. Hold up. That's not Bible. That's in Mesopotamia.
That's in the Old Testament.
I think it may be in the Old Testament, but he's talking about a Talmudic translation of that. Because the Talmudics do believe in what you just said, word for word.
It's in all the.
No, it's in the Bible as well. It's in the Bible as well.
So
well, the Talmud bases itself off the
non-Pauline
Torah.
God. What God are we talking about?
Yeah, well,
You don't know what the Talmud is.
Well, if you want to go that deep, I mean, Christianity came from the Talmud.
Jewish religion. Damn. Ask a Jew, man. Read the book.
Well, so here's the thing. Jew means your tribe of Judah, by the way. Just letting you know.
Yeah.
Most people don't.
Yeah, I'm tribe of Judah.
Well, I know for a fact. I know for a fact I'm Aaron. Hear me out. I'm literally from Judah, Aaron, and Levi myself, as well as Ephraim.
Amazing.
Yeah, I'm of all those four tribes.
I'm just traveling
I think I'm from fucking Scotland or something.
But I'm just trying to let you know.
1 second.
I'm an Ashkenazi Jew from China.
I'm not Ashkenaz. I'm not an Ashkenaz. I'll tell you that much.
I see. Okay. Well, good to see your brother going, man.
I want to invite Chickpea to say something. We need a feminine influence. Chickpea, can you give us some divine femininity here?
I'm afraid he's talking way above my head. Both of them are way above my head.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have
Please don't hand the juice.
Well. We have a. Well, Chickpea, what's your view on the whole God
point?
question?
Yeah.
I did, W.
Let the woman say something. Chickpea, what do you think of God? Do you believe in God?
You know what? Oh, DNW, you know what I think of God. I think he's an asshole. You know that. I think the same as what Danny thinks. You know what, Danny, you still there?
Yeah, but women like bad guys. So do you still like him?
God
come on, you guys.
God is the cosmic cunt.
gender profile and everything. Oh my god.
Chickpea. Women like bad boys. Women like bad boys. Do you still like God, even though he's a? Yeah.
Smells like a pill.
No, he's an ass. He's an absolute ass. You know how I feel
Evil.
about God.
The
He's-
worst evil
he-
imaginable.
Yes. You know I hate him. But Danny, say it again. You cheered me up.
God,
being a-
I am a
Okay, so what happened to you to
I
hate
am a
that man?
misotheist. I am a misotheist.
She's a woman. The world's harsh for a woman. As a man, we don't give a damn. Well, for them, it's hell. We were never a woman, so we will never know. You see how worse they got. We could die. We could easily just die. You know?
No, I don't agree with you, bro.
God is a
Paul was
misogynist.
Paul was a fucking bastard who told women not to teach. I disagree with Paul. Okay, I agree with how Jesus
been
told
smoking too
Mary
much weed, my
to
friend.
teach.
Get
No,
off the
don't you mean
weed.
preach in a church? Surely you mean preach in a church.
This God gave Mary no choice.
We be shown the good side of God, and women be shown the bad side of God. That's why we acknowledge both. Therefore, it takes two to create that one idea of what God is. You have to go through the Son to go to
Some
heaven.
people,
Oh my lord,
some
we're
people are
still
gonna
here.
be faithless. Some people are gonna hate. It's what it
Hi,
is.
Fatima. Isn't this a
Hi.
lovely chat?
Oh my
Really?
lord, Jesus, we're still on the debate about God.
Look.
Yeah,
It's just people hating on
big
God just
debate,
tells me that God was right. That's not a lie. It tells me God was
Okay,
I
right.
know.
but still, you can't
You
even
get some
define.
injuries,
In many
you
ways,
show that God told you what's wrong. Now you gotta get it better at it.
I actually think there may be a God, but it may be like a kind of, it may be like a special toddler doing like a project, and it's not very good at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, early start, he was like that. He was like that one early start of our humanity. He didn't know what humanity is, so he guided in a childish way.
Something, please. Are you
Yes, sorry about that.
Are you talking about the arsehole of the Bible that says, "You are my children, I am your father"? You talking about that one? Yes.
Nah, most of it's
What's all
outside
this
the Bible.
talk? What's
I
all this talk
naturally
about
learned it.
hating on God? What's all this talk about hating on God? I can't hate something
You can't
when
hate
I
something.
don't know what it is.
Yes, I can't
Yeah,
hate
but you
something I
gotta
don't care
hate God
about.
to
I don't
love
question
God
it.
even
that's your
more.
position.
You have to
That's your
express
position,
you
right?
have to
I mean,
express your
maybe just to
emotions
make
to
it a bit
God.
clearer, when
We're
somebody
still
like an
on the
atheist
God
position,
debate. Jesus, we told you guys you can't even define God. It's been almost an hour. Can't even define goodness.
Is this some sort of got you? Are you gonna like have your cake now and
so the
have your
position,
got
like,
you?
just to make my position clear, so it works both ways. If somebody says I believe in God, or if somebody says I don't believe in God, both of those statements make no sense to me. They're incomprehensible because when someone says I don't believe in God, what are they talking about? So just it goes both ways.
If I'm gonna be honest here, okay.
Understandable, yeah.
I need to get going. So can I make a little outro?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just
go
want to
for
say
it.
a few last words.
Go for it. Go for it. No one's stopping you.
So yeah, no, I believe in God very fruitfully, and I've seen. You want to interrupt?
Be quiet. Let Ragnar speak, please.
Right, you talk about you love this God. This is the
Let
same
Ragnar
God.
speak. I'm gonna have to mute you.
Hey,
I don't give a fuck
you
what
gotta
some
go.
human did to you for you to hate God. Okay, sit down.
Oh wow.
Okay,
But you
there's
can
no point
express.
arguing
You
with
cannot hate
atheists.
nobody. You gotta hate God, and God allows that.
No,
None
just
of
hear me
these
out.
people
Look,
are atheists.
Now that's what I call compassion.
None of these people are atheists. Like, I'm not sure if you're fucking. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Curse word. So if you're the thick skull or what?
Let the guy speak. He wants to bail, so let him have a shot.
yeah, I'm trying to bounce out, bro. You're all just trying to get your last little hits in, whatever. All right, so I got the floor.
Yep.
All right, thank you. So no, I believe in the Lord. I believe He is a great author, and we're all living in a wonderful book full of extra books, and it's an expanding universe, ever so beyond our own material vision. That is my view on it, and the Lord has saved my life multiple times in ways I can't even begin to describe, but can and have been thankful for. Look, I hope people who either hate God or don't believe in God or who just whatever, they subscribe to some other notion, that's fine. You have free will. Okay? And the thing is, before I bounce out, I need to remind people of the fallacy of blaming God for evil committed by humans. You have free will. You have your choices. How could, and this is the last thing I'll say, how could God judge you if you didn't have the ability to do what you did? Your choices are yours. Okay? So you can't say God allowed baby eating. No, that was a fucking human being who decided to worship demons and went down that road and did that. What does God actually prescribe against that? Kill them. Remove the bastards. The actual hanging, execution, all the way. We're actually supposed to stone them alive with rocks. Some people say that's barbaric, but no, they were eating babies. So that notion, one evil for a greater good.
Well, you're not doing that, so you're kind
Let
of
me
being a
finish.
soldier of God. So I don't know what
Dude,
you're talking
let me
about.
finish.
You still going. I just want to put some extra on that. Yeah.
Yeah, put it on after, bro.
No, G, let him finish. G, let him finish, man.
So
Yeah, let him
so
finish
here's the
it.
thing. I've enjoyed debating with you all, even though we were bad faith either side. Sometimes that's fine. We disagree on something. It's gonna happen. It's the human thing to do. But like, I'm just letting you know, I strongly believe, very very strongly, and I do think karma is a very real thing. And like what you put out there comes back, right? It's the golden ratio rule. It's mathematic. It's scientific. It's everywhere. And I think all of you have potential, and whether you like the idea or not, I know God cares about you. Have a good day.
Have a good day, man. Also, I'm gonna add on that onto that a little bit. We, as a free will, have rights to judge,
Mashallah.
and when we judge someone, we have rights to send them to God to let God judge. And what he said right there for people that chosen evil, what we did is we judged them first, what we did it on this planet, and then send them to God to let God judge them, because we can't judge them here. That's all I want to point out. Where else he sounds more coolish.
If you can't judge them, why do you send them to God? It sounds to me like you're talking about capital punishment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, because someone got to take it. Someone got to send that judgment.
Capital punishment.
Euthanism for capital punishment. What I mean is act on their own actions alone.
Yeah, well,
Judge their actions
you
alone.
said you can't judge them, so you send them to God. Is that not a judgment? You're ending.
You
people.
can't judge them. We can't judge them. But there is someone that will judge them. Yeah, but you can't judge them. We can't judge them. I can't judge them.
See, that's a
God
judgment.
can't judge them. And God will choose someone to judge those people.
Yes, and that's
what happens
that is
in
the ultimate human judgment. That's the ultimate human judgment. You're judging their actions. What are you talking about? That is a judgment. You're
I judge
saying
him.
they
I judge
committed
him, but I
X
didn't
sin.
put the hammer down. I judged them. I say my words, but I didn't put the hammer down. Someone else did put the hammer down.
But you know something that's
Someone
quite
else killed
remarkable
him.
about something that's quite remarkable about these people. You'll find that their morality maps directly onto God's morality in every instance. That what they believe their moral standards are, for some coincidence, it always
because I
maps
believe it's
on
given by
exactly to God. And so that either means that you are making God up as a human creation, or you are so finely in tune with God that you are free from all error. Those are your two choices.
No.
Now,
God will judge me for judging others. I'm still not out of that equation.
Okay, again, not addressing what I said. You're
Not
just not
addressing,
even
and you
addressing.
can't even define God. Yeah, I bet you all my money you can't even properly define
mate,
God.
God is reality. God is objective reality, not subjective reality.
G, my jaw dropped there. I'm astounded at what you said there. You said you won't judge a being, you'll let God judge them, but you will send them to God to be judged. I mean, what you're actually saying is, you'll kill someone.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I won't. I send them, but
sorry,
someone else can. Sorry, I won't judge in that way, but someone else can judge them. I'm not gonna put my
You're saying you won't do it, but
put
you'll
my
let
hammer down.
other people do it. You'll let other
Yes,
people
I
do
will
it.
let
Is that
someone
what you're
else
saying?
do it. Yes.
You don't see a problem. Well, you don't see a problem with it then.
Yeah, because ultimately that's their own business. God has a plan for everyone. I'm not the one that should interact with those judgments.
God has a plan for the children of Gaza who are suffering and need amputation and need food. Oh yes,
Yes.
He is. Moshe Verdine
Yes.
thinking about them. They're all dying in mass
Because we're thinking
graves.
about the present, but God is thinking about the future. We don't know what's going on in the future, but only God knows it.
You can't even define God, so I'm not even going to take you seriously.
I already told you, God is objective reality, the world.
What if? Can I just say something to you, G? What would you do if we all got the shock of our lives and Yerf Dog said he was God?
Yeah, what now? What now?
Well, I'm glad you're gathered here
Wait,
today
what
because
was
I do
it?
have an
Sorry.
announcement.
I'm concentrating on working here. What was the word for it?
I'm asking
What
you
were
a
you
question.
saying?
You said you believe in God. You won't. You believe in God. You won't deny. You believe in God. You won't deny God's existence. Now I'm asking you the question: what would you do if Yerf Dogs here said he was God?
If he was God, then I will reflect. I will reflect if whether I believe that he's God or not.
God.
That's all the part of believing.
Okay, let's
But
do that.
I
Let's
will
do
still
that.
comprehend that
Yerf Dog.
there is an aspect of it that God shows in through that personality. Everything is God. Sorry, God is everything, but everything is not God.
What? What? But God
Is he
is the
God when he
objective
takes a dump
reality.
after a
The
big
fuck?
dirty kebab on a Sunday morning?
The Ring of Fire.
Yeah, I know you guys don't understand it. Yeah.
You don't
No,
even
we
understand
understand
yourself,
it. It's
bro.
just babble. That's all.
Babble.
That's the point.
Like
Yeah, well, that's your comprehension on that. I can continue going because there's infinitely to be
That's
talked
quite a
about
that's quite
God.
a sly little remark. It's your comprehension, and in the sense of you're incapable of understanding. To which I'm going to say, go fuck yourself.
Oh, now checking my
G, that
character.
is
I see.
G, that is in good faith.
Too bad I'm too humble for that.
Can I
Thank you.
say, no, G, we don't usually swear at each other here. No.
We kind of do.
Yeah, well, that happens a
thank
lot.
you for
I
not
never
swearing
swear when
back.
I got in here.
Thank you for not
Yeah.
swearing back. Good man. G, do you have anything
Thank you.
else to say, brother?
I joined in about the topic of everything is
Did you
evil,
say you were
but
in
we end up
China,
come to
Broderick?
this
Are you in
point.
China? Oh
I
yeah.
live in
Go ahead.
America. I'm born in China.
No, God, don't we know it? You live in America.
You live in China. Okay. So yeah, you joined on the topic. Everything is evil. What do you think of that question? As a conversation starter, what do you think of that?
I would say everything has an aspect of evil. It's whether we want that evil to express itself through that aspect or not. Therefore, not everything is evil, but everything can be evil.
Everything can be. How can you make that one up?
How long before D Profit joins?
Gee, are you walking, talking graveyard? May I ask?
Yes, I am ancient antique. Yes.
No, she means that do you eat meat?
Do I eat meat? Oh, okay. I heard that wrong. If someone gives me when I'm hungry and they have no options, I will eat it.
Oh, good
But
to
if
rest.
not, I would choose stuff that is on my nature, which is I am a great ape. I can eat nuts. I can eat fruits. I can eat all that.
Are you a vegan or non-vegan? Good Lord, you
I
know.
won't say I'm a vegan or anything like that. I just eat as what my ancestor does.
Oh, that makes it okay then. All right, okay then, fine. Yeah, when I say
So why don't you? If that's the case, you're following the morality of your ancestors on food. Why don't you follow the morality of your ancestors on other things? I'm sure you had ancestors back in
Because
the past that practiced, for
because
example,
I'm not my ancestor.
sacrificial
Yes, you are.
rituals.
You literally said you were. You're going to
So why
follow
do
in
you
their
follow their
footsteps.
morality on your diet then?
There's ancestor morality. There's my morality. There's ancestor and there's me.
You
I
literally
am
said
me.
you
I'm
follow
not
their
my ancestor.
morality. You literally said you
I
follow
follow
their
You can
their
choose which one
morality. I don't
is the
follow
one
my
you follow, right?
ancestor. I follow their morality.
On the subject of morality, You do know that this God of yours has said quite clearly that the meat you eat is to be perfect and free from defect. You know what you're eating isn't perfect and free from defect.
In many ways.
Yes.
Well, about eating food, you become what you eat, so you got to be careful what you're eating.
About food, I'm talking about meat. There is a difference.
Yeah, you have a problem about meat. Yeah. Well, if an animal died for a meal, make sure that meal is good. That's why, at least I believe. At least let that animal be satisfied for his sacrifice.
What? This
What are you
animal
talking?
isn't
You just
sacrificed,
babble,
is murdered
endless
by the
babble.
corporation.
Well, nature never forgets their sacrifice. Their body became temple of life. Bacteria and cells continue to live off of it.
Please stop comparing yourself to an animal.
Sorry,
Okay?
my thing died, so I'm just gonna mute myself. I guess God doesn't want me to talk now.
That is this is the first time, G, that we actually can hear you properly. That last bit of
Jesus
speech you
Christ,
did
what the hell's wrong with your audio?
So Ragnar, it's a real shame that you're throwing these comments in. The faithless sure show how low class they are. I mean, come on, man.
Oh, ad hominem now. Now we're going to go
Oh,
there.
so like rich people are Christians apparently. Like only
Or maybe it means morally low class. I just, yeah.
Yeah,
That
wait.
kind of stuff is just aggravating.
morally.
Yeah, wait. You're thug. You
Some
said
Christians
you had.
like Joel Osteen. I was just gonna say like Joel Osteen and those types of preachers will tell you that
Kent
if you
Hovind.
have wealth that you're what?
Yeah. Oh, Kent Hovind is like another like rich preacher, and like
Oh.
he's also
Oh, yeah, yeah.
he did like a tax invasion, I believe. Kent Hovind and his son Eric Hovind. Yeah, they're both scummy scammers. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all scammers. It's crazy.
But Yerf Dog, you said you had an announcement you want to make.
Oh, that was in relation to D&W saying that I'm God.
Oh, okay. I was confused. Sorry about
Sorry, it was a joke.
Okay.
Didn't land. Please
all right.
laugh. Please laugh.
No, that's all right, man. You're just a bit confused, yeah.
Oh, thanks, man. Thanks very much, man.
So D&W.
We're just waiting for D Profit, really.
Well,
sorry, go ahead, Chickpea.
Did you enjoy your day yesterday?
It was okay, thank you. It was okay. What about you?
Lovely day. I did the same as I normally do. One of the joys of aging.
Well, how did yesterday's live stream go? Because I know Noodle was it in any way?
I didn't watch it, I'm afraid.
I wasn't there at all, D&W. I actually didn't join because I actually went to a wedding yesterday. Yes, someone in my family had a wedding on Valentine's Day, and I went there. Yeah, and it was at a house.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. But I'm sure it went fine, D&W, but I'm afraid I didn't watch it. No, I'm sorry about that. But,
It was okay until a vegan debate broke out. The mind jumped on the panel, and then it was just chaos until he left.
Oh, what happened between
So
the mind?
he
My
came
earbud's dead.
and basically was challenging Noodles on veganism. And and someone else was on who was also pro-vegan, and he was like outnumbered, and then it just it was an argument that went for a while, and then he left. And
yeah,
it returns
I always stay away, Christy, when they're because I never thought in my entire lifetime I would ever argue with vegans, but I'm arguing with vegans, and I am a vegan. I've always given them the benefit of any doubts because I'm so glad that they are vegans. But I never thought I'd actually row with them.
It'd be like that.
Sorry?
It'd be like that. No, it does sometimes become that way though. Like it's normal to argue with people in your same group. It's completely normal.
No, not here. I've never done it. That's never.
Like at what point? Like at what points do you disagree with them? Oh, sorry.
No, whenever I meet a vegan, I'm so happy to meet a vegan because we're so rare, especially where I live, that I'm just so happy. I would never argue. I've never argued with vegans till I came here. Never happened. Not that's that many to argue with anyway. But I never thought I'd ever disagree with a vegan because at the end of the day, they believe what I believe, and that's all that matters. But even that's challenged here. Even that.
Everything's challenged in this world, you know, and like everything's challenged here. Like whenever like I was trying to ask just the I can't believe we're going back, but whenever I ask these guys the definition of God, they say it's a challenge. It's a challenge. I'm like, yes, it is. I'm trying to know linguistically what do you know and like can think of. Like that's all I want to know. And they give me like 3 different answers and they each one of them when they were speaking and babbling they really contradicted themselves a lot. They said, oh, God is mine, God is a being, like, you know, it's really just crazy.
Yeah, it's the same with the vegan movement. They're taking it so far that it's become unsustainable. They cannot even carry through what they want to do anymore. It's just got ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's very upsetting because they are destroying the movement. Because even I've walked away from the movement.
All right.
Yeah, well, you know.
Well, the core of vegan is to believe that humans don't need to eat meat because meat is extra. We can just eat as how our ancestor always is: nuts, peanuts, all the fruits, stuff on the tree. We can't do that, but we decided to eat meat, which extreme vegan doesn't like.
Yeah.
I thought God didn't allow you to talk right now.
Oh yeah, I put it on the other side. You know, I would defile it. He always gonna put something on me. It's a matter of how I want to express my way to it, and you will allow it.
I'd like to respond to what Ragnar is saying, if that's all right.
Okay, sure. I'll be on mute.
Is that all right, DNW? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. He's made 2 comments, so I'll put them up one after the other. So
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not denigrating theists. I'm denigrating the positions. I think the positions are stupid. I don't think theists are stupid. Not at all. I mean,
I agree with you. I don't think myself as a theist.
Okay. No more or less than non-theists. Okay. And as I said during the conversation, I think that we're all in the gutter.
Yes.
You know, that's where we all are, regardless of our beliefs. Hence their behavior. And then he goes on to talk about what the next comment is: the atheistic user murdered millions on an industrial scale. Nihilism is a disease. Okay, you've got to be careful. You're falling into judging something by its consequences, which is, you know, it's a fallacy of consequence. I can't remember. My mind's just drawing a blank here. But I mean, just because I'm not even sure. I mean, just because you don't like nihilism, maybe nihilism takes away hope, etc. That doesn't mean nihilism is wrong.
No. There's nothing about nihilism. Nihilism's
Hang on,
idea.
am I talking
doesn't
to
have
Ragnar
right
now?
or wrong.
Am I talking to Ragnar now?
No, don't come back, please. No. Actually, what he's saying about blah, blah, showing Christians respect is incorrect, actually. The Quran is full. What they call us, Goyim? No, there's a word for us, isn't there? I won't mention it.
That's Judaism. That's Judaism.
No,
It means non-Jew. Yeah.
I've got the wrong word, blah, blah, blah. They have a word for us too. I can't remember what it is.
Infidel. Infidel.
I mean, if somebody came to me and said they believed in Santa Claus and they were an adult, I'd probably treat them the same.
And it's not a sin to kill us. It is a sin. It's not. I'm not going to talk about this because I don't want the police at my door. So I'll shut up.
Yeah, you live in the failed state UK. You should zip it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Also, for the old fella right beside me, do you feel like human itself is the root problem? Yes.
Oh, he called
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Oh, whoa, that's fucked up.
Well, he's not old. He sounds old. I'm just going objectively as is.
Oh. WWE. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's get it on.
This is so offensive. So offensive.
Okay, I guess you're not old then. What should I call you then? Because I can see your name. Okay, now I can see it. Yeah, I'll just call you Dogs. Is that all
My name
right?
is Steve. My name is Steve. Go there.
Steve. Okay, Steve. Do you think human itself is the problem than actual God and deified ideas?
Ow.
Well, I think the structure of existence is the problem.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so human as a proxy of that destruction can be inherently seen as problem.
So I just said I think existence is the problem. The structure of existence is the problem.
Yeah.
That's
well,
what I
what
said.
part of that structure? You mean the world structure or the human level structure?
So maybe
the
you
stuff
weren't here,
we
but
create.
earlier in the conversation, I talked about Julio Cabrera, who talked about the structure of existence leads to a concept called moral disqualification. And what that means is it's not possible to live a completely moral life in this existence.
Of course not.
Right.
Of course not. People that believe so is in denial of it. They're not seeing the full picture of reality.
I don't think humanity is to blame for all the problems of existence. No.
Yeah.
No, well, not necessarily, but we do create some problem that makes it worse.
Well, sure, but so do lions and tigers and cockroaches
Yes.
and grass and tornadoes.
Yeah, but the
So-
difference about them and us is that we don't categorize them. We don't see the moral side of it. Well, sorry,
but-
they don't see the moral side of it. We do. And we
Yeah, but
judge
they're
it by
incapable
its
of
right
acting-
or
they're
wrong.
incapable. Animals and tornadoes are incapable of acting as moral agents.
Yep. So we are the one that act as one. Therefore, existence, as you know, as you said, as a flaws, is kind of subjective, isn't it?
That's not what I said at all. Where did you get that from?
Well, you say the structure of existence is destructive, right? What was it? Something like that, right?
No, I said the structure of existence is such that it's not possible to live a completely moral existence, a completely moral life. And that only applies to humans because only humans are capable of acting morally.
Yeah, true. Okay. So I got that wrong a little bit. Sorry about that. But I know what you mean now. Then that self is being answered by the right moment we were saying about, you know, we are more or less the construct
We
of
have
that than the actual,
Your finite being.
you know, constructive reality of itself.
Sorry, guys. I want to welcome. Okay, G. I want to welcome Vital to a fault to the show because I can't stay up all night, so we have to give everybody a voice here. Vital to a fault. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. What is it you'd like to say to the world?
Well, first of all, can you hear me? Am I coming through? I had a bad connection.
It's okay.
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's been a very interesting panel tonight. You've got a lot of people defending the concept of God who aren't familiar with God at all and are seemingly fucking Bible thumpers. You've got your typical, well, I almost said bratty atheist reacts, but clearly we've found that.
Oh no,
Andy's
Vital.
no,
Am I the only one he's breaking up for? We can't hear.
Yeah, I
Vital,
can't hear him.
can we?
I can't hear him.
No.
Yeah.
No, we can't hear you, Vital, mate. You're going to have to move somewhere better.
Look
Can you
who's
do that for
back.
us?
Look who's back. Oh, God.
Ragnar, what would you like to say, brother?
You know
While we're
what
waiting for Prophet
DW?
to...
We might agree on many things. You just don't know yet. We may not agree on the guard.
D&W, do you know what I find? I wish we get a few more English guys here. I know I shouldn't say English, but you know what I mean, guys on here. I do.
Oh, you mean from the UK?
Well, yes, obviously. What's happened to all the lovely English guys?
Well, can I remind you, the glorious Anglo-Saxons conquered nearly the whole world. So now we all speak English. Do you mind?
I can speak Chinese, but you know, you guys not gonna understand it.
That might be in the next 200 years. You know, they're a bit of a rising power at this moment.
Yeah.
You know, I am actually Anglo-Saxon.
Fried cauliflower.
I would add Agnarak. I'm not even English, okay?
You're Scottish.
No, I'm Dutch.
Oh, you're Dutch. I love Dutch. I love the Dutch. They're awesome.
Yes, we are Muslims, aren't we? Yeah,
You're practical people. Me, I am a bit of a mutt of the British Isles, France, and Germany.
Right, Germany.
Yeah. I also got some Swedish. I got some
lucky
Hebrew as
you.
well. I even
So
have
what,
Native American ancestry.
so what are you doing in America then? If you've got,
I'm Canadian.
oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. I do
Yeah,
apologize.
I'm in the good part. Thank you very much.
I apologize. It's okay. I apologize.
No, it's been
Sorry,
interesting in Canada.
I'm feeling very. I'm feeling a bit anti-American at the moment. I'm not normally like this, but
Oh no! I'll tell you right now. Like back in 2016, I used to support the Orange Man, but when he said the Epstein thing was a hoax, I felt he betrayed everybody. So I was like, no, I can't support him anymore. And then he attacked Canada, so now I really don't support him anymore. So don't worry.
there's an American here I just don't get on with, and when he's been in my head for any time in the past 24 hours, it takes about that time for it to ebb away again. So I'll keep my mouth shut, actually.
You know, and you should keep your mouth shut in the British. You wouldn't want the Ministry of Truth to find you, eh?
Yes, it's like that.
Ministry of Magic out to get you.
What? Yeah.
I was making a Harry Potter joke.
See, I'm actually a very agreeable, kind person. Just don't. If we will disagree on faith and stuff, we can talk about a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it's true, because I could argue about religion for hours on end, but it's just that I hate the God of this world, this God that we are taught about.
What if I told you? What if I told you the God of this world is Satan, and you should hate him?
Oh, well, I didn't hear you say that. I didn't hear you say that.
Well, the Bible specifically says the God of this world is Satan, and you should hate him.
Well, it's the first angel, Lucifer, though. He created the structure of the world.
Where does it go? Why does it say that God is? Where does it say that exactly?
And why should we
It does say that. It says we are in the principality of Satan. It does say that.
Where?
It actually does say that Satan is the God of this world. That's not a joke.
So you don't believe in like aliens?
No. So hear me out. Christ was actually part of an original Gnostic group known as the Nazarenes. Stop putting thousands of years of interpretation on him. Let Jesus be Jesus. Well, he was actually part of the Gnostic Nazarenes, like John the Baptist.
Yes, I know.
And the sect of John the Baptist, they believed Satan was the god of this world, and we need to beat him. It's the same way the Greeks were like, Saturn is the god of this world, and we need to rise above him.
Yes. So, what's your take on
Can I ask you a question? 1 second. Chickpea, you don't follow the books of Paul in the Bible, his writings, but you did. So that means you kind of pick and choose what texts.
No, I don't pick and choose.
Any value.
Talking about me, Ragnarok?
No, I don't pick and choose, my friend. You see, Jesus said, "Do not add." Paul added. He broke one of the commandments. That's why I don't listen to. Because of Jesus, I don't listen to Paul.
I was going to ask you, do you put any faith in the Gnostic?
DW.
I was going to ask you. Sorry.
Yes,
So the original Gnostic sects, such as like from the days of John the Baptist, there's a lot there people don't know. Some people conflate the idea of the god of this world being Satan, and that the light that comes down to save Sophia and brings on a new age of the Aeons. That was actually it was much more common than you think back then. Because like a lot of the originals, they'll tell you like they're not for the god of this world, they're for the God, the one way above. Like that's why it's called the Most High. There's a difference. The god of this world wants suffering and pain, just like the Yaldabaoth myth, basically. And Sophia
creates meaning. So yeah.
So Sophia told the Yaldabaoth, the false demiurge, that the biblical Adam, will rise above. Like it means man will one day be greater.
Man will rise above. Yeah. Adam means man in Hebrew.
Some Gnostic Christians, mystics, they believe Jesus achieved that, and they believed other people like Buddha. Like Christ means anointed, chosen, right? Specifically, it is a title. It's a rank, and it's a rank demons fear, right? You could see Buddha as a Christ. You could see obviously Jesus as a Christ. These beings, like every single culture, has a story of a being that kills demons. You know what I mean? Like in Japan, I love Japanese mythology, by the way. Bishamonten.
Shinto?
Yeah, Shinto Buddhism from Japan.
Yeah.
They have a deity called Bishamonten. He's basically like their Saint Michael. He kills a bunch of demons and shares money with all the heroes. Only the ones who protect the weak. So like there's always this like reoccurring pattern of an angelic figure under God trying to protect humanity against the bad guys. Even in Germanic lore, Thor's trying to kill the giants and the giants are trying to eat the people. You know what I mean?
I think, I think also Zoroastrianism, Angra Manu, that's also another one.
Yeah, but does that mean they're greater than Jesus or that Jesus is beneath them? That like
No,
Jesus
they're
is a great
different.
philosopher.
They're just separate.
It was a rhetorical question. I'm saying Jesus is very great because he figured out a way to bypass the demiurge. You see what I mean? He brought a formula.
Well, he sees it though. He see it more clear than anyone else.
These hardcore religions are going to be shocked when they find out that God doesn't really like them because they did a lot of like, you know how the church persecuted people? The church always quotes Paul. The church quotes Paul in their churches, but they're not talking about Peter, John, James, or even the Old Testament. They mostly quote Paul, but Paul is the false apostle. And why was Paul basically set up where Peter should have been? Because Rome knew this rising religion was a problem, so they added their own stuff to it completely. They wanted to control, so they
But
turned
doesn't everything
a
you just said,
philosopher
doesn't it
who
just demonstrate
Hear me out.
that different cultures and different nations have created entities for stories or fables because they recognize there's good and evil and they want good to triumph over evil? Well, how does that lead
Good
into
night
Jesus?
to Forged in the Flesh. Good night, brother.
That's the mind, but anyway.
A D&W, can I finish what you just said to me before?
No. 1 second, Chickpea. Yerfdog made a good point there. Yerfdog made a good
You're
point.
becoming very...
Like my point is, Jesus is the greatest philosopher because he figured out a way to bypass the demiurge entirely. I'm not saying listen to your local religious denomination.
I would say Jesus swim in the void of thinking and find a solution to keep himself safe. And also keep his shape.
Okay, let the woman talk. Let the woman talk. Sorry. Chickpea, go ahead, darling.
The reason why I pick on different books in the Bible is because the Bible was written by over 80 people. So it's not written by one person. It's written by over 80. So some bits, yeah. But at the end of the day, I always stick to the last one.
So some of it you believe are true, and other bits you don't believe are true.
Yes.
Now, interestingly, Ragnar, Chickpea believes in the Book of Revelation. Is there anything you can say to her to make her disavow?
What's your
No, I would actually avow. I would say the Book of Revelation was written by an apostle, John the Beloved.
Yes.
The saint of authors. He is a very great man, the most beloved of Christ. And so Revelation is there, but Paul added his own books. He was never tasked with adding.
About the Revelation, we're not talking.
Yes, I know. The difference of the Book of Revelation is authorized. Paul's work is not.
Sorry, but you got confused now.
Based on what?
Paul contradicts Jesus so many times. But it's a completely different teaching.
But we're talking about the Revelation and what it says in the Revelation, what is coming to us. Okay? Now, now, this is, as far as I'm concerned, a little old man that came Revelation, I don't know. But what is your take on what is in the Revelation? I believe the Revelation as
my favorite line from Revelations is Revelation 6:16, and the Lamb shall sit on the throne, while the powers beg mountains and rocks to hide them from the Lamb.
Yeah, yes, I know that one. Yes, of course, they're going to hide beside the mountains in the nuclear shelters. Yes,
It actually came true recently. The Lamb was sitting on the throne, and all the elites in their bunkers were begging to be hidden because they know he's back.
Yeah, well, yes, I know. I do know that. I know that's all to do with all the bunkers inside the Alps. And
Hang on,
inside-
I don't want to let that fly past. The lamb, you're saying that Jesus came back.
I don't know.
He's been back for a while.
Oh boy, that opens up a whole can of worms, mate.
That's a
You know,
claim.
I
That's
just
a claim
see
and a half right there.
Yes, a lot of them
Wow,
don't
no, this
trying to
is
actively
interesting.
look
This
for
is
it.
interesting.
I
This is
just see
interesting. Jesus
Revelation
is
in
back walking the earth, is he?
Yep.
Where is he? Is someone
Are you
taking a
talking about
picture?
the Holy Spirit? Are you talking about the Holy Spirit, or literally Jesus as man?
Maybe I said too much.
No, what I don't understand is okay. Now, I see the Revelation in modern day thing because it was written 2,000 years ago. So of course, this man could not have seen huge skyscrapers housing all our corporations. He couldn't have seen
Yeah,
the
he
bomb.
was granted vision of the future by Saint
Yes.
Michael himself.
Yes, I know, but he wrote about something he didn't could not have possibly understood by simple virtue of the fact he was a little man who lived 2,000 years ago. So he was shown the future. He talks nonsense about beasts with 4 heads and all this sort of stuff. I suspect he is probably describing bricks or some other entity, you know.
Some people who speak of the beast of 4 heads, they see it as their denominational interpretation. I'm not saying this is the interpretation of John the Beloved who wrote Revelation. The current consensus in modernity amongst Christian denominations about the 4 heads of the beasts, it has to do with the 4 empires that came after Alexander the Great.
That's what I'm saying. He's not talking about a beast with 4 heads.
It's extremely parabolic and metaphorical.
Yes, I know,
That's what
that's
people
what I'm
don't
saying.
understand.
I've just said that. Okay, but what's your take on the whole thing with you know, the mark of the beast? This mark. What's your take on this mark?
Okay.
Some people think the mark of the beast has to do with AI. I think that is a astroturfed idea.
Pardon?
It's the vortex you're thinking in.
Well, like the RFID
It's the shape, the
thing.
number.
Well, a lot of people have their own theories about what it is, right? The
People have been
modern
talking about it.
techno-Christian would think it's like some sort of like chip or
I
something,
think
but
it was
I
gonna
don't believe
happen
in that.
if it already happened.
Why don't you
People
believe
have literally been talking about it for like a million years. Like, oh, it's the last days, and it just continues. It's like, is there any end to these last days? Do they just go on for decades?
Well, actually, Christine,
No. Well,
Christine,
first,
I'd like to say something, okay, with the whole thing, the Revelation. Now, there's a stuff in there about this astrological entity thing in the sky, the woman in the sky. Now, this guy saw this entity. Saw something that came true in 2017.
Did you say?
I'm just saying it's a nonsense, but it came true in 2017. See, Ragnarok, because I see. Yeah, I believe in the mark of the beast. I believe they will chip us, and if we don't comply,
well,
we will.
one thing I can tell you is who the Antichrist is.
If you're like a person in power or a group of people in power, and you know that people believe this stuff, and you've read the Bible, and you're like, oh well, they can just make it happen. It doesn't mean that it's like.
Well, of course, I know that.
No. She has a point. There is a group of people who are trying to force the revelation end times to happen right now.
Hooray! That's what I was meaning. That's what I meant. They will bring it into being. That's what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah, they're using it as a plan, like quite literally.
Yes, I don't think for 1 minute that some goddess, that some entity. No, of course we're going to do it. I've always believed that.
So, hear me out. Do you want to know who the Antichrist is?
Well,
he's alive right now.
Yes, I know.
It's Dick Clark.
Go ahead.
No. The Antichrist is described as somebody who builds towers and was wounded in the head, but healed.
Oh, come on, dude. You're
And
going to say it's Trump.
and
Trump
boasts
is the
against God and claims to be a king.
Jesus.
I didn't put the words in your mouth. You did.
I'm just asking, is that who you're talking about?
Interesting coinky dinky, don't you think?
Is that who you're talking about? Are you saying Trump is the Antichrist?
He is.
He is a serf of the Antichrist.
Okay. But he's going to die soon, right? I mean, he's really old. He's not going to last very long. Is that
The
ideal?
Antichrist is a
He's not the
corporation.
false prophet, but he is the Antichrist.
Yeah, well, he's the beginning of the Antichrist.
I actually know exactly who the false prophet is, and he's a very bad person.
Yes, I bet he is. Oh, we've
He's
been
not
into
very well known to a
Trump
lot
isn't
of people.
performing any miracles. Like, didn't the Bible say that this Antichrist was going to perform miracles that were out of this world, and
Yes,
people would not?
isn't this a miracle? Don't you think the internet is a miracle?
No, the internet
there's
was
miracles
predicted in
where-
the book of Daniel.
was still a
Information would
miracle.
go to and fro all across the world very fast.
I know,
Well,
but
there's
isn't the
new
internet
theory
a
in that.
miracle? I tell you something. Speak as an old dear who lived in a world prior to the internet. The internet is
I
really
did.
something else. No, Christine, the internet is a miracle. In the same way, a lot of the stuff we see now are miracles, and they are.
Yeah, but not like unbelievable. I don't know if the Bible is talking about the internet.
No, Christine, when I was young, I would have never dreamt that one day there'd be an internet. And I remember back in the 70s, I saw the first computer, because, I never dreamt. I remember working on computers. They said one day we'll be sending all our correspondence through our computers. And I thought, what on earth are they talking about? Now it's happening. No,
Right.
Christine, I do believe that our laptops are an absolute right. Where are you? I'm sitting talking to you. In real
It's
time.
true that people who are in their 50s saw the world.
Sorry,
no.
hold on. I agree. It is weird that I can talk to you right now through a laptop.
yeah.
That is kind of bizarre.
Thousands of miles
kind
away.
of doesn't really, without knowing, without being an expert on this topic, because I am not a brainiac in how it's possible that I think in the ocean there is like some kind of internet cables in the ocean.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Yeah,
that kind of I don't know.
Yes.
But
Can I tell you something?
there is a new theory that people are talking about, like fish gods and aliens, and something happened to the old Earth and they invaded, these aliens or fish people, these evil entities that don't belong here, invaded and brought their technology with them, and we're not actually supposed to have any of this, and we're supposed to be outside in nature. That's the new. That is what people are saying now. It's like the
It's
new
not
theory.
necessarily a new theory. Let me explain something to you. Now, in ancient lore of witchcraft, some of you may find this silly. Do you know what a scrying mirror is? They're called black mirrors. Why do you think your black plasma TV, your black mirror phone? Do you see? It's everywhere. It's actually hell technology. It's fallen angel technology. It's not a joke. If you read the Book of Enoch, of which they removed from most Bibles except the Ethiopian one, it explains that the fallen angels brought a lot of technology, a lot. They shared many things like warfare, how to make
Where
swords.
did they get it from? Do you think that they created it? Like, do you think that the creators of this reality, or in your case, the creator, did they just kind of pull this shit out of their ass? Like, did they magically bring this stuff into it? Do they have the power to create everything?
It's not that simple. So the heavens heaven has higher technology than we do. Rest assured of that fact. So, but the thing is, the fallen angels, they had their technology when they came down. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Right.
When they get
You ever heard of
banned.
those deals they did? Have you ever heard of the conspiracy theory of the deals some people did for technology with aliens? They would literally trade human cargo for technology advancement.
Hooray! Hooray!
Do you really think those are aliens? They're demons. They're fallen angels.
Okay,
now there are
ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna
there
take
are
my
some
leave.
entities that are actually for humanity.
Wait, we got
Now-
D Prophet. We got D Prophet on the show, guys. We have to.
Oh,
give a bit
listen
of
to
time.
D Prophet for a bit. All right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
It's a bit muffled.
What about right now? Is it more or less muffled?
Kind of the same.
Go ahead.
Sound right, yeah.
That's all right. Go
Nice
ahead,
rep.
mate.
Is that a Raphael avatar?
That's my new Raphael.
I like that character. I prefer Michael.
So, Are we still talking about God?
Not necessarily. We were talking about all sorts of theories and some prophecy.
Vital.
Can I just ask Ragnar one last question?
Yeah, go ahead. I need a minute to get properly.
Ragnar, so I believe that the day is coming when us humans will be given a choice, do or die. I truly do believe what it says, that if we don't accept that mark, you won't be able to shop anymore, so I don't know where you're going to get your food from. And I do believe that those who want it will have it implanted in their brain in order to download a law degree in half an hour. You know, they can do that now. Even Elon Musk has said it already.
So
Sorry?
here's my quick answer to
All right,
that.
but are you busy?
I'm not
All right, you know what? Yeah, I'll pass
She's
it.
talking to somebody else.
Okay, so when you say you don't believe in aliens, can you explain?
I never said I don't
like-
believe in aliens.
I just asked him a question. I didn't get what was your answer?
Okay, I'm just trying to
So
ask
let
you
me
guys.
get the answer out. So
You don't need to get the answer. I'm just asking what you believe. What do you believe? Not what it says. What do you believe?
okay, so repeat your question, please.
Right, I said to you, you know, it says in the Bible that a time will come when we will be forced to take a mark. You either take the mark on your hand, or you take it. You can have it implanted inside your head, right? And if you don't take that mark, you will not be able to buy or sell anything. So I won't be able to buy any food, and I'll have to leave my home because I won't be able to afford to pay the costs of it. So what's your take on that?
Just before you answer, I've got to go, lads and ladies. So lunch is
Bye-bye,
coming
Europe.
up. So take it easy. Have a good one.
Bye.
Take care, yeah.
Thank you.
We're waiting for Vital.
Right,
I
so-
really got to go soon as well. So hopefully he'll be back.
Cool.
So
Test.
My answer would be
Okay, go ahead,
that
Vital.
No, speak. I cut somebody off.
yeah, she asked me a quick question about the mark of Revelations and all that, and I'm going to answer really quickly.
Yeah, just quick.
There is a group of people out there seeking to make a technocratic control state of everything. They want a one world order. This is a fact. This is not crazy. They do want to chip everybody to potentially track them. Maybe that's not how they're going to do it. They're already doing it through our phones anyway.
I know all this.
So they will essentially try to murder and kill everybody who does not fall under their system.
Hooray! Hooray!
So-
You believe you're backing up what I believe. That's what I want to know.
But it also says that those who suffered under the beast system will actually come back to life. Like they're
Yes, I know.
they're
Yes,
eternal and immortal, right? So we know this. So what do you want me to like? What do I
I
believe?
just asked you what your thoughts were on it. Your thoughts are the same as mine.
So my thoughts are yes, that's what they want to do,
Hooray!
and I'm
Thank you.
I'm basically somebody who so all these cults like the Epstein cults, they're part of that beast
Yes,
system.
I know. Oh, you
So
know what? It's so
they-
rare to meet someone
they
who
specifically hate me because I have networked and made works against them to liberate people and whatnot. It's been quite the battle. It's like Elijah battling the Baal prophets in my case, and they really don't like me. So, and I tell you right now, God is real because He has saved my life from the hands of cannibal cultists.
Yes, well, I've had my life saved too by something. Not that matters because I didn't want it to be saved, but at least you agree.
I've had prayers answered before as well. I have to say that I've said that before.
Yeah. So, but yes, you believe what I believe. You believe what I believe.
Yeah, but why does it have to be God? Like, how do you know that it's God that's answering your prayers? How do you know that you can trust whatever's doing that and that it's your God of the Bible? It could be anything. It literally could be fucking anything. Any
What are you talking
entity.
about, Christine?
You
I'm
have
just
a
talking
clue
about
it
what
is.
I
You can't
see
see it.
coming.
What are you bringing up?
What I'm saying is that like people see a lot of things like I've mentioned before, like on DMT and Salvia, which is nature, people see jesters, elves, all kinds of different entities that have different appearances. So you're saying that that's all just hallucination, nothing, or are you going to say they're all demons posing as elves and jesters, like, or little people or whatever?
I'm not well versed on the notions of LSD and the entities they see there.
Well, I can tell.
I've heard about it secondhand.
It's a kaleidoscope of a mind.
But
You can see abstract idea in a film.
Well, what are you trying to like put forward when you're like, I can tell? Like, what are you trying
Well,
to
I can
say?
tell because if you studied it, then you would see the patterns of telepathic communication between DMT experiences, salvia experiences, near-death experiences, and like alien abduction stories, right? They all talk about these beings who speak to them telepathically. Oh, and also like astral projection experiences as well. So all of these
I am
experiences.
more
people talk
versed in
about-
some of that, but not all of that.
Yeah, but how do you explain that? What are these telepathic beings that everyone is talking about, right? Like a lot of people
It's
report these. Are
electromagnetic
we
field
gonna
of the earth and the odds of
Are we just going to ignore everyone's experiences with this stuff and like just say, well, that's rubbish and there's nothing,
No,
there's nothing to
I
it.
don't
But we're going to
ignore
believe
those
God, even though
experiences.
it's thing. Like,
I don't ignore those experiences, not
Okay.
whatsoever. There,
Guys,
it
I'm
is.
going to give
It
it
is
about
recurring.
another 20 minutes. All right. I want to say, Vital. Do you want
Yeah,
to say
let's
something?
let the gentleman speak.
Well, it's just interesting. I'm hearing all these theories about God and the nature of God, and it doesn't sound anything at all like the God that I know. It sounds like people are reciting shit that they read in a Bible, which is fine because people need a guidebook. But at the same time, it's very ineffective to be arguing against atheists or people who like our last friend who was just on here who like say, "Oh, God, the word God means nothing to me," even though I'm not an atheist, whatever the fuck that means. Attempting to define God in such a way is always going to leave you wanting and them telling you that you're wrong because
I agree.
you are trying to take non-believers to the confines and architecture of a belief structure. You have to speak to them outside of that belief structure, right? Like you're throwing like Galatians at these motherfuckers, and they're like, God is an evil demon. You see how like you're using the wrong bullet.
I didn't quote Galatians.
I'm
Did talk
being
about Paul though.
I'm being facetious, but you can't use the Bible to argue with atheists. You have to meet them on their own turf.
Oh no, I absolutely agree. I was literally actually trying to let them know that the argument is a moot, because it's like two people with different equations trying to come up with the same solution at the end of the math equation.
They can understand, but they cannot comprehend. You gotta give them comprehension.
So you don't even talk to them in terms of God and Jesus and the Scripture. You got to speak to them about the material world. We got to talk in abstractions because they're thinking in abstractions, right? Like I have very specific beliefs about what God is, but also I have a very abstract interpretation of what God could be. I'm a Christian, but also I'm not a Bible thumper. And I understand why there are atheists, and I understand why there are people who believe in God and are fucking pissed off at this entity. I think it's way more complicated than that. I think a lot of people, especially on this podcast, project a lot of their humanity onto the concept of God, which is complete folly out of the gate. You are trying to comprehend an entity that's incomprehensible, and you're trying to speak about it in a language with a human animal brain, and it's just it is hard for the scientific.
Yeah, but that's basis of theology. We can take that out all the way to metaphysics of God.
I don't think you have to take it out. I think you've got to leave a breadcrumb trail. You can't immediately approach them, trying to convince them of a God. You have to sort of let them come to that, because there is no mathematical rationale for saying that there's no creator to this universe. It doesn't make any scientific sense. If you're familiar with basic physics at all, it doesn't make any sense. I'm not a brilliant dude. I'm not a scientist, but I'm familiar with some of the laws of nature and the universe, and it is complete folly to say that some entity or some group of entities didn't come along and weave this all together. Now, then we get to the argument of, which is what this whole podcast is about, this episode, was that an evil act? was creating this existence and evil act. My retort to that is that God is well beyond the concepts of good and evil. That's a human concept. Animals don't even have a concept of good and evil. Okay.
I even tried to bring up that good and evil comes from the apple curse. It is a fallen state of thinking. It's a systematic form of thinking that we keep getting stuck in.
And the basis of what is good and evil rests within does this thing benefit me or comfort me or harm me? If it benefits me, it's not evil. If it harms me, it's evil. Well, that's a very human way of thinking.
1 second, guys. I just want to welcome somebody. There's a newcomer. I don't know who it is.
Yeah, we're about to be off, right?
Cerberus, you're on the show. Hex.
Yeah, I've been on here a couple times.
Okay.
How dare you forget?
There you go. Sorry about that.
Could I explain a bit of my own worldview when it comes to certain things, just for like 1 minute?
Absolutely.
So the way I see it, I use a lot of Greco-Roman mythology as well as Levantine mythology to basically try to understand the higher things. It's like basically mind over matter is Jupiter thinking. Matter over mind is Saturn type thinking, right? And what is Saturn's goal overall? To keep people bound, chained, so he can feed and to keep his position of power, right? But Zeus wants to overthrow, and he's raised up by the divine feminine. So the Zeus archetype rises up against the toxic masculinity archetype, right? So he took the divine feminine, like a Sophia figure, raising a divine masculine to then destroy the toxic tyrant. So I look at it that way because basically the false god, the demiurge, Satan, Saturn, whatever name you want to give him, he just wants to feed and turn this world into a cannibal empire. That is literally what he wants. That's what he's doing and has been doing for thousands of years. And see, Satan told God when he fell to earth that he will take the earth and even own the children of Adam. God laughed at him and reminded that Sophia said Adam would rise above, right? Adam meaning man, or even the Adam himself reborn. That's traveling into the aspects of the second Adam. So the second Adam would be considered the Christ returned, the anointed who returned, either reborn through like born again, literally born again. I'm not talking about the Christian metaphysical form. And some people have a hard time understanding that because they're like, oh, reincarnation is not true. I'm sorry, sir. For the first 500 years of Christianity, reincarnation was actually seen as the norm from the beginning. But then some Byzantine council was like, more reincarnation bad. Anyway, there's that and that. But like, I look at it as basically the Jesus figure is rising up against the Saturn who just wants to devour the children of Adam.
Yes. 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 I agree with TW.
Okay, I want to welcome Dreamer Alive. Sorry, Dreamer Alive. I need to let Dreamer Alive say something. They've been waiting patiently. Sorry, I should have let them speak already.
Dream of Light. Oh.
Hello. Hi.
Hello, Dreamer Alive. What would you like to say about what the guys have been talking about or the topic of the show?
I actually just wanted to tell Chickpea that she was in my dream.
What? Oh, you poor thing! I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
Woke up, right, and I had a strange dream. It was like this building. I don't know if they were filming a movie or something, and somebody was going to jump off the building. But then me and you walked through like this shop type of thing into this garden, right? And there was 2 benches, and there was a big tree in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, it was like you in the dream. It was really strange, but
Oh, sorry.
no, it wasn't a bad dream, you know. Like, but you were in my dream.
That's weird. Well, thank you for telling me. I'm sorry that I'm intruding your sleep. That's
There you
weird,
go.
isn't it? I have weird connections with
Sorry, guys, as you were.
DW, did you see my grumpy torty? DW, what do you think of my grumpy torty? Oh, you grump.
I lost. Yeah, very nice, very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, that's Candy the Grump.
then I'm going to give the last bit of the show to Vitalist and Ragnar to have their little conversation. It is interesting. Go ahead, guys.
I will listen for a minute. I've got to handle something quickly, and then I'll come right back to the combo.
All right. So, do you want me to expand on what I was talking about?
Yeah, you were talking about so you believe in reincarnation, brother?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I think it would make the most sense if I was to believe in God. Now, I'm agnostic, okay? I was raised a Catholic, but I always had a problem with the mainstream Christian version of God because the finality of things here, given that when we look around, it doesn't look like an egalitarian playing field. People are born into this world with different abilities, psychologies, etc., etc. So to punish someone for all eternity based on one life seemed to me horrific. Then I discovered Gnosticism, and they do believe in reincarnation in that view. And then I also discovered that actually, as you said, mainstream Christianity is probably one of the only religions that doesn't have reincarnation. Even the Jews believe in reincarnation.
In the beginning of Christianity, the first 500 years, they did.
Yeah,
exactly. So when I'm saying mainstream Christianity as we know it today, that's what I mean. So
That's
yeah,
the thing.
and I would say if God is just, then it has to be that God is it has to be a case of universalism. Everybody is going
My
to be
soul
saved.
is screaming through me and wanting to say this to you, my friend.
Hmm.
So remember when Jesus said there would be a great falling away and that people would claim to speak for him. Paul claimed to speak for him when he didn't, and led the church astray entirely so, and added to the word when it was specifically said by Jesus, don't add to the word. And basically only Matthew, John, and James were authorized to write stuff, as well as Peter. But that's not the point. The great falling away that was prophesied, when Paul basically added all his own stuff, he persecuted the original sect of Christians, right? It's why Mary Magdalena escaped and went somewhere else. She survived after that. She left with some people. They went somewhere, and I'm not going to say where, but it's initiate knowledge. Anyway, it survived. The Cathars showed up all of a sudden in Western Europe.
Yeah.
And they believed in reincarnation. They believed in yin yang, balance of divine masculine, divine feminine. I believe in all these things, by the way. Reincarnation, they believe in reincarnation. The Catholic Church that followed Paul's ideas burned them alive.
Thank you.
Yeah, there was a crusade against the Cathars.
The Cathars actually come from a stem of the Christ bloodline that educated secrets, and it spread.
Mm-hmm. They were lovely men, weren't they?
I'm familiar with the Cathars. Yeah, and they also they believed in a system whereby both men and women could be leaders within the church. They were quite an interesting people.
Yes,
very interesting people.
I agree with that. See, they use Paul to claim women can't teach. Paul said that women should be quiet, right? And whatnot. And he said men should be celibate. That all comes from Paul. Jesus preached marriage. Jesus preached multiplicity. Jesus also bid. So people are like, "Oh, women can't teach about God." I'm like, hold up. Jesus literally showed his prophetic power to the Samaritan woman at the well and told her she expects her to teach about how he's back. And she did. The rumor spread that the Messiah is back. And eventually, the Pharisees and the Romans, well, we all know what happened next. And he knew that would happen. He knew. And about the falling away specifically, he knew Paul would come and lie. He absolutely knew. And Peter tried to rebuke him. But you know what Paul did with his sect? They created the Peter 2. Peter 2 was never written by Peter. Peter 1 is written by Peter, but Peter 2, no. It's actually a fabrication to get he who holds the keys to affirm Paul. So Paul bound Peter against Peter's will and took him somewhere else. So he took the
Does
church
Life
of Peter.
Abolitionism want to come on and have a few? Because I know Life Abolitionism is familiar with Gnosticism. Does he want to come on and have a word here? At this very last moment.
I like Gnostics because John the Baptist was part of one of the original Gnostic sects. It's not a joke. They're called the Nazarenes. It means
Yeah.
keeper of secrets. It doesn't necessarily mean somebody from Nazareth. They were around that region, yes, but it was the Dead Sea Scroll culture that Paul persecuted.
Funny, when you first came on, I really didn't like you, but I've changed my mind.
It's okay, dear. I look. I follow Jesus. What Jesus said, not what Paul said. Too many churches. Too many
know a
churches who
lot.
claim to be churches of Peter. Quote Paul too much. Peter literally told to James, the brother of Jesus, Paul is my enemy.
Wow.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. Out of the Bible, I prefer the Gospels rather than anything else. Everything else to me seems horrific.
Which one?
For the most part.
In the Old Testament were dark days, bro. They were up against literally child sacrificing barbarians.
Horrible, weren't they? Oof. It was grim. When you read, isn't it grim? But you know what? That was still going on 150 years ago. It's only recently.
Does LA want to come on here? And Vegan Equilibrium. Yeah, it's quite the party. I mean, if Vegan Equilibrium comes on here, you can keep going when I go to bed. It's up to him, really.
So I actually challenge some religious fundamentalists. I challenge a lot of religious fundamentalists when I tell them I challenge Paul, and they're like, Paul's going to curse you because Paul said he'll curse an angel and any prophet who teaches different. I'm like, yeah, that sounds like somebody trying to take over a church. I tell these religious fundamentals that when you quote Paul to me, that's basically God telling me I should walk away from you because it's the church of Peter.
Every dreamer.
Derek Prince said that Peter is a wobbly foundation. His modern Protestant American notion of the idea is shit. Peter is the foundation rock. Do you know why? Because Peter repented. He rejected 3 times and repented. The whole point of the church, which means assembly, not a building, is to have people who repent to God. That's what God wants. He doesn't want your worship, actually. He wants repentance. And what repentance looks like is challenging your own sins on your own terms. For example, pride. What's the opposite of pride? Be, like
Humility.
humble. Humility. Like name the 7 deadly sins. Do the opposite.
The
That's what
7
God wants.
virtues. Yeah.
Yeah. That's alchemy. That's literally I've actually written. I'm writing a book on this right now. There's a whole chapter on the alchemy of repentance. When you turn your sins to virtues, you actually unlock your powers. The 7 seals, the 7 chakras.
I tell you, Ragnar, I find it all incredibly complicated because
Ragnar, I want to say thank you so much for coming on today. It is interesting to hear you talk. I really appreciate it, especially the stuff you were saying about Cathars and this stuff you've been saying about Paul as well. It's food for thought. We have Life Abolitionism here. Life Abolitionism, what would you like to say?
I can't stay on here very long, but basically, the Gnostic version of Jesus is completely different. In the Gnostic version, Jesus is not God. Like, Jesus came to teach you how to obtain knowledge of God, which is not external. God is within you. So you can have a Christ consciousness, and you can become connected with God. Like the whole concept of sin, like the sin is a lack of knowledge. And a lack of knowledge is basically not knowing yourself, not knowing who you actually are. So I reject the mainstream Christian version of Christianity, which is all based on sin and hell and brimstone and submission to some external force, which basically being submission to a church or some religious order, which makes your life a living hell. I believe that hell is on earth. It's not some afterlife. And basically,
I don't think that we choose to live in hell. I think hell just is, and because people are ignorant about who they are, because they don't realize that they actually are gods. They think that they are slaves to some deity. They make hell on earth because they don't know who they are.
Thank you, LA. I just want to say, Yerf Dog's done a bit of. He looked it up. Remember, I was talking about the story of the bears attacking the kids, and I said it was in the Old Testament. You said it was in the New Testament. It's not from Paul in the New Testament. Apparently, Yerf Dog's looked it up. It's from 2 Kings. So he basically, I'm sure, wants an apology because you did make out that he didn't know the Bible. So just so you know, he's looked it up and he can confirm it is the Old Testament.
Yeah, I told him he can try to prove me wrong. I don't mind.
And also the whole discussion they were having earlier about God, like there are different ways you can call the God. Some people call it the source, some call it the one, some call it the creator, but or Yahweh or whatever. Like there's different ways that you can refer to God. I don't think people have the same understanding of what God means. Like if you're talking about some Christian man in the sky who's like watching your every move, I don't believe in that. Obviously there is a source.
It sounds like the Smurfs are whistling in the background there. I mean, what are you doing there, like abolitionism? Can I just say life abolitionism, you came on here and you are welcome to come on and say your piece. But I just want to say your very name is very, very disrespectful to Vitalist's views. He believes life itself is God, and he scoffed at your very name. Vital, to a fault, would you like to give any word to life abolitionism about his name and his general outlook?
Well, I'm actually taking a shit right now, so it's perfect.
Oh wow! Okay.
I mean, I don't have anything to say. Life abolitionist, like, okay, what are we?
Yes,
It's
the name.
7th or 8th grade. Did you write that on your notebook or on the front of your binder?
Yeah, it sounds like a race day.
Can
Yeah.
you talk into the microphone? I know you're trying to wipe your ass, but can you at least try and talk into the microphone while you're doing it? We have Vegan Equilibrium who's back.
Well, I guess I can explain my name for those who are curious. The whole point is that it's an abolitionist movement that I'm trying to create, that people who don't want to exist should not be forced to exist. So it's the original imposition, and
You're
it's
not
the
forced to exist.
Absolutely, you are not. I did not choose to exist, and I'm just explaining the name of my channel.
And you can be gone tonight.
You're free to disagree with me all you want. I'm just telling you. I'm explaining why I created my name. So what my philosophy is about is the original imposition, and it's the forced continuation through the criminalization of medical assistance. So because of that, you are forced to exist whether you want to or not. You can argue that all you want. I'm just explaining the name of my channel.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense though.
Well, it doesn't make sense for you to say that we chose to exist. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Can I say something?
Do you want to abolish grass?
I want to abolish the forced continuation of human beings, meaning I want to curtail procreation and have people I want people to have the legal right to medical assistance if they don't want to exist anymore.
So really, it's not life that you're trying to abolish; it's sentience you're trying to abolish.
Yeah.
So why don't you call it? Why don't you call it sentience abolitionist?
That's a stupid name.
Can I say something, please?
I fucking love when noodles and I agree.
If somebody else wants to create that name for their channel, they can.
Can I speak to you?
What I want for myself is liberation and abolition from life itself. If that's what you want, liberation
is not liberation.
You're right.
Death is not liberation. Now, I'd like to let you know about something. So you said, let me finish. Can I speak?
Oh, you flipped out, bro. You denied his answer. You
can talk about your life and your opinion about your life, but it's not your life that you're talking about.
Life. Dude, I'm not even arguing with you. Can I say something for a moment? So you mentioned your form of Gnosticism is thinking that you yourself and everybody, the self is God. That is the highest form of Luciferian
Pride.
Satanism, by the way. Just letting you know.
Pride, literally.
Just letting you know.
That's literally what the Bible
That is
says.
not original
If you were to
Gnosticism.
crack the
That is
Bible
not
open,
original Gnosticism.
God
That
is
is not
everything,
original
but everything is
Gnosticism.
not God.
All right. Listen,
I didn't make
you
that
guys,
up, by the way.
can we leave this between you three at the moment? And we got Ragnar, Vital, and
Yeah,
Life
let's move
Abolitionist. Now,
forward.
can I ask you to talk with brevity, make your points? Don't go on and on and on. Give the other people a chance to talk, but talk one at a time. Thank you.
It literally says in the book of Psalms that we are God. I did not make that up. There's not even a Gnostic version. That's in the standard King James version. So you can say
It doesn't say
it's
that in the
narcissistic.
Psalms.
It absolutely does say it. You know what? When I get to a laptop, I will pull the scripture up for everybody to read because a lot of people don't read the Bible. They just basically regurgitate what they heard somebody else say.
I was there when the Psalms were written, but okay, shoot.
These guys.
We're made by the
Jesus
image of
Christ.
God. We're not literal God. God dang.
Well, look, guys, I just wanted to say this: like original Gnosticism, coming from like John the Baptist section of history, they didn't see themselves as each a god. They believed a part of themselves. There is a divinity within every single human that comes from God. That is what they argued, not that we are all God. Do you understand?
Exactly.
The modern satanic Luciferian idea that everybody is God is a fucking corruption. Just letting you know. Like, but all said we all have sin. There's a difference. Like, okay, it's Paul who argued that Jesus passed away for all the sins. Okay, did you know that? Jesus actually said, neither by man or animal, sacrifice will not remove sin. Okay. For my Father in heaven, just letting you know.
Have you guys heard of Howdy Mikoski? He talks about the Gnostics.
There's a lot of research on the original Gnostics. People should look into it and stop looking into Gnosticism from like the past 200 years. They should look at it 2,000 years ago. It's actually very different. Very different.
Which one?
So most people know the idea of the Aeons and the Archons and the Sophianic Light and the Orhan stuff, all that stuff. Okay, that is there. They do speak of those things back in the day. But like this notion that the self is God, like meaning, so like Christ actually said that in the end times, people will be lovers of themselves. So the very corruption this gentleman spoke of, that everybody's self is God, it's like you're just gonna end up like, it's okay to love yourself, but like not in a narcissistic, prideful way, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Like the Gnostics prided themselves, like the Greek philosophers of old, of trying to solve and learn, right?
I want to add on that. Love the God-giving self, not loving yourself.
The Gnostics, like with the Demiurge and the Sophia, the Gnostics' belief was that we're in some sort of simulated reality. That's what the writer Howdy Mikoski says, and he kind of talks about things like that. He wrote a book called Exit the Cave, so like relating to Plato's cave and your mind, like trapped in illusions and all that type of thing.
I like that, using Plato's cave
Analogy.
to explain. Yeah.
It's interesting, you know, like I like to read the Bible and try and learn about life. It does say, don't you know, that you're all gods, you know, but some people, they deny that, and we live in strange times, but I do believe we probably are in the end times, like we look at the state of everything, you know, like
See,
it's really
I've
bad.
educated people. I've educated people, letting them know that yes, we are all like little baby gods, but we're not the god. And that's not to say we should be worshipped. And I actually study a lot of Thoth. the Hermetic tradition, the number one rule of Thoth to his students as the initiates: never ask for worship. Don't even demand it. As you rise up in the ranks, like you're never allowed to like use the teachings to enslave people and stuff like that. Like
Then
that's
you'd
literally
become
a
an
rule.
idol, wouldn't you? If you're like that, like an idol and like forfeiting
Yeah,
truth and
yeah,
all that.
exactly. Both wants us to basically learn. And where did Christ learn? He went to Egypt. Like we know
I
that
think
for a
that there
fact.
has to be a distinction made between the idea of an all-powerful God and the idea of a creature that is imbued with the power of creation, like a godlike divine power.
Right.
Oftentimes, I think that we get caught up in the specific semantics of these kinds of words. Like when you say the word God to a person from the Western world, a very specific thing pops into their mind. Blue-eyed, blonde hair, baby.
Blonde.
And so when I say yes, of course there must be a God in this universe. Most, especially atheists that I'm talking to in the Western world, are going to look at me and say, "Oh, he's a Bible thumper. He believes Jesus Christ is Lord and Savior." And so you have to draw a distinction between the idea of God being an all-powerful, almighty being and a God being a creature that can create, imbued with the spirit of creation, right? Because I think that the thing that defines a God is the ability to create. And so the almighty God is something we made up to make ourselves feel more safe in a chaotic universe.
You know what just popped into my mind? Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Just popped in there.
Bruh.
Ray, I'm sorry. I tried to think of the most benign thing that I could think
No,
of.
no. That's great. That's great.
That's the
Conversation without fun is no fun.
It says we are gods. It says we are gods in the Old Testament, in the Psalms.
But Noodles, it's
see what I just
perfect that you brought that up
explained.
because hold on one second. That line from Ghostbusters is a joke, but it's also profound. When Winston says to him, "Ray, when someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes." And that is a much more profound line than anybody gives it credit for. I don't even think the writers understood.
Okay, can you
they were writing
explain? Oh, I see. So it wasn't even.
Because
yeah, what
defines a god is its ability to create and also to set its own parameters, right? And somebody asks you what you are, somebody asks you if you're a god, they're putting the ball in your court to create the scenario where you are, because you could say yes. And so a lot of this is the affirmation aspect. Now, I'm not a manifester. I'm not a person who wakes up in the morning and manifests stuff. But there is truth to the concept that you can push reality. That's the whole point of reality. You can shape it in your small way.
Well, do you know what Jesus said about prayer? You have to believe it already came true. That's manifestation. He literally said, don't pray and just ask. You need to already assume you've received.
But I'm also a person who believes in the faith without works is dead kind of thing. Like God doesn't provide you.
Paul said that.
God doesn't provide you the spaghetti. He provides you the substrate with which you make the spaghetti. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, but like the whole idea that, technically
He's the world, not the proxy of the world.
You are saved by works and repentance, not just by grace. Paul said grace and not by works. He contradicted Jesus.
So, and that goes back to exactly what I'm saying. You are a god because you can push reality in whatever direction you want it to, for whatever part that you can. So,
what I told people is that we are all like little baby gods. It's because we all have that divinity in us.
Interesting. I see it as we are hands of God.
We come from God. Like we're the extension, like a tree has branches. Do you understand?
Right.
Right, but the whole point is that the Gnostics have a different view of the Bible, and I specifically said that. So I reject your mainstream version of the Bible, which doesn't make sense to me. I
I
reject a
don't
different
have.
number.
No.
And if
Let
you
me correct
believe
you.
that,
It's not
Fucking
your
Bible.
mainstream Bible. What are you
you're
talking about?
entitled to believe what you want, but I'm also entitled to believe what I want.
No, but I don't believe in mainstream Christianity. I believe in Christ as is. Like, big
Right,
difference.
but you
Life
believe
abolitionism. Say what you just said. Say it again.
you believe that God is something external that you worship. That's not what I believe. That's not what
Not
Gnostics
what I
believe.
said. I never said that.
Two things.
What you guys were all giving up on me saying that we are not gods and it's narcissistic. So if that's what you want to believe, that's fine. But you can't tell me what I believe. I don't believe in a higher power. I don't believe that it is external. I believe that it is
You just
internal.
did it. You just proved my point. You are God because you just did it. You define the
Eternal.
parameters. You
Yeah.
define the parameters of your reality. You know what I'm
No,
saying? You just did it.
the point is that human beings are co-creators. We're not slaves to nature. We're not like animals. We can actually change what is.
No,
My guy,
We're
you
not like
literally butchered.
animals.
he's
You
right about
butchered the words of Christ. Christ said, "Okay, and let me say this: when it was said that we are like gods, it's because we are of God. We go within. I never said that I believe in an external deity. I go within to pray. Thank you very much. But I do not think myself to be above the Father in heaven. Do you understand?
No, that's not what it means. Like it specifically uses the word God in lowercase because it's not saying that we are the creator. We are co-creators, which is why it is in lowercase. We're not the God, but we are God. It's not the same thing. But if you're not familiar with that, then you can't just assume that it's narcissism.
Okay. I get
What do
it.
you mean not familiar?
Personalized existence of certain gods shows in certain people. Is that what you're trying to say? It makes sense though, but it's still not perfect as a god. Then it's not a god.
There's there's layers to it, but basically we're part of a collective consciousness. It's not
Yeah,
literal. I
with
believe that
the
it's not.
with the wavelengths that makes us a deity of certain kind, but we're not God. I know what you mean,
Where did
Yeah,
Noodle
but
come from?
we're
that's
of
not it.
God, but
We're
we're
not
not.
God.
We are of God, but we are also divine like God.
Yeah,
Does that make sense? Look. This happened.
Doodles,
This
will you
entire
close the show, mate?
argument.
I gotta go.
yeah. We're just trying to make
Okay, I
sense of
can't
each other. Well,
guarantee
we
I'll
all know
stay
what the
on for
meaning
much
is.
longer.
You will fucking stay on for much longer, you sweet little beast.
You can go sleep, man. I will kiss you on the forehead when you sleep. Make sure it's not gonna wake you up.
All right, I tell you what we'll do then. We'll close the show. We've been going a long time anyway. So
No. Don't close the show yet. Don't close the show yet.
Yeah, Dad. Jeez.
all right, well listen, Vegan Equilibrium, before you go, give them a chance to give their closing remarks and then close the show. All right. I'm gonna head off now. It's been a very late one, but I've enjoyed it today. Thank you for that. So take care until next time. If you are
Trying to
new here, subscribe to the Finding Gnosis channel here on
Yeah.
YouTube. We are back a few times a week and we talk about anything and everything. So come have your say. And yeah, hopefully you'll enjoy it. Take care, everyone. Bye bye.
You know why? Oh, he left. Okay.
I would like to finish what I was saying though, because it's not narcissism. It's actually a responsibility. Like if you are a god or co-creator, then you're responsible for creating the type of world that you want to live in. It's not like you're just a slave to your conditions and your environment. Like you can actually do something, but most people don't realize that they feel powerless, and they're not powerless.
Yeah, but that's up to them, not up to you. You can tell them that, but that's up to you.
Right, but that's the whole point. The whole point of narcissism is to chase people who they actually are and what their actual true nature is. It's not forcing people. It's to say you are not a slave.
Well, that's the influence of sin. The more pride you put out, the more influence you're gonna give out to the world. Therefore, you're gonna collect the same kind of people around you. You're creating narcissists.
Actually,
What
I
do
was
you
just
mean?
about to say that philosophy creates false Christs.
I think that word narcissism is so overused. Like narcissism is about exploitation. It's about abuse. It's about grandiosity. That's not what this is. This has nothing to do with that.
Narcissism is about the philosophy of Narcissus, which is the guy that drank the whole lake because he sees his face in the lake and thinking he's kissing it.
Right. I'm talking about the traits of narcissism of in the personality disorder that's in the
Yeah,
DSM.
psychology wise, yes. then that's
I've
egocentric.
literally had to battle with narcissists. They're extremely toxic. They're leeches. Okay, they want worship. Okay, I literally knew a guy. He thought he was God. He literally wanted people to worship him.
Oh man,
I was like,
No.
fuck you, bro.
Well, that's the whole thing because I think you guys are conflating the standard Christian worldview. Like, we don't believe that God is somebody that you worship. God has duties to take care of the world. Not that you don't worship God. It's a
that's too
responsibility.
narrow. For some people, God wants them to worship Him. For some, God wants to work for Him.
So
For some, God wants a relationship with them. God
Right, but the
doesn't
point,
want.
I
but the
don't think
point is that
everybody can be
everybody-
anointed. Only some people can be anointed. That might be hierarchical and against egalitarianism, but too fucking bad.
Yeah, I can't say God is my friend because He's been there the whole entire time. He's the realest friend I ever had. So how you can refute that? Gotta
So
pray for him.
your
Gotta
your
lay my
best
knees
friend.
down.
So you have
Father in
so your
heaven
best
is
your
literally
realist
the best
friend. Your realist friend is an imaginary friend.
It's not
The realest friend
that
is
is
the
rich.
world.
Equilibrium.
Don't forget about it. My God is not the same as yours. My God is the world itself. The world is my friend.
right, but the
The
point is
God of
that
this
I
world
see.
is considered to
My
be
single
Satan.
blood veins are my
every,
friend.
I think you got that line
everybody
from the show Boy Meets World. You ever watch that
No,
show?
no, I never
That
watched it. It's
contradicts
all
the
The
come to my own
world is
mind.
my friend.
when you say the
Topanga?
world is my friend,
The
then you're
point that
labelling
I'm trying to
spaces.
make is that everybody's not using the word God in the same way. So you may
Yes.
think that it has a narcissistic connotation to it. That's not the way that I'm using it. And so it's not universal. Like, there's several different ways of using the word God. I don't think that because I say that I'm God that somebody's supposed
Do
to
you know
worship
what
me.
universal means? Do you know what the word means itself? Other than the modern
I think it
definition?
means that obviously if I use it, that means that I know what it means. Like, if you think
I know exactly. I know exactly what it means.
incorrectly, then just say it. I'm not sure why you're asking me that question.
All right, one verse al, one verse al, one word al.
Hey, can I just ask a question? What if God was one of
I know, but
us?
if God was
Yeah,
there,
Just
he's a lot closer than you think.
I think the
one
whole
of
point is
He's a
us.
lot closer than you think.
the teaching
That
know
album
who
was
God
called
is.
Relish.
The fact is, like the
That's funny.
teaching, you know,
It
like
was.
There is
knowledge,
God
like
in this, but
you live
there
in
is no God
ignorance and
here.
there's death and all that. But if you
That's
understand
what you
the
think.
scriptures, then you come to
Yes,
life
that's what I
and
think.
things get
Because
Can
better.
we
you don't
stop
actively
talking over
believe
the
And I
it.
think that's
Scottish
why
girl?
God wrote the book,
Yeah.
like
Let her
for
speak.
so people can understand life. It's like a program, you know, like a program to teach you, you know, like if you go this way, then you'll be safe for the snares of the devil, the traps, and all that, you know. Like, we're all born in ignorance, you know, like a lot of darkness here. Nobody's born all knowing, but there's teachings for all different things to say. If you learn, then you'll be wise, and you escape the snares of the devil, the traps. That'll, if you listen to me, then you'll be safe, kind of thing. No, worship me and this and that, and slaughter animals and all that. The God of the Bible doesn't want that. The God of the Bible just wants people to not be ignorant and do better, so we can dwell in a better reality. But when you're ignorant, then it's all the darkness and evil and madness, you know. Like it really is interesting, you know, like
It is.
to learn.
I don't know if it's
I'd like
just a
to.
genetic thing, but hearing that accent really
Yeah.
makes me want to have babies. It just makes me want to make a million fucking little
Stop being
Scottish
horny,
babies.
bro.
To
Why
start
why
with.
is everybody fucking hits on the Scottish broad?
I don't know.
I'm
People be
genetically
horny as
Scottish.
fuck.
Don't let my accent fool you.
Wait, you're
Just because I'm
genetically
Yank.
Scottish? That means that you're like that that means that you should be
broadly
deterred.
European.
You should be more attracted to like someone outside of that. You're gonna like
Well, that's personal preference. There is tribal, you know,
Can I ask a
standards.
question of everybody?
The European
attracted
gene
to
set is large
you're
enough
like
for me to be able to pick another
you're
Scottish.
thinning the gene. You want to thin the gene pool, is what you're saying, Vital.
No, I just don't want to mix shit.
You want to thin the gene pool, is what you're saying.
I want to
Guys,
make nice,
can
beautiful
I ask you
white
a
There
babies.
you
question?
go. He said it. He said it. He's incestuous.
Guys, can I ask
Come
you
on, that's too extreme. Come on, relax.
Noodles, you come from a group of people.
Y'all
who
horny
literally-
ass.
Hold on.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that the Jews aren't. I didn't say they're not. I didn't say they're
You
not.
come from a group of people that's like 25 million strong. What the fuck are you talking about? You're calling me incestuous? Go have like
I have flat feet for a reason.
Can I ask you all a question?
What?
Who among you believes witchcraft is actually real?
It is.
None.
Trust me, guys, it is.
Plenty,
It's
I guess,
darkness,
on this show.
witches, warlock. We are in the spiritual war.
It has
There is
replaced.
evil, darkness. That's how you need to know how to protect yourself for this, because there is monsters. You know, like we hear it, the horror stories, the human trafficking, people being sacrificed. Not that is
They
darkness
abuse a
here.
lot of witchcraft.
Like there is darkness here. That's how you need to protect yourself.
There is darkness.
So what
That's
I
why the
what
world
I
gives them more
learned,
white babies.
what I learned, no argument there. What I learned about witchcraft and cults and how they operate, they love when people don't believe in witchcraft because it works even more on them. Because
Yeah.
you eventually find out prayer works to stop witchcraft, and that's a fucking
Yeah.
miracle. It's a fucking miracle.
And
Atheists
see if
who
we
get cursed on, they're screwed. They don't know what to do.
exactly.
Energy.
Well, Noodles is claiming there is no witchcraft as an attempt to distract the goyim.
No, I actually believe that.
Yeah.
I believe
Yeah, that Canaanite witchcraft, all that bullshit.
It just shows you they don't
I
really
believe
have
that
any
modern
power. The ones that are
Christian,
doing witchcraft
Lord.
and they don't have any power at all.
Well, see, some people don't even think like witchcraft is a thing, like the average 9 to 5 people. Meanwhile, all the elites believe in witchcraft, and the thing they hate most is God.
Modern witchcraft has been dissected.
Really unsettles me.
It's like metaphysics has been taken out by physics. It has been dissected.
The fact that some of the most
It is
powerful
quantum
people in the
it is
world
quantum.
believe in this shit really unsettles me.
Yeah,
I think people are practicing witchcraft without even realizing it. The way that modern
No, it's
Christians are prayer, that Christian prayer, the way they're doing it is witchcraft. There's a lot of wicked
Prayer works when you believe you
and
received
there
it.
was a
It is
witch.
manifestation.
There was a witch
Remember
that
what
was
part it came from.
teaching people how to curse people, and she went to a butcher shop or whatever, and she had an animal's tongue, and she was teaching people this is how you curse your enemies and hammer things. It was so disgusting. But people believe they're going to get power or harm people by doing pathetic things like this. If you're protected by a higher power, and if you pray, they people are going to be absolutely annihilated. They don't have any true power. They're pathetic, they're
I know
ignorant.
that from firsthand.
Yeah.
There's cultists who tried cursing on me for years, bro. They're literally getting dismantled in fucked up ways right now. It's actually
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Wait,
It's kind of like, so you're saying that like prayer is like the curse is like a diss track, and the prayer is like the return track. It's like
So look, let me teach you a law of magic right now. It's called the law of the hex return. Every time a witch puts out a hex, if who they sent it to. Okay, person A did a hex on person B. Person B, by the law of hex return, goes back to sender 3 times as strong. So if somebody did a death curse on me, it goes back 3 times as strong.
Even the palms.
that doesn't sound Christian, man.
Their protection.
Real Christians who are not lukewarm
Psalm
pray to stop
91.
witchcraft.
Psalm 91, that stops the witchcraft. Psalm 91.
It's actually a prayer, but yes, some people do consider it to be a witchcraft, but it's like authorized defense.
Yeah.
Right, but the people who control the world do practice witchcraft, and they believe that it actually works, because the proof that it works is the fact that they are so powerful.
No, it only works if you're ignorant. Like if you're ignorant and you don't know what's going on, then it'll work. But if you have knowledge, the Bible and discernment and all this, then it's not going to work on you because you can see through it. But it's people in ignorance have no knowledge of the Bible, and they say, "Oh, the Bible's rubbish," or "I hate God." They've not even read it, and it's meant to help save your soul and educate you, and then you won't be like affected by witchcraft and darkness, and you won't die. You know.
I'd like to interject really quick. Can I interject real quick? I just want to welcome V onto the show. I believe this is their first time. Hello, V.
Hi.
Hi. Have you been on here before?
No.
No. Okay, so this is your first time. Well, welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. And I am the co-host, the main host, DNW. He's gone to bed, but in his classic fashion, I would ask you, what do you think this reality is? What is going on here? Why are we here? What is existence?
I don't know why you're here. I don't know what you're doing.
Oh, well, so we're here to find gnosis. We're here to get knowledge, to find out the truth about things. So this is a question that we ask all the newcomers. What do you think life is? What do you think the purpose is? Do you think what is your philosophy
On what? My philosophy on
on
what?
on life
On
and
life?
existence, on the world, on what are we doing here? Why is this happening?
Oh shit! You might have seen too much for first time.
Are these your pickup lines, Noodles?
Let's let her answer. Let's see if she can answer.
Who's got their fucking turn signal on? Who's driving?
I'm driving.
Let's let V answer the question if she can.
Wow. I don't know what to say, but what's my philosophy on life?
Oh, we can barely hear you, V.
Can the dude who's driving mute, please?
Yeah, let's mute whoever's driving. V, why don't you speak into the microphone?
Can you hear me?
I can, but it's very faint. If you can get closer to the microphone, that would be
I can
good.
hear you just fine, sweetheart. Come on through.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I feel like I've been put on the spot, but I don't know what to say. I guess I haven't really thought about the question you've asked right now. But in terms of my philosophy on life or why we exist, I don't know. I feel like, just to kind of, I don't know. I feel like life is just about curiosity. So we are just in to see what is going on and, how to make it better for ourselves. I don't know. I feel like in life, we're always discovering new things. So I don't really have like a concrete answer, but I don't know. I just feel like life is like curious. Like for me, it's like about curiosity and discovering new things and finding a sense of connection and growth. So I don't know. For me, that's my philosophy about life, and that's what keeps me going.
Well, that you're certainly
Every
in the
day
right
we
place.
discover new things. Every day you discover new things and something like that. So
Well, another question that DNW likes to ask is, have you ever had any paranormal experiences?
nope.
Well, that's
Can you
good to
give an
hear.
example?
Well, like ghosts or things you can't explain. Well, that's good. It's nice to have another sane person on here.
Don't ask me
Welcome
that
to the show.
question.
yeah, that's why I'm not. Welcome to the show. And you seem to have an accent. Whereabouts are you from?
I'm from Ghana.
Ghana.
I knew she was a fine ass brown girl. I could hear
it. Well, tell us tell us about Ghana. What is it like there? What are you doing here? Well, are you still in Ghana or are you somewhere else?
No, I'm currently like in Vermont, Burlington, Vermont, but I came to like
Oh,
the US.
close by.
Did you just say Bellington, Vermont?
Yeah, Burlington, Vermont.
I used to live in West Townsend. Holy crap! Couple of Vermonters over here.
Settle down, lad. Settle down.
Listen,
Wait.
I know. I was just talking about.
I'm on my way out. You guys have a good evening.
You're from North Killtown too?
I know I was just talking about how the world needs more white babies, but I've already made a couple of those. So
All right. Listen, hands off. Hands off. She's my. Wait.
I'm just teasing. But that's very interesting that you came from Vermont because we got a couple.
Hey,
of
I'm
We got a
gonna
couple
take
new
my
realtors
exit,
in this
guys.
club.
Have a good one.
All right. Have a good night.
Enjoy yourself, sir.
All right.
V, how did you find this place?
Vermont.
No, I mean this channel. I could probably surmise how you found Vermont, but like, how did you find this channel?
Well, I think Luis kind of invited me because
Who's that? Who's that?
Who's what? Luis?
I don't know. Who's Lewis?
You don't know who is Luis?
Are you talking about? Hold on a second. Let's take a guess. Are we talking about J.E.?
Is that not his name? I know he's called Luis.
Oh, we're somebody's getting doxxed right now.
Oh man, she just doesn't get it. We you see how we all have like names on our we all have names that we go by here.
Oh.
Well, I guess tonight it's not my actual name, but I usually go by my regular name.
Dick Prophet.
Wait, I think Luis, you go by
Richard
Vegan
Prophet.
Equilibrium, right?
All right. Well, now that the cat's out of the bag, I don't think that's a vegan saying, but
Well, the cat never
yes,
consented to get in the bag in the first place, so
true. And I know you would believe that because you actually like cats.
I love cats.
You don't chop them up into little pieces.
No, I'm not Chinese. Cats don't do any. Cats don't consent to anything that humans want.
So yeah, welcome to the show, V. Thanks for joining.
Sure.
It's nice to have you here.
Nice to invite me too.
Well, I mean,
no, go ahead.
No, I'm curious as to your perspective on. I mean, when you get a random person coming in here and such a unique person, you got a person from Ghana who's living in Vermont.
Oh, come on, stop being horny, man.
Listen to me. Just be quiet. Somebody who knows somebody that we know, but not by the name that we know them. That's the most curious thing to me. So, but like, what is your interest in philosophy, V? I mean, or religion? I mean, do you have a religion? Do you believe in God?
Yes, I believe in God. I'm a Christian, so I believe in God.
Oh, God bless your heart. I am so happy to have another Christian on the stream. These fucking heathens just talk crap on us all day, and there's nobody here to help defend me. Thank you for coming.
Like you can't handle it yourself.
Yeah, my man is on the mind right now. Yes.
Wait, why do you like you say no one's here to defend you? I thought God is always there to defend you. I thought Jesus is always there to defend you.
But then he's also there to defend you too, so it like kind of cancels it out.
You should
I
change
don't
your
get that.
persecution complex.
He wanted to be on his side.
You're right. You're right, Noodles. He's not there to defend you because you're actually from a group of half demon, half human. So you in specific, he's not there to protect, but the rest of us kind of like cancels out.
Right. I would be if he was here right now, I would be under the heel of his sandal or whatever the fuck he wore on his foot.
And he's really buff too. Like he's unexpectedly buff. It's weird.
He's like 5'5" and scrawny. He like barely eats.
No, I was thinking like he's 5'5", but he's also really buff. Like he's like
manlet.
He's like
Jesus the manlet.
Weird, yeah, like a weirdly powerful manlet with like retard strength. You're not gonna win, no matter what you do.
Well, I don't know. He wouldn't necessarily use that strength because you shan't tempt God, right?
Well, I mean, you might because
no, so God won't be mocked, guys, and the power of God is real. You know what I mean? Like, oh.
Here's the thing, though. I'm not mocking God. Me and God. Hold on a second. Wait a second. Me and God are like this. Okay, so Jesus knows that I'm just taking the piss, much like when me and Vegan Equilibrium joke. We know that we're just taking the piss out of each other too. Jesus knows that I would never disrespect him. He knows that I'm here to represent him. You know what I'm saying?
End of the day, like the two warriors, like they are
She trailed off there. I don't know.
The Scots are often drunk.
Yeah. Well, so V, what we do here a lot of the time is we just discuss various topics. Oftentimes it devolves into a bad faith debate, and but we try and keep it relatively respectful and
Can I ask everybody a question here?
Go
Do
ahead.
you guys believe we're in the last days?
There's no
What?
such thing as the last days.
Like we're living in
Every
the
day
last
we're approaching
days.
it, so there's no indefinite.
What are you talking about? Last days or what?
The last days of this life here. Like because man
She's
is
asking about
fallen,
Revelation.
everybody's a traitor, everybody's sellout, there's no value in life anymore, because everybody's fallen away, and they don't know God, and the darkness is here. Do you think we're at the end?
Yeah, I mean, I'm an atheist leaning agnostic, so I don't. I fear hell, but I don't like rationally. I don't really believe in any of that stuff.
You don't fear hell, you just fear the consequences of your own misdeeds.
Sure.
Or you just feel,
how we live
not safe for
now,
being
with the kind
disappointed by
of
God.
rat race life and hamster wheel life. Do you think this is normal for humanity? How we live?
This is only the last days if there is a God with a kill switch that says it's gone too far, I have to end it now. But I don't.
Do you think it's normal though? Like when you look around and you see the state of everything and the conditions, and how we're actually living, like the hamster wheel life and all that, and all the darkness here, the programming. What do you think? Do you think we are at the end of this?
Here's what I think. The end of times refers to specific civilizations. When a civilization abandons God and becomes what we are today, then it is destroyed. It is the end of times for that civilization. And it's happened dozens of times throughout history. We are... I don't think that there's a kill switch for all of humanity where God finally says, I have to end it all. It's gone too far. I think that that's not what we're here for. But I also don't rule out the possibility that there is. And if there is, then you're right. We are. Because we are at a point now where we're about to cross the threshold into not even being human anymore. And that's a scary thing. And if humanity is a creation of God for the sake of humanity, and we create a new thing out of ourselves, that would be the scenario where God would hit the kill switch and say, you've gone too far. But I'm not certain that's our current scenario.
So do you mean AI might be like the Tower of Babel?
Not just AI, but like integration with technology to an extent that we become a new creature.
Okay. I found your comment quite interesting there. The history shows when a society or a nation abandons God, that's the beginning of its downward trajectory. Is that a correct understanding of what you said?
That is a major reason why civilizations collapse. And I don't mean the abandonment of God. I mean the abandonment of all the trappings that come with believing in a God, i.e.
No, I was going to say...
now the new generation believing God as gas, and it means ass. Yeah, God is dead.
I think you make a lot of sense there. I think... everyone knows where I stand with regards to God, but in terms of the cohesive community that can be built around that belief, that is extremely powerful, and I think it's a motivator is wrong, but it's like fuel. It's fuel for the progress of a nation or a society. So I wonder how many I mean, it comes back to a question I think Dawkins once asked: how many lies do we need to believe in order to function as in order to have a functional society? Something like that.
I don't even think it's okay. You could frame it that way.
Okay, or how many things? Okay, yeah, whatever. Yep.
How many? Well, because they're not lies. More like morality is not a lie. The vessel that you use to get to morality might be a lie, but morality itself is not. That's what makes civilization.
Well, how about I rephrase that and say what things optimize a good? That's a terrible. The good. Okay, what things optimize for a good society? Is that a better way of saying it?
Yes, I actually have a quote that I've been pulling up for the last couple seconds to highlight this for you, because I think specifically hard work, sacrifice, and piety is what makes a good society.
Right.
So here's a quote from Will Durant, who's a historian who people say is very outdated, and you'll see why in a moment. But he's talking about the end of the Persian Empire. I was just teaching this to my 6-year-old as we go through ancient civilizations and homeschooling. So he's speaking to ancient Persia and why it fell. But this is a framework for the fall of all civilizations. Check this out. The empire of Darius lasted hardly a century. The moral as well as the physical backbone of Persia was broken by Marathon, Salamis, and Plataea. The emperors exchanged Mars for Venus, and the nation descended into corruption and apathy. The decline of Persia anticipated almost in detail the decline of Rome. Immorality and degeneration among the people accompanied violence and negligence on the throne. The Persians, like the Medes before them, passed from Stoicism to Epicureanism in a few generations. Eating became the principal occupation of the aristocracy. These men who had once made it a rule to eat but once a day now interpreted the rule to allow them one meal prolonged from noon to night. They stocked their larders with thousands of delicacies. They often served entire animals to their guests. They stuffed themselves with rich, rare meats and spent their genius upon new sauces and desserts. A corrupt and corrupting multitude of menials filled the houses of the wealthy, while drunkenness became the common vice of every class. Cyrus and Darius created Persia. Xerxes inherited it. His successors destroyed it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think there's a lot of wisdom in that.
I think that's one of the most profound historical quotes that's ever been written, and people write it off because they say it's decadence isn't why empires fall. It's like, okay, all right, Chooch, tell me why.
Yeah, we have to choose what we believe very carefully, I guess. But then again, it comes back to, and it's almost like the truth of a belief is less relevant than the impact of that belief, I guess.
It always comes back to hard work and sacrifice builds character, and that character ripples outward, right? And it always in this realm, it goes back to hard work and sacrifice and the toil.
But I wonder if hard work and sacrifice, that comes down to basically hope. Like if you're a nihilist, and this is where we get in, I don't want to, I'm not trying to talk about antinatalism, but antinatalists, those kinds of people, or pessimists, of which I'm a part of that group, we would probably have less hope. So I would assume that the people who are more optimistic and have more hope are probably more, and I'm talking at a high level, population level here, are probably more motivated to get shit done, basically.
Well, yes, and what you're describing is a how do I say this? An entry into the energy exchange that exceeds the takeout, right? Like that is the perfect way to interact with the physical realm, is to put more into it somehow than you take out, which is it's impossible. It's like impossible. But I think that's why hard work and sacrifice is the cornerstone to salvation in this realm, because this realm is built off of energy. If you put more into it than you take out, then you're God. You've grown the realm. You've created. And I'm getting a little woo-woo here,
Yeah, I was
Do you
about to
see where I'm
say you're
going?
kind of rambling off into some nonsense that I don't quite.
Well,
I don't
that's
think makes
no.
any sense.
It does make sense. This
Yeah, it makes sense. I get it.
it makes
I get it.
perfect
Okay.
sense.
All right.
Contribution, good works is putting in more than you take out. That's as simple as I can put it. The whole energy exchange thing is convoluting things. Do you understand what I mean? Like that's the difference between goodness and badness, right?
I do understand, and I think it's a perspective that needs consideration.
Maybe
it
some
warrants
honing.
consideration.
Yeah, because I'm not really being perfect with how I'm executing what I mean.
Sure. Yeah.
You do get the overall, like, what separates good from
So,
evil.
should we go back to eating one meal a day?
Well, I mean, so right. I mean, in that piety, if you're subsiding off of one meal a day, you're taking less out of the universe than you're putting in, right? You're not like taking in more calories and energy than you've outputted that day, right? So you're giving.
Well, I also think that okay, so there is in some of the Gnostic teachings and some of the teachings from the Essenes, which apparently were one like a connection to the Nazarene, the group that Jesus was a part of. It wasn't just, it was like maybe 1 or 2 meals a day, and it was like raw food, raw plant-based food. This is like, they talk about it, I think they talk about it in the Essene Gospels, if those are actually a real thing. And they talk about it in the book of the Nazarene, Gospel of Nazarene, or whatever it is, which is one of those books that was removed, obviously, by the Roman government. And it probably mentions some stuff about that in the book of Enoch. And of course, we do see it in the Old Testament, in Genesis. But yeah, so, and for a while I was like super into the raw food thing. And like, I have to say, although my cravings for cooked food were there, when I stayed very, very strict, like super disciplined, and I did it for about 2 years, of just saying, okay, no, I'm only going to put raw food and like, fruits and veg and sprouted grain and all of that in my body and nothing else. I was in like the best shape of my life. I mean, I wasn't like, obviously I wasn't like huge or anything. I wasn't like big and like, I was strong for my size, but I had the most energy. I had the most, I was like the leanest. My blood work was really good. It was positive all around, but it was very hard to fight the old cravings.
Are you going to admit the part that you lost a lot of strength when you went vegan?
Oh no, I didn't lose strength. I just didn't. So I was, for example, when I was raw and I was doing raw food bodybuilding, I actually was able to gain strength without gaining fat, which is like very hard for me to do on any other diet. Although I had to eat a lot, which you have to eat a lot in general if you're doing bodybuilding in general.
Yep.
My recovery was better too. I did have better recovery, and I think some of that has to do with the hydration and the antioxidants. That I wish it was like my glory days, and I lost it. And this also goes to the hope thing it's about ideology. I was very ideological about it, to almost to a dogma, but it kept me steadfast in that lifestyle. and because I believed so strongly that it was better for me in every way, that probably is why I did so well with it as long as I did, until my beliefs in it wavered, and then I fell from grace in a sense.
Do you eat meat now?
No, what are you talking about?
Oh, I just needed to
Fuck off.
So you still murder plants for their energy?
Yeah, I do. I slit the plant's throat, and I actually make sure the plant is fully conscious, and I let the green juices drip out, and I make sure there's a mirror so that the plant can see themselves dying.
I've never killed a fully conscious animal.
Uh-huh.
It's weird. It's weird that you would make that accusation.
I've never killed a fully conscious animal.
Yeah,
You might want to
right.
rephrase that.
No, but he's speaking facts, though. I mean,
I've killed
thousands of
vegans.
animals.
But
do you make your animals
I'm just
unconscious
saying.
before you kill them?
Is your name Vitaly? Is that how you say it? Or
That's
vital?
a legitimate question. It's vital. It's a legitimate question.
It's
And I'd
vital.
like to
Okay.
answer it when I can.
No, but this is what I'm saying, right? It's like, Noodles doesn't understand that vegans are not off the hook because these plants are living beings. I don't know if you
But
know
it's
this.
not okay. Wait a minute. I don't care if something. No, I don't. You know what? I'm so sick of the straw man. I don't care. We don't care. It's the sentience. Sentience is the symmetry breaker.
Okay.
Okay, but this is what I'm telling you. But let me ask you this, though, Noodles. Let me ask you this: Do they, when even before you pull them out, any plant, do they or do they not start screaming and warning the other plant nearby that, hey, we're under attack? Do they do that or not?
Do not answer that question.
Yeah, don't
They don't do that.
Don't do
All right,
this.
all right,
Don't
all
do
right,
this,
all right.
Kevin.
We're not having this. This is a very nonsensical conversation.
How come you guys get scared of this? I don't get this.
Because he's a vegan. He doesn't have an answer to it. I have an
Oh,
actual
shut
answer
the
to an
fuck up, dude.
actual
Okay, you know what? Okay, you want to do this? Like, you want to go into all this? Look,
No, I don't want to. We've done it so many times.
I'd rather you guys just admit it's a cause and not that you really give a damn.
You want to do? Okay, let me ask you something. If I was gonna, what's the difference between cutting a puppy in half and cutting a tomato in half? Is there a difference? Would you think?
That's what I'm saying. There's no difference. They're both living beings.
Okay, there's no difference. There's no. You hear that? We know where he stands.
Off to the races.
Yeah, cutting a tomato in half is the same as cutting a puppy in half. There's no difference.
Noodles. This is what I'm saying.
Morally the same. You think that you actually think
where do you get your morals from?
You actually think a tomato is as conscious as a fucking puppy, dude?
Okay,
are you serious?
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
Before you cut its throat.
This shit is over because it's just this
vegan
insanity.
I mean, noodles. This is what I'm saying. Hear me out, bro. This is what I'm telling you. I'm telling you, we live in a reality to where if you can take advantage of something, like you can take advantage of a cow and chop it up, or a plant, you will do that.
Or a human, or a human child.
Okay. Yeah. Name the trait.
But this is what I'm saying, right? When you talk about morals, as far as
this is such
is
a
it okay to kill an
stupid line of
animal or a
conver-
plant?
Yeah.
That's just, where do you get your morals from?
We're done here. You don't think
where do you get your morals from?
Thank you. Okay,
between a tomato and a puppy? So
what's wrong with your audio, by the way, Noodles? You keep going in and out.
Fucking.
It's because everybody's talking over each other.
Yeah.
No. I'm saying your audio, like, it drops and it goes in and out, kind of like you're far away and then you're close.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell
Are you
you.
on the
But
road? Are you on the road?
No. It's just probably shitty connection in my Wi-Fi.
Oh, great. So now D Profits walked out because of this bullshit. And we could have actually had an interesting little back and forth there. So thanks very much.
Come back, D Profit.
You know what? It could even be me. Noodles, I'm going to drop out real quick if you could let me back on. It could just be me.
Yeah.
Let me.
Yeah, okay.
All right, D's back. D Schneider? Oh, man, that's a terrible joke.
Oh, I'm back. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, to answer your question, How do you kill an animal without it being conscious? I can give you 3 different methods. You want to hear them?
I don't.
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay, so what we're referring to is something called insensibility or pithing. Pithing is killing the brain of an animal. Okay, so generally, if you're going to do it to a larger animal, I would do it with a gun. And what you're going to do is take a direct shot to the brain to destroy the brain in an instant, so that the animal is alive 1 second and gone the next. That's how you render insensibility in the quickest way. Second is what's called a captive bolt stunner or a knockbox. You take a gun that has a piston in it that shoots down into the brain. The third way is electrosis, which is disgusting and painful for the animal. The fourth way is to gas them, like kind of what happened to
the pigs.
Yeah, I've
That's
got
what
you.
they
But
do to pigs.
your actual statement was that you've never killed a conscious animal.
Yes,
which I think
fully,
is different.
He said a fully conscious animal.
Yes,
but I think putting a bullet through a sheep or a cow's head isn't that killing a conscious animal?
Okay, good point. But also, the body isn't really dead until you slice the throat.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
The body would die anyway. You're true about that. You're right about that.
No. I get what you're saying.
So the pneumatic bolt gun, for many of these animals, yeah, obviously it doesn't kill them, and it really, for a lot of them, it just stuns them. I'm not saying that every single one, there's probably a lot that are quote unquote effectively stunned, if you want to put it that way, but for a lot of them, it doesn't quote unquote effectively stun them, and they are fully conscious. It's really, and the main thing is that is just there. They just do that so that the worker doesn't get harmed. It's not even really for the animal's sake. It's just so that the animal isn't flailing around kicking the worker in the face when they stab them in the throat.
We're speaking to the difference between industrialized agriculture and everything else. You will not get any arguments from me, Noodles, about how that process is totally fucked up. And we'll end up agreeing for the most part about the horror of the slaughterhouse. But yes, it is. Animals have been rendered insensible before the actual throat slice for thousands of years, and it's not just to protect the person that's doing it. I mean, Noodles isn't going to like this, but it also protects the quality of the meat. It just makes the whole process.
All right. We don't need it. The thing is, what do you really want? Do you want to have a vegan argument right now? Is that what you want to have? Because
my question didn't have anything to do with veganism.
I wanted to explain my verbiage. Okay.
Yeah,
and
that's all.
It was pointed out to me that I was kind of being non sequitur because,
or just vague.
Yeah,
that's all.
What I was meaning to say was that though I've killed thousands of animals, I've hurt very few in the process.
You're hurting them all, dude. You're hurting them all.
Well, let me ask you this, Noodles. Let me ask you this.
I honestly don't feel like engaging with you on this topic because
but Noodles.
No. Because dude, we are not going to have a productive conversation.
We could.
No. I'm coming like from bro to bro. Escape. Me and Noodles have been going back and forth on this for like 3 years. Like there's
that's fine. I mean, I know Noodles I know Noodles as well, but this way we're having a discussion, right? Nobody's yelling or screaming or whatever. But this is what I'm asking him, right? So I'm a meat eater, and I'm assuming Vital is too. What is the difference between us supporting, the farm industry, as far as going to a butcher shop, buying some steaks? What's the difference between that or us going on our own and hunting our own animals? Because either or, we're supporting an animal being slaughtered, whether we do it or we pay another guy to do it.
Yeah, that's why you could go just go vegan, and that pushes that's sending a message. I do not want to vote. I do not vote for this with my dollar. I do not want this to happen. It says I want a plant-based agricultural system. I want a veganic-based agricultural system where,
Good luck.
And yes, and you know what? That is a thing that will happen. Like, for example, when stop. Let me finish. Actually, yes, you can. and it's called towers. You build hydroponic towers where you can grow way more food. You don't even fucking need soil. You don't even fucking need any kind of animal inputs or anything. You get the clean. There's not going to be any shit on the food. And yes, they have this technology, and as it develops, it's going to be producing way more cleaner, better vegetables and fruit.
What you're tacitly admitting right now is that veganism requires the architecture.
Hold on one second. Wait. Hold that thought. I'll be right back.
Okay. Veganism requires the architecture of modern technology and like advanced modern technology. You cannot have veganism unless you have industrial agriculture.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very important point.
It's not true, because that's not what veganism is. Veganism is the moral philosophy that seeks to extend human rights to other sentient beings within reason. So just like if there was, all the name the trait arguments. So you don't have to have a perfect system for it to be vegan. That's called the nirvana fallacy. Just like we don't have to have a perfect system to believe in human rights. Just because we're in a situation where we have no choice but to buy gasoline doesn't mean that we should pay someone to shoot someone else, so that's
It's a good point. Yeah. No, I got you. I mean, but I'm just saying though, it's
Scared away
either
the cute black girl, by the way.
yeah, where did she go?
Did we? Us in our fucking nonsense, man. We had a chick on here and we ran her off. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's basically what happened. And the thing is,
still here.
I tried to bring, and the thing is, I brought her on, and I'm like, okay, it'll be nice to have another female on the panel, right?
Yeah.
And then we just get into this shit.
It's all good. I mean, we can't help it, vegan. You know this. We're bound to start shit and stir shit up. We're a melting pot. We're a
I'll get her.
melting pot.
I'll get her back. I'll get her
All right.
back on here.
All right.
I've said that before. I'll get her back.
Yeah. Right, Vital. Right back. Right. We've heard that one too many times.
All right, let's just take a show of hands around the panel. Who feels blessed to be alive in this realm?
Me. 1,000% me.
Me.
Oh, this is the gayest panel I've ever been on.
No. We're optimistical. We're optimistical. You know what I mean? We're in, like, first of all, here's okay. We're the gay ones, right? Now let me tell you this. That Danny guy,
you got that
if
right.
I ever see him, hold on, Noodles. If I ever see Danny, I'm gonna cook the shit out of him. That psychopath needs to be locked up because he openly admitted that he told he said this earlier on here. You go back and listen to the audio. He openly admitted that he went up to his little daughter, and said, "I'm sorry for bringing you into this world." That person should not be raising a kid, bro.
Can you imagine how much that fucks a kid up?
Yeah, like you just traumatized your kid. You traumatized them, man.
I am totally on board with the idea of making a citizen's arrest against Danny.
Wait, what did Danny say to his daughter?
He said
he came on here and he said that he told his daughter.
I looked right at my daughter in the eye, and I told her, "I'm sorry for having had you in this realm in the first place. This shit life with this cunt of a god." That's what he said, basically.
Yeah.
So, like,
And what I'm saying is, at least, like, I don't know how they do it in England, but in Canada, if you did that, right, like you're gonna start getting investigated by Children's Services. They're gonna investigate you and figure out if you're a good fit to be a parent, because
his children are adults. His children are in their 20s.
But okay, but this is what I'm trying to tell you,
Or
right?
maybe there's a couple of teens, but they're not kids.
Okay, but this is what I'm trying to say to you, right? Okay, this actually proves my point even better. This even proves my point even better, because what we have now is some guy that has severe mental health problems. Not saying the rest of us don't, but this guy has mental health problems, and he's projecting it on to other people, specifically his kids, and it's traumatizing. It's not good. And again, We got to sit here and listen to it on how apparently that's the right way to go about things. And no, it's not.
Well,
It's
why
not.
don't
You
you
need
talk to him directly about this instead of
I
saying it
did.
here?
I did. I was in the chat telling him. Bro. And then you get guys in the chat like Poophead who start egging it on. They're egging it on, right? And they're talking about how yeah, that's the way to go. They never hit the link. I couldn't hit the link earlier. I was doing some things, but I just
Anyway, I think we're gonna call it quits for tonight. So if everybody wants to go, around and go around and okay, but would everybody like to give their final statements? We'll start with
Vegan. I got you a good ending.
Wait, we'll start with you, Escape the Matrix. You want to give your final words for tonight?
Yeah, all I could say is don't go vegan.
All right. Well, that was thoroughly retarded. Vital, would you like to give your final thoughts? All right. Well, I guess Vital is not with us right now. G, would you like to give your final thoughts for the evening?
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Oh, let him start. Like,
I didn't realize that I was on mute.
Go ahead, Vital. Somebody needs to mute. Hold on. There. Okay. Go ahead, Vital.
Always give your best. Never get discouraged. Never be petty. Always remember, others may hate you, but those that hate you don't win unless you hate them. Then you destroy yourself. Richard Nixon.
Huh.
Good stuff, girl.
I see. And you even resemble him.
What?
I don't know why I said that. G, would you like to give your final thoughts for the evening?
yeah. We have been talking about a lot of stuff, focus on a lot of negativity in the reality, because that's where bad things we numbers. But don't forget, there's some good stuff. Don't forget about that. Don't forget to concentrate on some good stuff you got to talk about. Bless the world, bless God, because you can do that. That's it.
All right, thank you. We'll go Pristine Sun. You want to say something?
Oh, no, I'm good. Just, have a good night, everyone.
All right, good night. And Yerf Dogs, why don't you close it out?
May the peace of God, our Heavenly Father, and the grace of Christ, the risen Son, and the fellowship of God the Spirit keep our hearts and minds within His love. Amen.
Amen.
Wow, amen.
It looks like this stream turned him into a believer after all. All right.
Now they're all happy. Now they're all happy.
I
Now
will,
they're not mad at you.
I will say definitely go vegan. Don't listen to the majority of these people unless you want to hear hear everyone argue. That is fine. But definitely go vegan. And thanks again to DNW for creating this space. And thank you all for joining this space. Have a good night.
Cheers, everybody. Good night.
We're staying backstage.